Although it is not yet the stroke of 7, I'm happy to report that we have a quorum that will, that will allow us to start promptly at 7. And Kate, if you want to put up the logo. We're fortunate to be retracing our roots here, and Deirdre, this is going to set the mood. You're going to feel as if you're back in time. These men are unarmed. Bravo. Huzzah! Huzzah! Thank you. As we begin the celebration of the 250th anniversary of our country's independence, Hingham will mark this milestone with a series of events both this year and next. This will include Revolutionary Weekend, to be held here in Hingham May 17th and 18th. While we focus on 1775 and 1776, we should keep in mind that Hingham's direct democracy was by then 140 years old. Our first town meeting was held in 1635. In fact, we should note that Hingham's revolution started where? At town meeting. In 1774. Hopefully that will not break out tonight. The run-up began with the charter of the province of Massachusetts Bay, which guaranteed its people all the rights of Englishmen and confined the taxing power to themselves and their representatives. However, the colonists here in Massachusetts had no elected voice in Parliament, which did Parliament, that it could tax them at will and bind them to its edicts, quote, in all cases whatsoever, most recently then, in the case of tea. Not all the colonists apparently agreed with the Parliament. Consequently, on December the 16th, 1773, scores of young men, several from Hingham, tipped hundreds of chests of tea into Boston Harbor before it could be taxed. A few weeks later, on January the 31st, 1774, the Marshfield Town Meeting condemned, quote, the destruction of the teas belonging to the East India Company, and Marshfield declared its allegiance to the king. Hingham! Hingham, to the contrary, took both sides. No, Hingham, to the contrary, endorsed a defiant resolution. On March the 14th, 1774, the Hingham Town Meeting voted no. To, quote, preserve so much as a shadow of liberty, the meeting said, the people of this town owed themselves and their posterity a virtuous opposition to assaults on their rights too alarming to admit of silence. The people had awakened to a sense of their danger, and Hingham would support, quote, all laudable measures to resist. Nothing was said about saltwater tea, but apparently dumping tea into Boston Harbor was considered a laudable measure of resistance. To this day, it is uplifting to think of self-governance and liberty as the bedrock and the business of town meeting. Yet we know the town meeting must also deal with matters mundane, and flexibly so. As example, witness the 1775 town meeting vote that, quote, swine are to be suffered to go at large. A precursor of free-range chickens, apparently. followed by its reversal only a year later in 1776, when town meeting voted swine are not to be suffered to go at large. And so, when we meet as a free, self-governing people dealing with both the lofty and the mundane, let us not forget that we stand here in the shoes of those men and women who led us to this place, and bravely so, some 390 years past. America's semi-quincentennial commemorations have begun, and you are here at the beginning. These remarks I give thanks to Jim Conroy and the Hingham Historical Society. You are dismissed. We have a quorum and call the meeting to order. I invite Father Thomas Nestor of Hingham's collaborative parishes of St. Paul and Resurrection to come forward and give the invocation. Father, if you can come to this mic right down here, or right up here, as you never correct your pastor, you know. Right there.
As we begin this town meeting, we turn to you, the creator of all things, who has loved us into being. We ask your blessing upon this important governmental exercise of town meeting. Guide and protect democracy in our town and in our country, that precious gift that this country enjoys. We thank you for the citizens who come to this town meeting, especially those who serve the town of Hingham and work toward the common good. May all proceed this evening faithfully and peacefully. And we remember those who have served the town meeting over the years, the town of Hingham, especially Bruce Rebuffo, who died yesterday, that they may be taken into your loving embrace for all eternity. We pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father. Next, I'd invite a former Veteran of the Year, Janine Suchecki, to come forward and, as you rise, and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Janine.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The town clerk has informed me that the meeting appears to be properly called. There is available today a warrant booklet for the meeting. The warrant booklet contains the reports and recommendations of the advisory committee. It also contains the reports of the select board, the capital outlay committee, the planning board, the personnel board, and the school department. In addition, I have appointed citizens of the town as tellers for any standing votes and any ballot votes. Also, as is our tradition, I have admitted to the meeting a number of guests. We are pleased to have them with us. They are seated in the guest section. They are not allowed, of course, to vote on any matters coming before the meeting. I note that one of our guests is a gentleman named Dan Santos, who is a PhD candidate. Some of you may have met him outside. He is working on his PhD dissertation on the institution of town meeting and ones that focus on the work of the people. And Dan is in our guest section. We also have visitors from the Netherlands, and they want to see how New England town meeting works and perhaps bring it back. On behalf of all citizens, thanks to Harbor Media for providing the closed-circuit television coverage for this meeting. The meeting is also being recorded for later broadcast on our local cable channels. There is, of course, no smoking allowed anywhere on the premises. Please take a moment to be certain that your cell phones are off, and please refrain from using your phones or sending text messages absent an emergency or compelling reason. It's a distraction from the serious business that is before us. At this time, kindly identify the exit that is nearest you. We have many police, fire, and other emergency personnel ready to assist in the unlikely event of an emergency. Should that happen, however, please remain in your place until the emergency response team has given us instructions as to how to proceed. I note that the town election will be held on Saturday, May the 3rd. Details can be found on page 17 of the warrant and on the town website. Next, I call your attention to the Talent Bank application form. That form is set forth at the end of the warrant booklet at page 98. The Select Board and the moderator always welcome volunteers for service on the many appointed town committees. If you are interested, please complete the Talent Bank application, either physically or on the town website. It's very easy to complete, it's a page or so. It can be completed and filed electronically. The Select Board members and the moderator will meet with those who wish to give service to the town. Those sessions typically take place in May and in June at Town Hall. The dates are well publicized in advance. The town service is essential to how Hingham operates. It's not only critical to the well-functioning of the town, it is essential public service. You won't regret it. There is something for everyone. There are things that involve land use, things that involve the harbor, things that involve recreation. It's a wonderful opportunity not only to serve this place that we call our home, but to meet other citizens and work together with a common purpose. I'll introduce those who are up here, starting on my right, Liz Klein from the Select Board, Joe Fisher, Chair of the Select Board, Bill Ramsey. Then to my left, our Town Clerk, Ms. Falvey, Art Robert, Assistant Town Administrator, Michelle Monsegur, Assistant Town Administrator, and Tom Mayo, Town Administrator. I'd invite now Joe Fisher, Select Board Chair, to come forward and make remarks in remembrance of certain town officials and employees.
These are the Town of Hingham employees who have passed away since annual town meeting 2024. Stephen Baisden, Joachim Ingo Borowski, David W. Finley, Richard W. Hatch, Susan Hess, Joseph Keating, Leona Magnarelli, Mary R. McCormick, Michael D. McIntyre, and Eleanor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Also, as Father Nestor noted, one person who gave extraordinary service to the town in many different ways before becoming a member of the Select Board was Bruce Rebuffo. Bruce was a retired business executive. He had extraordinary management skill, which he devoted to the town's service in his years on the Select Board from 2008 until 2014. He was predeceased in death by his wife, Susan, who also served the town as a library trustee. Obviously, a real loss for the family to lose both mother and then father within a couple of weeks of each other. I'd also like to take a moment to just acknowledge Joe Fisher, who just spoke. Joe was finishing 6 years on the Select Board. currently as chair. He served on the Zoning Board of Appeals, the Conservation Commission. He started, as many do, on the Dump Committee, and he apparently is the volunteer who can't get enough of volunteering, and he is currently standing for election to the Sewer Commission, which is a critical position, and we thank him for his continuing service. And then on a very somber note, everyone is aware of this horrible accident that happened down in Florida where the 3 young people lost their lives, students at Concord Carlisle High School. And I didn't put 2 and 2 together until I was talking with my predecessor, Tom O'Donnell, to find that one of the 3 children who was killed in that accident was his great-granddaughter, Maisie O'Donnell. If you saw her picture in the papers, she was a girl with the Williams College sweatshirt on, and the family is reeling from that loss. So keep them in mind, please. I call to your attention now the moderator's message. It's set forth at pages 3 and 4 of the warrant booklet. There I have summarized a number of the town bylaws and other procedures that are followed in the conduct of our meeting. I'll take just a moment to speak about voting. All votes for those who are eligible to vote are taken in the first instance by voice vote. If the moderator should be in doubt as to the result, or if 7 voters should rise and express doubt as to the result declared by the moderator, a standing vote, a counted vote, will be taken, except that a ballot vote will be taken in lieu of a standing vote if either the advisory committee or 50 voters promptly call for a ballot vote. As a ballot vote takes considerable time, our practice has been not to request a ballot vote in the absence of compelling reasons to do so. Please note that we have time limits for a person speaking on any subject, 6 minutes for the first time and 3 minutes for the second time should you be recognized the second time. The moderator will tell you when you have 1 minute remaining, and you should conclude your remarks promptly when the moderator tells you that your time has expired. Please remember, if you desire to speak, please rise and seek the attention of the moderator. When you are recognized by the moderator, then you should come to a microphone, not before. Please do not come to a microphone on the anticipation that you will be recognized to speak. And so no lining up, come to the microphone only after I have recognized you and asked you to speak. Also, if you're not used to using a microphone and you don't have the benefit of having one pinned to your chest, speak directly into the microphone. I use the image of an ice cream cone. Be close to it, don't lick it, but be close to it, and make sure that you identify yourself by name and address at the outset of remarks each time you speak. So, if you open your warrant booklets to page 18, where Article 1 is set forth, we have some articles that I think we will move through with dispatch, and some that will probably take a little longer. And remember what an article is, particularly if you're new to town meeting. An article is a question. If you notice, everyone starts, or ends rather, with a question mark, indicating that it's a question. And then there's typically a comment from the advisory committee giving their 2 cents or 6 cents or 12 cents on the matter before the meeting. And then there's a recommended motion. When the recommended motion is a positive or an affirmative motion, that will be received as the main motion before the meeting. If there is no positive motion from advisory, a voter can propose the voter's motion will be received as the main motion and is likewise subject to amendment. Town council is to my right. John Coughlin. If anyone wants to make an amendment and it's more than a simple amendment, John can help you craft it in appropriate language. All right? So, back to page 18. The first question this is a softball. Will the town choose all necessary officers other than those to be elected by ballot, including one member of the committee to have charge of the income of the Hannah Lincoln Whiting Fund for a term of 3 years? The recommendation is that Catherine Glenzel be elected as a member of the committee to have charge of the income of the Hannah Lincoln Whiting Fund for a term of 3 years. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor of Ms. Glenzel being elected as a member of the committee, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. The motion carries. Article 2, this is one we see each year. Will the town assume liability for all damages that may be incurred by work to be performed by the DCR for the improvement and development, maintenance, and protection of tidal and non-tidal rivers and streams, harbors, tidewaters, and such? And will the town authorize the select board to execute and deliver a bond of indemnity to the Commonwealth, assuming that liability? This is obligatory if we want them to do the work. The recommendation of the motion is entirely within the scope of the article. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 2, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. The recommended motion is approved. Next, we have the reports of various town committees. They are listed there, and the Advisory Committee and Select Board has also seen these. The recommendation is set forth on page 19, just above Article 4, that the reports, if any, of the existing town committees and commissions and the town historian be received, and that all of these bodies and posts of government be continued. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's unanimous. Next, Article 4, the report of the Personnel Board. Will the town accept the report of the Personnel Board appointed under the classification and salary plan or act on anything related thereto? I'll abstract just a bit the comment. The Personnel Board is a 5-person board appointed by the moderator. This article provides funds for financial obligations of the town relating to salary increases, fringe benefit changes, and job reclassifications for non-school department employees, and it makes certain amendments to the personnel bylaw, including the classification and salary plan. I continue. This article seeks funds to pay for as yet undetermined financial obligations of the town relating to salary increases, fringe benefit changes, and job reclassifications, again for non-school department employees who are either not in a collective bargaining unit or who are covered by a collective bargaining agreement that has not yet been concluded. The Personnel Board voted unanimously in support of this article. I note there also this article recommends that employees not covered by collective bargaining agreements receive a general wage increase of 3% effective July 1, 2025. The Advisory Committee and the Select Board voted unanimously in favor of this, and the recommended motion is set forth at the bottom of 19, which is consistent with the question before you, but also I note that that includes at the bottom that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $1,754,862 for purposes of funding this vote, and that the town accountant is hereby authorized to take necessary action to allocate that amount properly. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommendation under Article 4. All those in favor of the recommended motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's a unanimous vote. Article 5. Article 5 deals with the salaries of certain town officers, and they include Select Board, Board of Assessors, Town Clerk, Municipal Light Board. The Advisory Committee and Select Board have voted unanimously in favor of this article, and the recommended motion is set forth on page 20. And it says that the salaries from July 1 through June 30, 2026 are at the amount set forth. Select Board $2,000, the chair gets $2,500. Board of Assessors $1,800, the chair gets $2,000 for a period of incumbency. Town Clerk is a grade 10 position under the classification and salary plan of the personnel bylaw. And members of the Municipal Light Board receive $214 annually, and that is paid from the receipts of the Light Department. Is there any discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion under Article 5. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. That too is a unanimous vote. Now we come to Article 6. Article 6 is our budget. I will follow the procedure that we have followed for many years, but not quite yet. The introductory portion of the motion refers to appropriations for fiscal 2026. And of course, 2026 fiscal will begin July the 1st, 2025, and run through June 30th, 2026. So before we get into the meat of Article 6, I'd invite Tina Sherwood, who is currently the chair of the advisory committee, to come forward and make remarks on behalf of her committee. Ms. Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tina Sherwood, 16 Partridge Drive, Chair of the Advisory Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the committee before Article 6. The FY26 budget is built on the Fiscal 24 Override Framework and Fiscal 24 through 28 Financial Management Plan, also called the MOU. This plan, signed by key town and school leaders, followed the 2023 $7.9 million operational override, which resulted in just under an 8% tax increase for the median assessed value home. The plan committed to holding department increases to 3.5% annually through fiscal 27, a recommendation from the 2022 Sustainable Budget Task Force. The proposed fiscal 26 budget is just under $166 million, including $21 million in capital requests for various projects that will be discussed and voted during this meeting. This budget results in a 2.1% tax increase, or about $234 for the median home valued at just over $1 million. That includes the Prop 2.5 levy increase, the CPC tax surcharge, excluded debt, and applies $2.2 million from the Capital Project Debt Stabilization Fund. Without the use of that fund created with our excess fund balance in 2023, the increase would have been $445, or 4.1%. I want to talk about why this budget reflects both strong stewardship and forward-looking planning. By law, Hingham's budget must be balanced. We cannot deficit spend. That means we cover the recurring expenses for our schools, public safety, public works, and day-to-day town services with recurring revenues, not one-time funds. That's key to long-term sustainability. The town was able to hold departmental increases to 3.5%, which is not easy in today's inflationary environment, and I want to acknowledge the efforts of both the municipal and school departments for working within those limits. Still, our overall budget increased by 5.5% this year, primarily due to rising health insurance costs and debt service from already approved projects like Foster and the public safety facility. Our 5-year forecast on page 13 of the warrant shows growing deficits. This is because our expenditures are forecast to grow by 1% more than our sources of funds. Separately, our unassigned fund balance, or our savings, is currently 31% of our total budget, which is well above the policy target of 16 to 20%. Fund balance is a major reason Hingham maintains its AAA bond rating, one of only 14 towns in Massachusetts to do so, which ensures we have access to capital markets and saves taxpayers significant borrowing costs each year. At the 2023 special town meeting, the Foster and Public Safety Facility projects were approved. We borrowed $145 million for those projects, and based on the amount of money borrowed, combined with a period of high interest rates, we earned an unexpected one-time $6 million. This boosted our excess fund balance from about $8 million to over $14 million, giving us a unique opportunity to tackle more of Hingham's long list of capital needs. $3 million of that excess is earmarked for reserve fund use and out-of-district tuitions as prescribed by the MOU. As our financial policy states, when the balance exceeds 20%, the excess may be used for one-time capital investments, tax relief, or debt reduction, and that's exactly what we're doing. For fiscal '26, we are recommending using $7.5 million of the excess to invest in our community, responsibly and with an eye towards the future. We are mindful, especially in these uncertain times, not to exhaust this resource in a single year. There are two important considerations in our near-term future. First, 4 articles in this warrant request schematic design money, which, if approved, will likely result in requests to finance construction costs through the issuance of excluded debt. Second, given the projected deficits in the coming year, the town will likely be bringing forward another override. The timing and the size of that override will be a direct outcome from operating budget and bargaining decisions that we make each year, along with our adherence to the MOU. In short, this year's budget reflects 3 key values. We're maintaining strong core services while
So you will find at page 22 a series of pages running through page 28. Each of these contains 3 columns of numbers. The far right-hand column has the specific appropriations that are recommended by the Advisory Committee for fiscal 2026. With respect to the items under Article 6, as we have done for many years, I will read each amount to be appropriated for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, as recommended in each case by AdCom. If you would like to raise a question or an objection with regard to any specific item, or if you would like to propose a higher amount or a lower amount or no amount at all, then after I have read that particular item and the dollar amount, please say "hold" so that we will hear you. Then I will mark "hold" next to the item in my book, and we will place the held items aside until we have completed the reading of the entire list, at which point we will take up the items that have not been held, as to which no question has been raised, and we will vote on those items all together. Then we will go back and take up any item that has been held one by one and allow discussion, questions, and debate, as well as any alternative motions with regard to any of those items. Action under Article 6, the budget article, will not be considered to be final so as to require a 2/3 vote for reconsideration or any other procedure with respect to reconsideration until all actions under Article 6 have been completed. So we will now start on page 22. I will read each line item and the recommended amount. General Government, Select Board, Payroll, $859,906. Expenses, $72,649. Human Resources, Payroll, $211,816. Expenses, $9,100. Reserve Fund, $800,000 even. Accounting, Payroll, $326,588. Expenses, $12,700. Audit, $96,150. Information Technology, Payroll, $266,946. Expenses, $724,468. Capital outlay, $135,000 even. Assessing, Payroll, $372,916. Expenses, $11,358. consulting $45,000, map maintenance $300. Treasurer collector payroll $426,331, expenses $64,336, tax titles $10,000, capital outlay including transfer of $9,595 from capital stabilization fund, that same amount 9595. Legal services $395,372. Town meeting payroll $2,800, expenses $95,000. Town clerk payroll $240,226, expenses $20,130. Elections payroll $15,480, expenses $21,100. Conservation payroll $241,781, expenses $49,250. Hold. That was on conservation expenses. Can that voter just clarify? Did someone hold $49,250? Apparently not.
Yes, right here.
Oh, okay. Thank you. $49,250 has been held. Community planning, payroll $258,245. Expenses $17,650. Land use, payroll $176,038. Expenses $7,170. Bear Cove Park, payroll $26,366. Expenses $15,300. Capital outlay $23,231. Town Hall, payroll including overtime of $15,339,030. Expenses $379,600. Capital outlay $305,052. The GAR Hall expenses $20,332. Police, including overtime of $552,329, $7,048,364. Expenses, including capital outlay, a transfer of $11,420 from the Capital Stabilization Fund, $621,670. Fire, payroll, including overtime of $828,920 and appropriated $2,034,858 from ambulance receipts, $7,361,651. Expenses, $744,537. Capital outlay is $831,124, including a transfer of $611,124 from excess ambulance receipts held in fund balance. Dispatch, $1,089,389. Building department, payroll $399,672. Expenses $13,582. Capital outlay $46,000 even. Animal control $97,451, including overtime of $2,059. Expenses of $6,200. Harbor master, payroll $321,321, including overtime of $15,480. Transfer of $196,952 from the Municipal Waterways Improvement and Maintenance Fund. Expenses $90,235. Capital outlay of $150,000, that amount being transferred from the Municipal Waterways Improvement and Maintenance Fund. Public safety, utilities, emergency water, $400,000. Street lighting, $128,624. Public safety facility, $120,000. Education, the school department, payroll $60,266,942. Expenses $10,116,810. Capital outlay $1,623,452, including a transfer of $8,985 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. Public Works, DPW, Highway, Tree and Park, payroll $2,908,597, including overtime of $110,35. Expenses $894,190. Snow removal $33,968, including overtime of $126,407. Road maintenance, $430,500. The transfer station, payroll, $591,406. Expenses, $1,327,462. Capital outlay, $25,000. Sewer, payroll, $204,750. Expenses, $669,912. Engineering, $13,500. Debt service, $42,617. MWRA charges, $2,319,234. The Hull intermunicipal agreement, $459,245. Capital outlay, $577,250. That total of $4,268,508 it comes from sewer revenues. Human services, the payroll, $312,342. The expenses, $40,962. Center for Active Living payroll, $408,52. Expenses, $22,310. Veteran Services payroll, $114,448. Expenses, $7,956. Benefits, $148,529. Health Imperatives and South Shore Resource Advocacy Center both have allocations this year recommended as zero, but that is because those allocations that have ranged at the figures you see for fiscal 24 and 25 have been incorporated into health. Those fundings are being made, they're just in a different place this year. You won't see them again next year because they will be in health as they are this year. Library, $1,967,159, including overtime of $80,027, expenses $498,827, capital outlay $156,000. Recreation, payroll and expenses are similar to what I mentioned before, are shown at zero. That's because they're down below in 631. So we'll just do 630 first. Capital outlay is $365,000. Then athletic field maintenance that used to be covered above, and recreation, it's broken out now, so it's more easier for you all to identify. Payroll, $76,928. Expenses, $204,165. The bathing beach, payroll, $31,202. Expenses, $8,800. Hold on the expenses and payroll. I'm sorry? Expenses. Okay. Historic preservation, payroll, $75,782. Expenses, $9,538. Celebrations, $15,241. Enterprise funds, start with the country club. Payroll, $1,161,978. Expenses, $896,234. Debt service, $244,281. Capital outlay of $75,000. That total is the $2,377,493, and that is from South Shore Country Club revenue, that being an enterprise fund. Again, an enterprise fund, the Weir River Water System, payroll $334,451, expenses $7,874,746, debt service $6,227,333, and that total of $14,436,530 is paid for from the Weir River Water System revenue, and a transfer of $176,530 from retained earnings of that same system. Debt service on page 28, $13,695,055. Employee benefits, including group insurance, $8,406,867. OPEB, this is other post-retirement benefits, $1,498,660. Contributory retirement amount, $7,190,072. Workers' comp, $330. Unemployment insurance, $50,000. Mandatory Medicare, $1,293,716. Property and liability insurance, $1,870,580. So we will now vote on all those items that have not been held. In my book, I have two holds. I have a hold on page 23 under item 171, expenses for conservation. And I have a second hold on page 27 on the expenses of the bathing beach of $8,800. All those in favor of those items that have not been held, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote, but for the two held items. We will now come back to the two held items, and I would invite the voter who held expenses under conservation to come forward to a microphone. Identify yourself by name and residential address, and please speak distinctly into the microphone so we can get the benefit of your remarks.
Good evening. I'm Grace Rosado Griffiths. I live at number 9 Irving Street. I own number 1 and number 9 Irving Street. I have had the sincere honor and pleasure to speak to a lot of the town officers, Mr. Mayo, and I have become very well acquainted. Unfortunately, he knows me only too well, but I appreciate your kindness. I am here because I don't understand the function of our Conservation Commission any longer. I grew up in Hingham. I have lived at 44 Winter Street or 9 Irving since 1968. I'm a Center Hingham kid. I have watched my pasture that was bought on our property in 1979 turn to swamp, as swamp at my abutters has turned to lawn, all in the name of conservation, wetland protection, environmental concerns, et cetera, et cetera. All I've ever asked for is for the town to take your dirty water and move it so it doesn't come on to number 1 Irving Street and destroy it. Back in 1998, Joe Stigliani, who was the first conservation officer, became the new DPW head. He suggested for the town of Selectmen to please move the outfall drainage pipe that has no historic easement on either my neighbor's property or mine to be moved, because the property that was swamp was gradually turning to lawn, and he wanted lawn. I never objected to his want. I just thought there would be equity as time went on, and that the disparity that the town was creating by allowing things to happen through conservation in 2006, putting in 17 French drains that were never a repair. I did not have an attorney to help me, so it happened. I never begrudged or have lawn envy, but my pasture has turned to swamp in the name of conservation and preservation. I want the town to take the drainage water and move it down or do something, because you have destroyed my property. Is no longer a natural habitat. I have invasive Phragmites. I could never have had a horse there. I could never garden. I have to file notice of intent if I want to cut anything, if I want to create a path so I don't get deer ticks all over me and doxycycline to relieve whatever. I am before you because I can't afford an attorney. I can't afford the expense to protect my property. All I've ever wanted was a pasture. And the town has repeatedly used the environmental laws that are in place to punish me and my property to the extent that now it is swamp. And the swamp that was historic is now a beautiful lawn. God bless them for spending all the money on grass. I'm not interested, but I am interested in having my property be safe and sound. Move the drainage. It could have been done for $20,000 or $25,000 in 1998, and I wouldn't be before you now. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Before you sit down, and I appreciate your comments, the matter before us right
I
now
know was the expense.
is the expense. Do you
Yes,
wish-
and I don't understand how the payroll and expense has gone from absolutely nothing practically in 1968 to a quarter of a
Is
million
there,
dollars.
excuse me, is there an amount that you wish to propose?
No, I just wanted to be able to share with my community because I feel like I've been told to get attorneys to talk to at every turn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the expense item on 171? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor of the recommended amount under expense of $49,250 under conservation, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes obviously have it. The expense item at $49,250 is approved. And now we come to the second item, which is trustees of the bathing beach, the expense item of $8,800. Thank you. Please identify yourself by name and street address.
Hi, I'm Laura Gonsalves at 65 Fort Hill Street. Admittedly, I don't know if this line item is representative of what I thought it was, but I'm just curious to know if the expenses that are outlined in this particular budget for Bathing Beach are for helping improve the beach?
Excuse me? For what?
Helping improve the beach itself.
Who would like to address that on behalf of the trustees of the bathing beach? Come forward and identify yourself, Mr. Johnson, please.
Ed Johnson, 108 Ward Street. The $8,000 spent is for the maintenance of the property. I'm one of the 3 volunteers, trustees. I go down there every Sunday and clean up. The DPW does an excellent job down there cleaning up. There's a lot of trash on the weekends down there. We're going to be putting the barrels out in another couple of weeks. That will help, with the trash situation. And we're very fortunate that the DPW does an excellent job down there cleaning. The storms have done a job on where the Armour Stone's located. It washes away. We put seagrass in there to hold the sand in, and I think you get a big bang out of the $8,000. Yes.
One, would love to help with cleaning up, so maybe we can exchange info. I'm just curious then, at what point in the budget there would be efforts to, if you're ever down there at low tide or even when it's high tide, it's extremely rocky, it's like walking through tar. Where would that sit in terms of improvement?
Ed, come forward again, please.
Sorry.
Again, Ed Johnson, 108 Ward Street. I don't know if you're familiar with the boat ramp area. Well, the sand washes down there all the time continuously, and the DPW moves that sand back up. We got another northeaster, it winds up back at the boat ramp. So it's a continuous problem. The only resolution there is to put Armour Stone out there, put jetties out there, and I don't think we want to do that. It would wreck the harbor. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what the solution is. I just wish we had a better beach. It's a wonderful area. I love going down there. I just wish it was improved, and I can help be part of that effort, but it seems like it's going to be more than $8,800 to do that.
Thank you. So make sure you fill out a talent bank form. And also, some of these issues, I think, will surface under, no pun intended, under Article 26. I think some of these things will come up under Article 26 when we get to the town pier, and which is a big number. It's a lot bigger than $8,800. Thank you. So we come to vote on that held item. All those in favor of the $8,800 of expense for the bathing beach, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. And that brings to that end Article 6. All those in favor of Article 6, including the two items, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. All right, Article 7. Article 7 is a transfer from a stabilization fund. We'll get through these, I think, fairly expeditiously. Will the town transfer a sum of money from the stabilization fund for the purpose of paying debt service for excluded debt in order to reduce the need to raise funds through the tax rate? So the recommended motion is that the town transfer $178,836 from the stabilization fund for the purpose of paying interest on outstanding debt, excluded debt notes and bonds, in order to reduce the need to raise those funds through the FY26 tax rate. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion under Article 7. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Next, disbursement of electric lighting department receipts. Will the town appropriate from the receipts of the lighting plant money for the maintenance and operation of the plant for a 12-month period commencing July the 1st, pursuant to Massachusetts general law, and provide for the disposition of any surplus receipts or act on anything related thereto? I will abstract a bit of the comment. The light plant is a self-funding operation. Funds collected from billing customers are used to do what? To pay all expenses incurred by the plant. The light plant board has a written policy in place by which it makes a voluntary earned surplus payment in the form of what is known as a payment in lieu of taxes, a pilot payment to the town of Hingham. The pilot amount is calculated by multiplying the number of kilowatt hours sold by the plant by a number. The minimum payment for the light plant is expected to make to the town is $450,000. However, based on sales for the last several years, it's estimated the total final payment would be more like $500,000 for FY26. The plant's pilot payment to the town has the effect of reducing the town's tax rate. The recommendation is that this happen and that the amount be not less than $450,000. It's all more particularly set forth in the recommended motion under Article 8. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion under Article 8. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 9. Article 9 is another revolving fund. Will the town limit the amount of money that may be spent from the building department revolving fund established under Article 18 of the town's general bylaws to $255,000 during FY26? So what's the revolving fund? The building department revolving fund is credited with all fees from plumbing, gas, and electrical inspections performed by inspectors. The fund is used to pay wages, salaries, and fringe benefits as applicable to those staff members. Each year, town meeting has to vote on a limit to limit the amount that may be spent from the revolving fund. In recent years, the total spending cap was $280,000. However, a determination has been made to lower the spending cap from $280,000 to $255,000 for fiscal '26 in order to bring the revolving fund more in line with revenue and maintain a positive balance in the revolving fund. It is recommended, therefore, that the town limit the total amount that may be spent from the building department revolving fund established under Article 18 of Hingham's general bylaws to $255,000 during fiscal '26. Is there discussion? Hearing, seeing none, we come to vote on the recommended motion under Article 9. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Under Article 10. Article 10 relates to the transfer of funds to the reserve fund. The question is, will the town raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to the town's reserve fund for use during this fiscal year, fiscal '25? Now, there was in the room a very short report from the advisory committee, because you'll see it says the comment. This article is included each year in case the existing reserve fund is not adequate to cover unbudgeted and unanticipated expenses for the current fiscal year. The specific amount will be reported at town meeting. The envelope has been handed to me, and the number is $387,293. So you had a one-page report in the room tonight with the recommended amount from AdCom for the answer to the question under Article 10, that the town transfer the sum of $387,293 from unassigned fund balance to the town's reserve fund for use during the current fiscal year 2025. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote under the recommended motion, on the recommended motion, under Article 10. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Next, Article 11, DPW vehicles and equipment. The question before you is, will the town vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money to be expended by the Select Board to be used to purchase vehicles and/or equipment for the DPW? Comment. The article requests that the town utilize $1,611,404 from unassigned fund balance to replace critical Department of Public Works and transfer station vehicles and equipment required to maintain fundamental town services and operations. The Capital Outlay Committee, that is another hardworking committee of your town, populated by volunteers and staff members of the town. The Capital Outlay Committee has proposed a solution to the Select Board as the committee current levy-funded budget, which as presented in the warrant forecast, is insufficient to cover current requests identified as high priorities by department managers. This approach has been supported by the town's financial policy and responsibilities of the Capital Outlay Committee as outlined in the town bylaws. On a fund that Tina Sherwood was speaking about in her introduction to Article 6. The Advisory Committee and Select Board have voted unanimously in favor of the motion under Article 11, recommended that the town appropriate and transfer $1,611,404 from unassigned fund balance to be expended by the Select Board to be used to purchase vehicles and/or equipment for the Department of Public Works. Is there discussion? If not, we come to, yes, sir. Come forward, please, to a microphone. Identify yourself by name and residential address.
John Mooney, 10 West Street. I just have a question. Pardon my ignorance. Are these vehicles owned by Hingham or are they leased? And if they're leased, I mean, they're pretty old. I mean, they're close to end of life, and I'm sure no one wants these vehicles to be broken down on a bad winter.
Yes, that's a fair point. Ted Ciolis, you want to speak to that? And the simple question may give rise to a simple answer. Are these vehicles owned by the town? Identify yourself.
Good evening, Ted Ciolis, 33 Kimball Beach Road, Advisory Committee. These vehicles are owned by the town.
And
speak right into the mic, please.
The vehicles are owned by the town and in very bad repair.
Stay put and bring the microphone up higher.
Yep.
Yes.
And I just have a corollary. I just have an extra question. Now, the police vehicles, are those owned by the town, or do they lease those? And can we combine all these? Could we lease, or could we? It's just an idea.
They're owned, right? Police commissioners?
Yeah, I mean, they're owned, right?
Yeah. Police vehicles are owned by the town.
And how old are those? I'm going off topic.
You are. Can you contain yourself to the matter before the meeting, if you would?
All right.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the recommendation that relates to DPW vehicles? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Article 12, transfer of tax title sales into the Capitalization Stabilization Fund. Question, Will the town appropriate and transfer the net sale proceeds received during fiscal '25 from the sale of any tax title real estate, real property, to the capitalization, strike that, sorry, I'm reading too fast, the Capital Stabilization Fund? Comment, I'll abstract part of it. This article will facilitate the transfer of funds received by the town from tax title sales completed during fiscal '25 into the Capital Stabilization Fund. This stabilization fund was established back in 2023 to hold non-recurring revenue sources, in particular, revenue from the sale of used town assets to build up a reserve that can be used to support capital spending above and beyond what can be formally budgeted in a given year. This article would specifically authorize the transfer of funds generated through the tax title sale on properties on Andrew Isle Road. The properties are at 1, 3, and 9 Andrew Isle Road, and they were acquired by the town for unpaid real estate taxes. There was an auction held in fiscal '25. To date, the sale of 9 Andrew Isle Road reached a closing and generated $45,000 for the town, and it is anticipated that the other properties' sales will close during this fiscal year. This article would authorize the transfer of these funds from the general fund into the Capital Stabilization Fund. The advisory committee and your select board voted unanimously in favor of this article. The recommendation is set forth at 32, that the town transfer the net sale proceeds from the sale of any tax title property received during fiscal '25 into the Capital Stabilization Fund. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote on the recommended motion under Article 12, rather. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Next, Article 13, transferred from the Capital Project Cost and Debt Service Stabilization Fund. That's a mouthful. Will the town transfer a sum of money from the Capital Project Cost and Debt Service Stabilization Fund, established under Article 3 of the 2022 Hingham Special Town Meeting, to be what? To be expended by the Select Board for the purpose of paying debt service on excluded debt bond anticipation notes and/or bonds that relate to the new elementary school at 55 Downer Avenue, the Foster School, and the new public safety facility at Lincoln Street, in order to reduce the need to raise these funds through the fiscal '25 tax rate. It then explains in the comment that this stabilization fund has a primary purpose is what? To pay capital costs and/or offset a portion of the annual debt service related to the construction of the Foster School and the public safety facility. In addition to its establishment at our special town meeting in 2022, the Capital Project Cost and Debt Service Stabilization Fund was also funded with $7 million from unassigned fund balance. Annual appropriations made from this fund are intended to help mitigate tax increases and pay debt service on those projects, or to be used for any other lawful purpose as determined by a future town meeting. The 2024 annual town meeting approved the transfer of $1 million from this fund in order to lessen the tax increase needed to support the new debt service payments for the public safety facility and Foster School projects. This article would allow another transfer of $2.2 million from the fund to reduce the tax burden needed to support debt service costs in fiscal '26. There's a table that depicts this. The recommended motion under Article 13 is before you with the unanimous recommendation of the Select Board and the Advisory Committee. I will read the recommended motion. That the town transfer the sum of $2.2 million from the Capital Project Cost and Debt Service Stabilization Fund established under Article 3 of the 2022 Town of Hingham Special Town Meeting for purpose of making debt service payments on the excluded debt notes bonds issued by the town for the public safety facility and Foster School projects in order over to microphone 23. Identify yourself by name and street address, please.
My name's Thomas Massimo, 185 Hersey Street. I maybe missed my chance to stand up in Article 6, but my concern about debt service and stuff that we may approve later on is I'm looking at our potential for having some shortfalls from money from Washington and then money from the state. And other than a reference in the budget explanation to uncertain times, I'm not so sure, and correct me if I am wrong, that any sort of a reduction in state aid and et cetera has been built into this budget. As I'm looking at this, I mean, we know we were all here when we voted for the new school and the public safety. We have a lot of big ticket items before us tonight as well, or the first payment and then the actual building costs. And I'm just really concerned when I look at our 5-year plan, you're building in an override to begin with. We can't even budget against that, it seems. And now we're talking about some more things, but I'm concerned about changing economic conditions really in the nation, but it's going to affect us as well. Is there a comment to what sort of I know this takes months to do, but how you address the changes in Washington?
I think that might be beyond the scope of the meeting. But Alan McDonald, you've got this for advisory committee.
Alan McDonald, 14 Partridge Drive, and you're very right. We're all very concerned about that, and this effort, starting in '22, to take what we had as referred as excess fund balance, they're not recurring revenues. It's what we have in our rainy day fund. It's the town savings account, and we don't want to dedicate those funds to general operating budget items that will recur, because you can't use a non-recurring revenue source to pay for a recurring operating cost. And so what we did, because we were lucky, and we are lucky now, that we have a pretty good rainy day fund, we're trying to use that to reduce the debt service costs that we'll have to do for these 2 projects already, and looking forward to all the other things that we have to do going forward. So it's absolutely the concern that this is meant to try and address.
Thank you. Thomas Massimo, 185 Hersey Street. I appreciate that. I do have to say I'm not so sure that, beyond the scope of town meeting was correct, because we need to be looking at how we're spending the town money going forward. So I'm not actually against this actual article, but I think as we go through the articles this evening, I would have liked to see some more built in to these proposals that would reflect some uncertainty in the future.
And that is, so that Alan McDonald, 14 Partridge Drive, for the advisory committee. We do the town budgeters do a 5-year forecast that does look out and make assumptions about state aid, tax levy, growth in town, all those things, and make an assumption about growth in operating expenses. And that's when Chairperson Sherwood referred to at the beginning. Looking forward, there's a real concern about deficits. And so that's where we're sort of making people aware of. And as we think of what else should we spend money on, you got to be aware that that's exactly a right concern. So we are trying to be conscious of that.
Thank you.
Yes, and for those who wish to look at not perhaps at the moment, but at page 13, to the gentleman's question, you can see at page 13, as Tina said earlier, a municipality cannot run unlike the federal government or the Commonwealth, it can't run an unbalanced budget. So you see that for the forecast for fiscal 2026 shows a balanced budget, whereas for 2027, 2028, 2029, and 2030, it shows a remarkably big number in parentheses. So those out of balance budgets will need to be addressed through curtailment. To vote on the recommended motion under Article 13. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Now to Article 14. Article 14 is the first of several articles that deals with the Center for Active Living. But first, a revolving fund. The question under Article 14 is, will the town limit the total amount that may be spent from the Center for Active Living revolving fund established under Article 16 of the general bylaws to $80,000 during fiscal 26, or act on anything related thereto? The comment on this one is fairly straightforward. The Center for Active Living revolving fund is credited with all fees and charges received from the center's programs and expenses related to them, and the article would limit the total amount that may be spent from the revolving fund to $80,000 in 2026, fiscal year 26. The recommendation is that the town do this, that the town vote to limit the amount that may be spent from the Center Active Living revolving fund established under Article 16 to $80,000. Is there discussion on that? If not, we vote on the recommended motion under Article 14. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There's one no, or the ayes obviously have it, and the motion is adopted. Now we'll go to 15. 15 asks the following question. Will the town raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds an amount of money to be expended under the direction of the Select Board for expenses associated with the design, architectural, engineering, owner's project manager, and other professional services to complete the design and to complete the pre-construction bid documents in order to obtain construction bids for a new Center for Active Living to be located at Bear Cove Park Drive, Hingham, Massachusetts, or act on anything related thereto? You will see a long comment. You will see a recommended motion under Article 35. I'm confident there will be discussion on this, so I would invite any discussion of the recommended motion. The recommended motion is that the town vote to transfer from unassigned fund balance an amount not to exceed $2.5 million to be expended under the direction of the Select Board for expenses associated with the design, architectural, engineering, project manager, and other professional services to do what? To complete the design and pre-construction bid documents in order to obtain construction bids for a new Center for Active Living at Bear Cove Park Drive. At a later date, the town may authorize a borrowing to finance construction of the project. In that event, the town may elect to reimburse the funds appropriated by this vote to pay preliminary expenses on the project with proceeds of bonds or notes that may be authorized by the town to pay costs of completing the project. So that is the question. The question is on page 33. The recommended motion is on page 35. The advisory committee voted 13-1 in favor of the recommended motion, and the Select Board voted unanimously in favor of the recommended motion under Article 15. The first person whom I will recognize for this from the advisory committee is Carol Tully. The way our advisory committee works, there are members who provide liaison to various matters that have come before the meeting, and Carol is the advisory committee member who has this article. So, Ms. Tully.
Thank you. Carol Tully, 10 Heron Way, speaking on behalf of the advisory committee. The need for a new active living center has been acknowledged for a long time and has been documented in various reports in the annual town meeting, town warrants for over a decade. At the 2020 town meeting, the building committee was established and funds were appropriated for the design and engineering for a renovation of the current center at Town Hall. At 2023 town meeting, the voters approved an expansion of this scope to include alternative town-owned property and different models for a center and the feasibility and the costs associated with those different models. Today, the town is being asked to fund the architectural, engineering, and design and necessary documents to obtain construction bids for a center to be located at Bear Cove Park Drive. We, the advisory committee, had opportunities to explore these issues, but I'm going to leave the comments on the extensive activities of the building committee, the town's demographics, and the importance and nature of today's centers to the informed speakers that will follow me. I'm going to focus my comments on the advisory committee's process in reviewing the article and the factors that influenced our vote. The article was before the AdCom on 4 occasions. In January, the Building Committee made a presentation that included a summary of the committee's research and work with consultants, unsuccessful attempts to refit the space at Town Hall for many reasons, including inadequate space for expanded programs, even considering the space that's soon to be vacated by the police. It also considered the multiple floors, insufficient parking, and the town's current and projected demographics. At the same time, the Building Committee provided us with the Aging in Hingham, a community needs assessment that was prepared by the University of Massachusetts Center for Social and Demographic Research on Aging. The 93-page report provided a plethora of information, including identifying the needs and preferences of Hingham's residents as they age. The committee engaged EDM Studio, an architectural firm with experience in municipal buildings, including senior centers, SLR Consulting, a site planning, civil engineering, and environmental firm, and Lifespan Design Studio, a senior center design specialty firm. In February, the Building Committee, the town's administrator, our real estate counsel, and 2 representatives from the firms that I just mentioned made a very thorough presentation that included the building's proposed features and the rationale for the size of a new building. The size of the new center is going to be informed by the programming and services that would be provided and the increasing percentage of the town's aging population, currently at 32% of the residents and growing. I will say personally, this discussion prompted me to visit some of the other newer South Shore centers. They were vibrant and busy with people coming together for activities such as educational sessions, Tai Chi, yoga, exercise classes, drawing and painting classes, woodworking, mahjong, and bridge. And also space for just plain socializing. Hingham residents are currently visiting other town centers to attend programs that aren't available here in Hingham. In March, AdCom deliberated the article. Shortly thereafter, some of the members of AdCom took a field trip to tour the Marshfield Center. The tour included seeing some of the activities offered by the center, as well as the health and social services provided and a view to the types of spaces that would be needed to accommodate these programs and services. EDM recommended and the committee selected a site on Bear Cove Park Drive. EDM has presented a conceptual this is not a final design. EDM's proposal letter for the next phase of the project includes that they will review the scope of the project, understand the town's requirements, and obtain any additional information that's needed. They'll then prepare multiple design concepts, which will be narrowed down to one scheme that will be further developed. It's during this phase that the town has a history of value engineering new buildings.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. We've been informed by Mr. Mayo that the public safety building is approximately 20% smaller than the original design. So remember, today we're not being asked to vote on the conceptual design or the size or cost of the building. The town's voting for the $2.5 million for the activities outlined in the comment to bring the project to the construction phase. The design will continue to evolve. The advisory committee voted 13-1, and the select board voted unanimously in favor of this, and we encourage you to support this article.
Thank you. I recognize Mr. Carey.
Tom Carey, 1131 Main Street. I first addressed town meeting about the needs of seniors in 1993. At the time, I was particularly concerned about my mother and father. Now that I've begun to see a couple of gray hairs, it seems of even greater importance, but in fact, I'm more concerned about my children and your children than I am about myself, because the projections from the state, the national, elsewhere, all over the place, is the percentage of us pesky elders is due to increase. We're already at a population of a third. And so what we're looking forward to is an even greater need. When I was addressing you in 1993, we had a 350 square foot senior center. It was the old Hersey house down in the center of town. My mother liked playing bridge there. That's about all you could do. It was the living room. If necessary, you could go up the wooden stairs, and Roger Sullivan would be up there to help you with your taxes, but that was all senior centers did. What we proposed was to incorporate the senior center in the then under planning community center or civic center at the old junior high school, now commonly called the town hall. And we combined a lot of activities that were scattered all over town into that building. We gave the senior center 14 times more space. They went up to 5,000. So I'm here today talking, doing that anymore. It's been 27 years. I foolishly thought that I'd covered the town's needs for a hell of a long time, but what did I know? When one is thinking at this level, town meeting decision-making level, keep in mind we're looking to the future. It's not a question of what they could sneak by with if you gave them a few extra square feet. It's a question of what is the town going to need going forward, and what's the best way for us to plan to meet that. I am standing in front of you as the chair of a town meeting created committee. It's not something that the senior center people paid us to do or anything like that. This is one of those committees, as the original town hall project was, as the public safety is, as other projects over the years has been. Our obligation was to town meeting. And so when we come back to you to report, you'll hear from others about all the hard work we did. I can assure you that we did the amount of work that I would ordinarily plan to do for anything that was going to require me to stand up in front of all my fellow citizens that.
You have 1 minute.
It wasn't. It didn't work. No parking, terrible. Amount of space, not enough. Construction difficult. Might have triggered more expenses because of the building code requirement to upgrade everything when you tinker with the building. So we looked elsewhere as you authorized us, and we chose this site at Bear Cove Park Drive. It's entirely appropriate. If you vote in favor tonight, I will work my tail off for the next 12 months and return with a specific, concrete set of documents, a bid in hand so that we know what we're paying, and we can finally take an affirmative step toward restoring Hingham's treatment of seniors to the level that it should be at. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Moderator recognizes Ms. Duff. Mrs. Duff.
Geraldine Duff, 37 Bradley Park Drive. My family came to this country in 1620, and they have given much to pay through their taxes to the children, the police, the fire, the hospitals. They've given so much down through the years. I myself have been voting in Hingham since 1971. So much. Thank you.
Mr. Seelan?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening. My name is Jerry Seelan, 166 Hersey Street, and I'm a senior citizen. And while I support a reasonable expansion of the Senior Center or the Center for Active Living, I'm speaking tonight in opposition to this article. First of all, full disclosure, I was the architect for the original town hall. Almost 30 years ago, it seems like only yesterday, that Tom and I worked together. And as Tom said, at the time, the 5,000 square foot size of the then new Senior Center seemed palatial, certainly compared to what we had at Hersey House. I recognize times change. In the intervening years, needs have changed and grown. But with any growth in perceived needs, we always have to ask the question, how much physical expansion in response is the right amount? Particularly when we have other pressing needs like the school roofs that you'll hear about later tonight, and the growth pressures on all our other portions of our town budget. And in my opinion, a new building of 28,000 square feet, because that's what's being proposed, almost 6 times the size of our current senior center, is simply too much. Why is it too much? Well, first of all, let's look at the basic size. Whenever we consider new initiatives, we like to see what other similar towns have done. So I looked at 20 other towns, including many of our benchmark communities, and I found that the sizes of their senior centers range from 5,000 square feet in Westwood to 24,000 square feet in Marshfield, with the overall average size being around 14,000 square feet. Even the newer facilities such as Situate and Wellesley, which we all admire and have made site visits to, have senior centers of 15,000 square feet and 13,000 square feet respectively. In fact, Marshfield is an outlier, as apparently it was 250 years ago when they sided with the other guys. It's an outlier at 24,000 square feet, and yet we're proposing our facility be even bigger than that. Interesting side note, the city of Newton recently completed a brand new 3-story senior center, 32,000 square feet, and this for a city 4 times the size of Hingham, and it was very controversial in Newton. Meanwhile, the proposed size drives my second concern, the abandonment of Town Hall. When we finally decided to move the police department out of Town Hall, we thought, wow, we'll be able to triple the size of the senior center to that magic number of 15,000 square feet. But instead, with the proposed plan, we've precluded this option with a 28,000 square foot program that would only be possible at Town Hall with unrealistic and costly additions. If both the police department and the senior center vacate Town Hall, this will leave almost 20% of that building vacant. To heat, to cool, to keep clean, to maintain, with no serious anticipated new uses. And if we do new uses, they'll have to be paid for. If we have to do code changes, they will have to be complied with. So we talk a lot about sustainability these days, and this doesn't sound like a sustainable approach to me. And while there are always challenges in remodeling projects, I think a 15,000 square foot remodeling project to Town Hall without any costly additions should be given another serious look. My third concern with a large new standalone building is the cost of operations and maintenance. This building will need to be heated and cooled, snow shoveled and grass cut, broken things fixed, and roofs repaired, and we'll hear more about roof repairs later. And it will need at least one full-time janitor, possibly more, depending on the final hours of operation. Private sector building owners typically budget between $5 and $10 per square foot per year for these costs. So we're looking at hundreds of thousands of additional dollars every year to cover these expenditures forever. My final concern is the cost of additional staffing. A six-fold growth in facility size and a likely doubling of operating hours means more paid staff, probably twice as many as we have now, also forever. At a time when we're asking other departments to keep their annual budget growth to 3.5%, it doesn't seem equitable to me for one department's budget to grow by 100% or more. And make no mistake, if you vote for this article tonight, you're voting for this 28,000 square foot facility as proposed. When was the last time we voted for design and construction document numbers and didn't go forward with the project? So if you want to mothball 20% of our beautiful and historic town hall with no foreseeable serious use, then vote for this article.
You have 1 minute.
If you want Hingham to have by far the biggest senior center in the area, fully twice the size of similar towns, then vote for this article. If you want to raise your taxes with another $35 million debt exclusion to pay for the construction of this building, in addition to the debt exclusions for the public safety building, Foster, $50 million of school roof repairs, and on, then please vote for this article. And if you want to further pave the way for the next operating override by locking in significant growth in staff expenses and building operating expenses for a single department, then by all means, vote for this article. But if, like me, you support a reasonable expansion of the Center for Active Living, one that addresses growing needs without unduly stressing future budgets, then let's press the pause on this effort. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's come back to next year's town meeting with a more realistic and responsible proposal. And let's vote no on this article tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. You might recognize me. I'm Dr. Susan Keynes, and I was the ranger at Bear Cove Park from 2001 to 2004, and I was on the Bear Cove Park Committee from 2013 to 2017.
And your residential address?
I live now, currently, at 5 Beals Cove Road, Unit D. Previously, I lived on Main Street and suffered immensely from reprisals for taking the lead, one of the leads in getting a leash law for Bear Cove Park, but it's now very pleasant to walk there. A study had been done, a sampling study, and there were 26,000 dogs running loose there, but we have been able to curtail that. I come to speak because I've walked every inch of that land, and most recently I've walked the area where the senior center is planned to be. My background, I have to say, because most people don't know that. I'm kind of a recluse right now because I'm also a full-time student again. But my doctorate's from Columbia University with my dissertation focusing on the preservation of biodiversity in the United States, and focusing on all the kinds of land-holding institutions from federal government, state, county, local, town, and nonprofit organizations. But I'm here to speak about the siting of the senior center in Bear Cove Park. It's in the area that's been designated as an area of critical environmental concern in 1982, an ACEC, and we seem to have forgotten that. Now, why would they do such a thing? And additionally, this land was granted to the town through the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is an organization established by Congress in 1964 to safeguard natural areas, water resources, and to provide recreation areas. But Bear Cove Park has gone from an area of 950 acres to developing 466 of that, leading 484 acres for Bear Cove Park, but not all of that is natural area because it's crisscrossed by many macadam roadways. I do have to insert here that I am a senior citizen and have been collecting Social Security for almost 11 years. So I'm not anti-senior. People said when I wanted a dog leash law in the park that I was anti-dog, but I had 13 puppies at the time of Rhodesian Ridgebacks in Montana on my son's ranch because I wasn't going to let them run loose in the park. Anyway, I have walked this area, and in the area that is forested, there are some trees there that are more than 2.5 feet diameter at breast height, DBH. And those are nice big trees. This is an area that's beginning to be known as forest interior. And forest interior is an area that is need for particular species of birds. The most enjoyable one there that I've been listening to since March is the barred owls, and they need large tracts of land. They are not a common bird, but they are a responsive bird, and you can go, and if you know how to call them like I do, they will come out and talk with you. But it's not just that. The most important points related to keeping this land in natural area is that what you do on the land ends up in the waters, and in the waters of the Back River, there are 31 species of fishes, and those fishes use this as their nursing ground, their nurse ground. It's an estuary. We all know about the herring run, but do you know all the other fishes in that river? And they require a certain amount of oxygen, certain amount of a balance of salinity with fresh water, and that is maintained, but it can easily be overcome because if we develop yet another place, and I've lived through the development of and land swaps, and this is just another thing that is a development that threatens the integrity of this ecosystem.
You have 1 minute.
All right. The salinity patterns must remain the same in the river. You can say, well, there was a checklist that I saw that was sent to the National Park Service lady, and I spoke with her the day before she retired, and she told me the people that will replace her, that will be looking at this project, they all have more than 400 projects each, and they won't get to them, and they certainly don't walk the land. So the plan for this park, or for this senior center, I notice it says right in the middle of it, there's a plan for expansion. So we're not talking what the plan is now, but they will plan to expand it, which is going to be yet more land, and this is above a wetlands, and you go out there right now and you can see skunk cabbage. So we need larger parcels of our forest interior species, which are starting to come back if we
Your time
let
has
them,
expired.
rather than yet another development.
I'll recognize Susan Murphy. Susan is a counsel for the town on real estate since issues were raised with respect to the appropriate use of this parcel. Although Susan provides counsel to the town, Susan is not a resident of the town. For Susan to make a presentation to you, you must first determine whether you wish that presentation to be made by a non-voter. All those in favor of allowing Ms. Murphy to speak, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Ms. Murphy, you may proceed for 6 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Susan Murphy. I'm special real estate counsel for the town. I've held this position for 13 years. I was a resident of the town for over 25 years, 11 of which I spent on the planning board. In the over 10 years that I've been counsel, I have worked directly with the town administrators of the town over those years as to coordinate with the national. What I wanted to do was give just some quick background to maybe correct and clarify some of the information that you've received. Just quickly for orientation, if anyone's new, the location is up near the Back River in the, I want to say, northeast west corner of the town. Next slide. So this is an area, the program that the town actually acquired the land with is known as the Federal Lands to Park Program. And there wasn't there was a naval ammunition depot there for almost 70 years. And so that's why there were roadways, railroad tracks, many dilapidated buildings, which people who are familiar with the park will have seen. The town, through this program, acquired approximately 467 acres, 114 of which is underwater. It's the river. The town has actually added more land to the park over the years. But the deed to the town was for open space and for recreation. It was not conveyed to the town by the federal government solely to be a park that was not to be used for any other purposes. However, the town is required to submit stewardship reports periodically to the National Park Service. And over the years, the National Park Service, in coordination with the town, has recognized kind of the division of this land, not any formal boundaries, but generally, and you'll see up on the map in front of you, everything in green is the area that's referred to as between the gates. The gate at the end of Bear Cove Park Drive, and Sheltree Path, which is right near the Beale Street Fields that you may be aware of, where there's the football. But you could probably skip a couple more and see what these old naval buildings. So if you look at the bottom left corner of your screen, that is the building that is currently located on the parcel where the HCAL would be located. Next slide, please. This area that is circled actually shows this active recreation area or active activities that the National Park Service allows. Next slide. These are other activities that currently happen within the land. There's the Dock Museum, there's the Fire Museum, the Railway Club, and the field house on Lynch Field are all uses and buildings that are used within this Federal Lands to Park FLP land outside of Bear Cove Park. If you go to the next slide, I want to talk in some detail. I was requested by the town administrator and select board chair Fisher last year to participate in a meeting with the regional director for the National Park Service and walked through this. She knows the park well. She's been there. They're located in Boston. And subject to a very exacting environmental review, which the town was required to go through, she was very excited about this idea of locating this demographic of the population in an area.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you, where they could make the best use. So if you look at the slide, you will see that the town had to do a National Environmental Policy Act review, a federal law, to go through air and water quality, wildlife habitat, endangered species. We had environmental scientists, wetland scientists, town staff, all review this, and the National Park Service issued a categorical exclusion, which means that the impacts on the environment would be low. And quickly, the next slide. That included a review of the ACEC, and under Massachusetts law, on its website, it states that what the ACEC does not do is it does not prohibit development on the site. And a wetland scientist reviewed the ACEC for the National Park Service and determined that there would be no significant impacts in this particular location. So I just wanted to provide some context and background for town meeting's consideration. Thank you.
Yes. Well, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. Beth Rouleau, 14 Prospect Street, Vice Chair of the Center for Active Living Building Committee and former Chair of the Council on Aging. I have worked in the field of aging and volunteered in the field for close to 15 years. I'm grateful to have an opportunity tonight to share my perspective related to the Center for Active Living and to ask for your support for Article 15, an essential milestone on a long and informed path of learning and advocacy. The Center for Active Living, formerly the Senior Center, has operated from unchanged space for 30 years. The need for a modernized center was identified almost 15 years ago. In 2023, the center was renamed the Center for Active Living to reflect its mission and the long-time, closely held goal to address space constraints and advance plans for a modernized center. The proposed center is being designed in size for the 60-plus cohort. Program registration will be prioritized for age 60 and over. Historically, this has been a standard guideline because the Executive Office of Aging and Independence calculates funding to be distributed to municipalities across the state based on the number of residents age 60 and over. As described, Article 15 is not a vote for the final design or funding. By voting yes tonight, you are supporting an incremental step on a 15-year path of planning. This essential milestone must be met tonight to ensure an onward path where accumulating data and research will continue to inform the assembly of the final phase of design. I want to stress that we do have time to make adjustments and to modify this plan during the next year. We don't want to hit pause. It's been 15 years. We don't want to lose another year. In 2024, The youngest of an estimated 75 million baby boomers turned 60. By 2030, for the first time in the country's history, the share of people over age 60 will outnumber the share under 18. Many towns, including Hingham, have already reached this historic $60 by 2030. In addition to demographic shifts, other features are being more pronounced, including the number of older residents living alone. According to the U.S. Census data, 34% of Hingham residents live alone, and as well, the study recognized data related to changes in health status and the need for community supports. For decades, centers have been recognized as valued community resources. There are now more than 11,000 centers throughout the country providing evidence-based programs that promote health and well-being. Amidst demographic shifts, senior centers, the historic foundation of aging services, are being renamed, reimagined, and transformed into community focal points. Once dedicated to addressing problems, modernized centers are incorporating programmatic and design elements to promote health, wellness, and community connections. Unchanged centers, including Hingham Center for Active Living, are operating with profound constraints that will increasingly be a barrier to both participation levels and the expansion of impactful programs and services. We're at a challenging intersection of inadequate space and demographic shifts. It's a pivotal time of planning. Unprecedented demographic shifts with accompanying diverse needs and programmatic interests are driving innovation in the field of aging. As well, widely circulating research on the impact of purposeful engagement and social connections unanimous recommendation for the center at Bear Cove Park Drive was unanimously recommended.
You have 1 minute.
Okay. In 2020, the Cal Building Committee was appointed. The committee continues to evaluate programming and design concepts being incorporated in other recently designed centers, including peer communities where the development of modernized centers has fostered significant increases in levels of participation. The committee has synthesized many data points to inform the preliminary design. We assembled data for over 30 communities, and I just want to share that each senior center in other communities has to be considered in the context of multiple dimensions. First being age. Many older community and senior centers are facing the same struggle as we are in Hingham. We also look at other resources in the community, but most importantly, we consider the size of the 60-plus cohort. We considered several peer communities on the South Shore. Several of the communities have overall smaller populations, and every town we looked at has a smaller share of 60-plus.
Your time has regrettably expired. Okay, Mr. Pont.
Thank you.
Mr. Pont. Name and address, please.
Dick Pont, 3 Hollyhock Lane. I've been a resident. My wife and I have been residents for close to 50 years. You might remember me from past town meetings. I've spoken before, and I will speak again. I don't have a prepared speech. What I'm going to say is from the heart. I've supported, and most of the seniors in this room have supported the building of 3 new schools since I moved into town, a police and fire complex. I got up last year or the year before and advised everybody that they should vote for the new Foster School and they should vote for the new safety facility. It passed. Our time is due. The seniors in this town have been overlooked for years. This senior center is a long time coming. It's ridiculous to think that you could retrofit the existing senior center into the police department. That cost would be so prohibitive, you wouldn't believe it. So I am asking you, I've supported the younger people in town. I'm paying taxes. Will continue to pay taxes for as long as I live. I'm asking you for your support. Please vote for warrant number 15. Thank you.
Excuse me. Is there any voter who wishes to say something that we have not already heard? Excuse me. Let me run the meeting, okay? Ms. Sneath. I'll recognize you, Ms. Sneath. Come forward to microphone 2, please.
I appreciate your recognition. My name is Judy Sneath. I live at 89 North Street. My question is, for all of you, how will we consider this project in the context of all of the town's assets? Instead of looking at the page that the actual warrant is on, I look at page 76, and I'll urge you all to do the same, which is the total capital requests for the coming 4 years. Next, in fiscal 27 alone, we have $100 million in requests, including this $32 million project. It's an incredible number. And it doesn't even include the $8 million pool that town meeting voted for in 2022. So you can see our needs are extensive. My question is, why don't we think about the needs of seniors in this town in the context of all the space that is already available that we need to maintain? There's excess space at the South Shore Country Club. There are incredible resources available at our library, which has, you'll look at that list of capital needs, has serious capital needs. And we have excess capacity in our schools. According to recent enrollment studies that Mary Power wrote about in a recent Anchor article, the new Foster School is operating at 65% of its capacity. Plymouth River School is at 72% of its capacity, and we still need to maintain those buildings. So my question about this article is, if we vote this full amount today, how will we really work to think about the project and our seniors' needs in a slightly different way, rather than starting with a 28,000 square foot building and thinking about, which is in the furthest northwest corner of town, hardly accessible to all of the seniors in town. How will we, the people of this town, be involved in thinking creatively about this need and in reducing the amount of space in that building? I think if we vote no on this article, I would be very concerned, as Beth said, that we would be moving backwards. And yet I'm deeply concerned that if we vote yes, this is a done deal, and it is in addition to the other $100 million. Finally, because the population of this town is increasingly people of a certain age who are not still earning wages, many on fixed incomes, I think we need to be even more concerned about how much we borrow and how much we increase the town's commitment to future generations. So I would love to hear a little bit about how exactly moving this forward could be done in a way that doesn't commit us to a brand new 28,000 square foot building that it seems we cannot afford to maintain because that list on page 76. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn? Yeah. I recognize Ms. Sherwood on behalf of the advisory committee to generally address Ms. Sneath's concerns about the affordability of this, among other projects. Obviously, you have advisory committee voting 13-1 in favor of this project.
That is not an unfair concern, Ms. Sneath. We are very aware of the $99 million of capital projects that we have in the warrant. When we talk about the school roofs that we're going to hear that are projected right now at $50 million plus, we are looking to get MSBA reimbursement funds in order to bring those costs down. We expect to continue to use our excess unassigned fund balance in ways to mitigate taxes by doing things like we did with the Capital Debt Stabilization Fund, where we took excess fund balance and used it to offset the initial impact of tax increases. We feel very strongly that we continue to adhere to the Memorandum of Understanding or the financial management plan that we put in place, holding budgets to 3.5% growth. That financial management plan expires in fiscal '27, and we hope that we will be able to rewrite that in order to continue to manage our growth in a responsible way. We can't suggest that projects like this are not going to increase our taxes. We are looking at doing long-term capital planning in order to review. We're doing a school study, facility use study on the best uses for all of those buildings, as well as a long-term capital plan for all of our other facilities. So there are a lot of long-term planning projects in place in order to try and address these very concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Nevins, I'll get you next. Again, name and address, please.
Joe Nevins, 46 Lincoln Street, Chairman of the current Council on Aging. Spoiler alert, we support this article. What I want you to think about is that the Council on Aging has been looking out for the needs of seniors for the past 50 years. The building that we're talking about, or the site, has a projected life of the next 50 years. The people in this room, if you're old enough to vote, are likely candidates either now or in the next 5, 10, 20, or 30 years for the facility. It applies to all of us in this room, regardless of age. We have been planning this particular facility for 15 to 20 years. Some people have raised questions about the efforts that went into identifying Bear Cove. We didn't start by looking at Bear Cove. We started at a number of local facilities. We followed the directions of the Board of Selectmen. We looked at a variety of sites. What we needed was a purpose-built site. It was program-driven. That is why the size is 28,000 square feet. The programs that are used now by seniors and will be used by seniors and people that are older over the next 50 years. Right now, the staff at the Council for at the current Center for Active Living does a phenomenal job with what they have. But let's be real, and with due respect to Tom, it's a repurposed junior high school cafeteria. It is time that we have a purpose-built building that is programmed from the program up and decide what we need. We need to look not just today or tomorrow, but for the next 50 years. We look and we know what the population is in the town. We know what the needs are. This center provides vital services for people at a critical time in their lives. The programs that are offered there, the educational programs, the health programs, they help people sort out their health insurance needs. If you need to do that, if you're getting close to 65, that is not an easy task. If you need tax planning, that's not an easy task.
Strike that, I'm wrong. Go ahead.
There are a variety of programs. The people who attend the programs now are active and engaged citizens. We need them to remain active and engaged citizens. And that's what a facility of this size and with these capabilities will allow us to do. We are talking about voting funds for planning. The planning has started. It is far from finished. There is a year that will be devoted to a lot of effort to understand exactly what the needs are, what the benefits are, what the right place is, and that we can afford it. But I leave you with this. The people in this town, many of them already in their 50s and 60s, have stayed in this town long after their children have graduated from the schools because of the community that they have built. And they want to remain in this town, and we owe it to them, and we owe it to ourselves, and you owe it to your future self to vote for this article. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to speak? I'm going to recognize this voter first. Thank you. Identify yourself.
Yes, thank you. My name is Anita Ryan. I live at 37 Baker Hill Drive. Our seniors are a growing and important segment of our community. You deserve a wonderful center. And that was one of the reasons why we were asked to build a $40 million public safety building in the shipyard. And the police were going to move to a new building to free up space at Town Hall. That's what our seniors had wanted. How do we know that's what they wanted? There was a UMass study commissioned by the Council of Aging. In that study, the seniors were asked, what would you prefer? 40% of our seniors said they wanted an expanded or renovated senior center at its current location. Only 17% of respondents to that study said they wanted a senior center elsewhere in town. Despite that feedback, when it came time to present two options to the town regarding a new senior center, expansion or renovation at Town Hall was not one of them. Instead, a Hobson's choice was presented. Build over on Cronin Sports Field or build within Bear Cove Park. The problems with Town Hall have solutions. We don't need to build an entire new auditorium in Bear Cove Park when we can invest the money and make our existing auditorium accessible. Now this brings me to the proposal before us. 28,000 square feet of a one-story building plus 100,000 square feet of a 200-space asphalt parking lot inside Bear Cove Park, inside a wildlife sanctuary. While I know our seniors are wild and fun, they like to play bridge and other card games with exotic names I can't even pronounce, that's not the wildlife we were thinking of when we protected Bear Cove Park. Wildlife doesn't know of any gates. Wildlife knows a forest. And when you look at the map of Bear Cove Park that we have on our town website, there's no brown or green demarcation. Worked hard for 4 years to nominate the area to be an area of critical environmental concern. Many of the estuaries in the area between Hingham and Boston had already been overdeveloped, and the residents of our town wasn't going to let the same happen to this land. 4 town boards unanimously supported this area to be an area of critical environmental concern, and they were successful. We got a designation by the state. We asked for this. Our town asked to protect this land. This area, and I'm quoting from the designation, This area represents a unique and valuable resource worthy of the highest level of protection of its environmental and economic resources. I hereby find that the resources of the Back River ACEC are significant to flood control, the prevention of storm damage, fisheries, and protection of land. Sally Goodrich, founder of the Hingham Land Conservation Trust and Linden Ponds resident, wrote in support of the nomination. The Hingham Land Trust has long been aware of the value of this area. This is a rich breeding ground and is extremely important for the wildlife and birds there who breed there. This is indeed an area of critical concern and should be protected with the highest standards possible. Our own select board chair in 1982, Gene Bickford, he said, "Kindly rest assured of the complete cooperation and assistance of any kind from the town of Hingham to preserve this most valuable region of significance." I urge us to be true to our commitment in 2025, just as we were in 1982. The concerns about development have been clairvoyant. The development around this ACEC has been nonstop since 1982, and now we've butt up against its boundary. It's us who are being asked to dismantle that protective boundary of the ACEC and build a new senior center and parking lot inside this critical environmental ecosystem. The area where the senior center would be built comprises a forest where there's no walking trails, which means no humans. My husband and I walked there a couple weeks ago. We saw birds,
You have 1 minute.
and other wildlife quietly living in a forest that will be disappearing if we build in that area. A building, no matter how sustainably it's built, can't match the climate change mitigation of a forest. We have to protect our natural resources. In fact, that's what our 2023 Climate Action Plan tells us that we are to do. We adopted that plan. We should all feel honored and proud that the Back River ACEC and the Bear Cove Park has been protected with the likes of individuals I've already mentioned, plus John Richardson, John Buick, John and Brenda Beal, Marianne Jackson, the Back River Committee Chair and school teacher Mary Toomey and others, to thank them for putting so much time to protect this land. We need to honor their work and environmental legacy. We don't need to develop inside an ACEC to honor our seniors. It's not an either or.
Your time has expired.
We can find a better location. With determination and collaboration, we can provide for a senior center that our seniors are proud of and continue to protect our most sensitive environmental lands from development. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Recognize you.
Jude Miller, 479 Main Street. I wonder if the moderator would accept a motion for the previous question.
The moderator will. The purpose of the motion for the previous question is to end discussion and have an immediate vote on the pending question. This motion is not debatable, and it requires a majority for adoption. The motion for the previous question has been made and is properly before the meeting. All those in favor of the motion for the previous question, the purpose of which is to end discussion and proceed to a vote, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. The ayes obviously have it. The motion for the previous question is adopted. We now come to vote on the recommended motion under Article 35. We've been at this for an hour, so I will reread it. Recommended that the town vote to transfer from unassigned fund balance an amount not to exceed $2.5 million to be expended under the direction of the Select Board for expenses associated with the design, architectural, engineering, owner's project manager, and other professional services to complete the design and pre-construction bid documents in order to obtain construction bids for a new Center for Active Living to be located at Bear Cove Park Drive, Hingham. At a later date, the town may authorize a borrowing to finance construction of the project. In that event, the town may elect to reimburse the funds appropriated by this vote to pay preliminary expenses of the project with proceeds of bonds or notes that may be authorized by the town to pay costs of completing the project. This requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 15, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes clearly have it. The motion is adopted. Yes? You can't call a ballot vote. Number one, there need to be 7. Let's go back to the moderator's message. Which is in here someplace in my moderator's message. Just to make sure. You would think the moderator could find the moderator's message, because I put it in the binder. If the moderator is in doubt, which I am not, or if 7 voters should rise and express doubt, then we will have a standing vote. Except that a ballot vote is taken instead of a standing vote if either the advisory committee or 50 voters call for a ballot vote. As a ballot vote takes considerable time, our practice has been not to request a ballot vote in absence of compelling reasons. So I have called the vote already, but my call has been doubted by at least 1 voter. If 7 voters should rise and express doubt, we will then have a standing vote. 1, 2, 3, fine. We will now have a standing vote. You may resume your seat. Now again, I say every time we have a standing vote, it's somewhat counterintuitive, but of course it makes sense. If you don't have a seat, you need to find a seat. So otherwise we might miscount you, and those are not seats in the back. Okay? Well, I suppose they are seats, but they're not. You need to come forward, because we have to have people in white chairs, except for Dave Aline, who's in a red chair. So,
Plenty of seats here.
plenty of seats. This is like church. There are plenty of seats down front. So first, let us find seats. And then I will explain how we do counted votes. So once everybody has a seat, let me explain how we do counted votes, or a standing vote. In the case of a standing vote, we will conduct the standing vote from the front to the back, so closest to me being the front. This allows the tellers to see voters more easily and to conduct the count accurately. Please remain standing until your vote is counted and until you are instructed by the teller to resume your seat. No one will be allowed to participate in a standing vote unless the voter has a seat. Now, of course, the people who are in the guest section cannot vote. All right? Are the tellers ready to do their work? Okay. So all those who are in favor of the recommended motion, please stand and wait until you are told to resume your seat. The moderator does not vote.
Unless there's a tie.
Or you can make one. So when the votes are counted, tellers, make sure to tell people they can sit once their vote has been taken.
Someone filming this from the visitor section. Is that allowed?
Ask counsel, I don't know. Ask Coughlin, I don't know.
They just ignore it. Yeah, they better.
Are you ready? Dave Anderson. Right? Okay. Next, please make sure you have a seat. All those who were opposed to the motion, please rise and wait until your vote is counted.
double check that again.
Mhm.
420, right? Yeah, I got 420.
That's 420. No, it was, no. Thank you. All right. I have before me the outcome. As I do with these counted votes, I invite you to simply listen to the outcome, which is all those who voted in favor of the motion under Article 15, numbered 420. So 420 voted aye, compared to 177 who voted no. The motion has been adopted. We now come to Article 16. Yes?
Joshua Ross, 125 Wampanoag Road, motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider has been made. Is there a second? The vote cannot be reconsidered after motion's been made except by a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider the vote that has just been adopted. What is a motion to reconsider? Sometimes they use the simple phrase, it's a do-over. Who would like to do it again? And approve a motion for reconsideration. A motion for reconsideration has been made. It has been seconded. All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes obviously have it. The motion for reconsideration is lost, and the vote stands. Article 16, please. Just allow me to proceed, please. Article 16. Article 16 asks, will the town authorize the select board to file a petition with the general court, which is the legislature in Massachusetts, in accordance with Article 97 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth, to allow the town of Hingham to change the use of approximately 6 acres of land located on a portion of Assessor Map 77 Lot 1 off Bear Cove Park Drive for use as a center for active living and uses associated therewith, and to authorize the select board to acquire and or dedicate any replacement land, all on such terms and conditions and in such form as determined by the select board, or act on anything related thereto. I'll abstract part of the comment to make this perhaps more understandable. Article 97 of the amendments to the Massachusetts Constitution establishes the right to a clean environment, including its natural, scenic, historical, and aesthetic qualities for the citizens of the Commonwealth. Article 97 also declares that conservation of natural resources is a public purpose and provides for land or easement subject to 97 shall not be used for any purpose, for other purposes or disposed of without a 2/3 vote of town meeting and a 2/3 vote of the state legislature. This article, last paragraph on 35, proposes to swap approximately 7 acres of town-owned land on High Street, which is presently not subject to Article 97, for approximately 5 acres of town-owned land on Bear Cove Park, which is presently subject to Article 97 and is also the proposed location for the new Hingham Center for Active Living. The shape of the 7 acres of town-owned land on High Street was determined through discussions with the town engineer and conservation officer to incorporate sensitive lands, including those near Plymouth River, a potential vernal pool, and other wetland areas. It was also configured in a manner to avoid any interference with Marget's Field Number 1. The new Center for Active Living cannot be built at the proposed location on Bear Cove Park Drive unless the land swap described in this article is approved by town meeting and the state legislature. Now, because this article involves the transfer of real estate, it requires for adoption a 2/3 vote of town meeting. The advisory committee and the select board voted unanimously in favor of the article. The proposed motion, which is set forth where it says recommended that the town vote to, follows parallel the text of the article. So, is there discussion on the recommended motion under Article 16?
with the national parks. My question is, those sounded like they referred to environmental reviews as to disturbing wetlands and things of the like. My concern is, as this was a ammunition depot through 2 world wars, I want to be sure we're not sitting on a brownfield. Has there been any test boring or analysis of that area? And I say that knowing that a vacant building or something that's not doing anything can be fine. It's when you decide to develop it that you could have all kinds of problems.
Thank you, sir. Susan, if you come forward again, Susan Murphy, I assume is still not a resident of the town. And you will need, all those in favor of having Town Council on Real Estate Matters, Susan Murphy, address the meeting, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. It's unanimous. Susan, you may proceed for 6 minutes if you need 6 minutes.
I do not need 6 minutes, thank you.
Music to my ears.
So, as part of, thank you. Susan Murphy, Special Real Estate Counsel. As part of the extensive environmental review that the town undertook pursuant to the National Environmental Protection Policy, part of what the town did was have a licensed site professional, which is someone who's licensed by the state to review for environmental conditions at the property. As I showed on one of the slides, there is that very old dilapidated building where this is located. So it's not all virgin land, as you noted. What it found was the building, when it gets demolished, it may have asbestos lead paint that will all be taken care of during the demolition process. There were also railroad tracks that went to every single building through this entire land. The railroad tracks the town found, because the town has spent over $1 million over the years in removing contaminated and dilapidated buildings and railroad tracks, et cetera, on all these lands, including where Carlson Fields is. What the town found is that in some areas around the building, there were some very low levels, but not reportable quantities. So not in levels that would require to go to DEP. However, the town's aware of it. So upon demolition of the building and clearing of all of that, those soils will be treated appropriately, and they'll be segregated and sent to appropriate facilities that are licensed to take soils with low-level contaminants. But those are just kind of byproducts of the fact that there were like railroad tracks and trains going through this property.
And so the $35 million sort of estimate includes that?
I'm counsel, so I don't do numbers.
Okay.
But my assumption is that the town would take into account all of the costs of both site work, site preparation. Yes. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yes, okay, thanks.
Can you put that on record, because it's hard to... Liz, why don't you go to a microphone and answer the question in an amplified voice. So this is Liz Klein from the Select Board addressing the voters' question on whether the estimate includes some manner of remediation costs.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Liz Klein, 12 Peter Hobart Drive from the Select Board. The answer is yes. The remediation and any environmental work will be included in the quote.
All right, thank you.
Next, yes. Come forward, please, to microphone 2. Identify yourself and give your residential address.
Christine Smith, 2 Park Circle. I thought that was a really interesting vote that we just took for the senior center, and it's relating to this question. I have a comment and then I have a question to the advisory committee. My comment is a person, I've run a lot of the override campaigns in town over the years, both for the schools, for the country club. They're a lot of work. And listening to what the discussions were this evening, you now have the money to move forward with looking at the senior center, but based upon the comments that we heard, my fear is that you get that money and you move forward trying to build a 28,000 square foot building and that it will fail next year. And I don't want that to happen, because I agree, looking at the demographics of this town, it is aging. School population is going down significantly. school budgets are increasing significantly. We've got some empty space at Foster, empty space at Plymouth River. There needs to be a big picture look at this. So that is my comment. One of the questions that I have is, when we're talking about a capital plan over the next 5 years, we're talking about planning for capital. What about planning for surplus? This town owns a lot of property. I'm thinking of the old Hingham light plant. We're going to have an old fire station. Not only are we stop talking about building capital. Let's talk about what are we doing to decrease expenses by getting rid of some surplus property. This town has always been, in my opinion, bad at funding capital. When I look through the town warrant, you can fund 3 to 6% for capital every year. We fund 3. We only fund 3, and then we end up with $50 million in roofs. It just doesn't add up. I'm thankful we have money in cash, but as a person that used to run PTOs, the money that you raised, if you didn't spend it that year, people were mad. You're raising taxes and you're putting all of it into cash, which is great for a rainy day. And believe me, we're going to need the rainy day, because what's going to happen between now and next year, the next 5 years, who knows? But we are a little blue Massachusetts. I don't think that's going to bode well for federal funding, and we are going to have a big fat hole to fill, and no one is going to be happy about that. I think locally we all care so deeply about this community, and that's why we show up and we fight about things, and in the end you end up with something that's better, but you've got to listen to each other or you're going to get nothing. My taxes went up 11% this year, in 1 year. I got 3 kids that went through Hingham Public Schools. I'll be paying that bill for a while. I will qualify for the senior center, and my husband already qualifies for the senior center. But my taxes went up 11%. Foster, the public safety building, that debt hasn't hit yet. An override for next year, we cannot afford it. There's a lot of nice things to have, and there's a lot of things, the difference between the wants and the needs. And so I would really like to hear about how are we looking at surplus property? How are we looking at, I know there's programs to keep my taxes down, but I don't think they're significant to be able to deal with what we're looking at in $100 million of projects. And I really urge you to really listen to the conversation you've heard tonight, because I would hate to see it fail next year. A 2/3 vote at town meeting is difficult. A debt exclusion vote in the privacy of a ballot box is much more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so yes. And I would remind us that we have before us a proposed motion under Article 16 with respect to the land swap that is proposed under Article 16, as opposed to a general consideration of the Center for Active Living.
Hi, Jane McGrath, 28 Tower Brook Road, and my question is actually regarding the land swap. There's no map or anything showing regarding the spot at 200 High Street, and I just wanted to know,
sure.
Is it going to limit use? Like, for example, there's a soccer field adjacent to the lower parking lot that has historically been used for the bonfire, for example, for the PTO. And is this land swap going to limit the use of the property, that is being contemplated, due to the requirement, the Chapter 97 or whatever?
Thank you. Who is appropriate to answer this voter's question?
Hello, Susan Murphy, Special Real Estate Counsel. There is a slide. On the left, you see the approximate 5 acres for the Center for Active Living, and on the right, you see the approximate 7 acres. And as was described by the moderator, the land has a little bit of a interesting jog to it, because it was drawn with the town engineer and the town conservation officer to incorporate Plymouth River, a potential vernal pool, and some wetlands, and there's also some floodway there for floodplain. So it actually has a significant amount of conservation value, this land. Right next door to it is a conservation parcel that it would be added to. And it was drawn in order to make sure that it doesn't interfere in any way with the operation of the school or with the athletic fields that already exist. So I hope that answers the question.
And there is
Excuse me,
actually...
stay up there, Susan, please.
Sorry, there's a garden adjacent to the school with a little, like, waterland right behind it. That's going to stay intact, correct?
Right, you can see the school at the very top of the slide. It's, you know, kind of the L-shaped building is Plymouth River School. And this is significantly south and to the east of Margetts Field 1.
Thank you.
There are additional questions. Yes, in the back with your hand up. Remember to identify yourself, please, and your address, Ms. Kelly.
Judith Kelly, 19 Harvest Lane. If we were to vote no on this land swap, would that be similar to sending a mandate to the, for the Seniors for Active Living to look at an alternative place rather than just accepting the Bear Cove as the spot for the new town activity center?
Thank you. Mr. Freitag for the advisory committee. As I said earlier about Carol Tully, Mr. Freitag was the liaison to this particular article and will address Ms. Kelly's question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kevin Freitag, live at 12 Forest Lane. If town meeting votes no, then the building cannot go forward of the senior center at Bear Cove Park, period.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Can I ask a clarifying question? If that's true, why wasn't this article, which requires a 2/3 majority, brought before the previous appropriation article? And what happens to that money if we vote no on this article?
Well, in terms of the money, I'd have to ask someone else to respond to that. But obviously, Mr. Freitag has answered the question quite directly. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I'm Jessica Neefsey, 133 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Thank you. But obviously, if the location cannot be approved, then that'll be that. Susan Murphy.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
I'm assuming a continuing resolution to allow Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Susan Murphy, Special Real Estate Counsel. Under the Article 97 process, then it wouldn't go forward under that process. However, both Town Council John Coughlin and I have reviewed other legal processes, so this is not the exclusive way it can move forward. This is just the typical way that it would move forward.
Yes, out there and from my vantage point, right field. So, remember to identify yourself, please, and give your residential address.
Hi, Kyle Thorne, 192 Cushing Street. I just had a question in relation to if we're doing 5 acres at Bear Cove Park for 7 acres on High Street, is this because in future, when we do, if you were to expand the senior center, those 2 acres would already be included and you wouldn't have to do this 2/3 vote again? Or if there was another reason that the extra 2 acres were included on High Street?
Can someone respond to this voter's question? The moderator cannot. Susan, can you break the huddle here? Should we repeat the question, please, for Ms. Murphy's benefit?
Yes. So we're swapping 5 acres of conserved land at Bear Cove Park for 7 acres, which I do love because I want to preserve more land. But I wondered if it was because of the anticipation of expanding and then you would not have to do the 2 acres later on in a vote similar to this, or if it was for another reason that it became 7 acres at High Street.
No, that is not the reason. The reason is that the policy that governs these types of land swaps, we'll call it, requires that the land be equal or greater. And in sketching this out, and again, I said it involved, I mentioned that it involved the town engineer and the conservation officer over in the guest section there. The goal was we could have made it exactly the same size. However, there's a potential vernal pool and there are wetlands and floodway. And so there was a concerted effort to try to protect as many resources as possible. So that's the reason.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
My name is Hillary Hosmer. I live at 204 Linden Ponds Way. I'm totally in favor of a senior center. In fact, I live in one. I anticipated this problem we have just run into, and I raised my hand multiple times thank you, so that I could amend Article 15 so that it did not have to be at Bear Cove Park. However, I was not called on until now. Okay. I have a couple of comments. I know Bear Cove Park well, visiting it several times a week. It's one of Hingham's treasures, full of wildlife, including 150 species of birds, and in season, 500,000 fish running to spawn. It's calming to walk along the river, enjoying sea breezes and sunsets. It's exciting to see bald eagles, osprey, egrets, herons, cormorants, ducks, and seagulls interacting in one place. This area is protected. As our friend over here, it has been protected since 1982. And the reason Article 16 is required a 2/3 vote is because it is protected. Now, they've tried very hard to find something equivalent, but nothing is equivalent to this bird sanctuary, this protected area of land that we have. You know that habitat loss results in species loss. So I urge you to vote no on Article 16, and our moderator will figure out a way to let us amend Article 15 so that they can go ahead with more flexible plans. Excuse me.
Tom, I recognize the voter behind you, Tom Carey. No, I recognize the young woman behind you, or the woman behind you, the voter behind you.
Sorry. Laura Gonsalves, 65 Fort Hill Street. I just wanted a more direct answer. The gentleman who asked about the munitions, you commented on asbestos, lead paint, etc., the railroad ties, but you didn't actually answer the question about munitions. And being very close to Bear Cove Park, I'd like to know more if that has specifically been looked at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Susan Murphy, Special Real Estate Counsel. So in fact, I want to say, we were just saying, it's about 7 or 8 years ago now. It's about 2018, that time period. The Army Corps of Engineers actually came onto the land known as the Federal Parks land. It is not all Bear Cove Park, as I mentioned earlier. And they did a study for any unexploded ordnance. And so there was actually a survey done and investigations done by the Army Corps of Engineers. I think they didn't find anything of note after a very extensive search, and then has given all of the lands acquired by the town from the federal government a clean bill of health as far as munitions go.
Is that responsive to your question? Thank you. Yes, further discussion on the matter that is currently before us. Mr. Carey. You have 6 minutes. Identify yourself, please.
3.
Tom Carey, 1131 Main Street. I just want to assure everybody in the room that the building committee has no desire to destroy the beauty of the site. Of the 5 acres we're talking about, 2 3/4 goes to the project. 3/4 of an acre roughly for the size of the building, 2 acres for the 200 parking spaces. The rest of it will include such things as a garden, a place where the people can enjoy. Will look toward native plants. This is not a commercial office developer who's looking to put tar on every single inch of the land. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, give me 1 sec. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Susan Keynes again, at 5 Beals Cove Road. Not all species have the same requirements. Bear Cove Park is a place where birds that
Please sit down.
cannot exist in your backyard have a place to go. If you put in the senior center, you're turning it into your backyard. Island biogeographic theory teaches that there are species that require huge tracts of land in order to reproduce. In the absence of that, for example, if you put new trails in the park or new pathways, you change the temperature differential within the larger forest area and they will not reproduce. And then you have what's called inbreeding depression and biodiversity collapse. So what you'll get in Bear Cove Park, rather than parallel warblers, which are in Tucker Swamp, and lots of other neotropical migrants that come up from Colombia and the West Indies and the Gulf Coast, you're going to get blue jays and crows and some cardinals. And they're lovely. I love them singing outside my window, but I want to see the parallel warbler. And that's one of the birds that's very rare in the state. And we have a tract of land that has the potential to allow these birds that are in what's called the 6th extinction to be in our very neighborhood. And I would prefer to leave that as a legacy than another building. And I'm a senior, but I go to the park for restoration and to see who my other neighbors are. Thank you.
John Borger. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's good. John Borger, 53 Lafayette Avenue. This is a quick one. We may not know the answer to this question. We're told that town meeting has to approve this land swap and also the legislature. Do we know whether or not that's in the nature of a pro forma kind of piece of business for the legislature? Can anyone handicap the odds of that being approved? Thank you.
I can tell you someone who can't. Do you want to respond to that? Is there an appropriate response to that, or is it TBD? Kevin, is that something to which you can respond? No. Nope. I have 2 no's. But Tom Carey can, right?
Susan's an excellent lawyer, and she's not going to stick her neck out by forecasting what the Massachusetts legislature will or will not do. And as a fellow attorney, I praise her for that. I don't have my attorney's hat on. I've got my hat on as being a chairman of a committee for you all. There is not a chance in hell that this would be defeated. But don't quote me as a legal opinion. Realistically, members of the advisory committee actually took a look at what the percentage of success in recent years has been, and these things go through pretty routinely, as one might expect. They were also almost like a local law request, you know, would you please pass something that the town wants? If you are a legislator and you vote against some other legislator's request for something his town wants, you will be excluded from the building. That isn't the way the system works. And so given the experience with these things, given the fact that Susan and John have put the thing together perfectly to make the appropriate case, I wouldn't be worried about the possibility that our representative and our senator would somehow have some opponents stick their thumb in their eyes. On the budget thing that was talked about, federal money never helped us in the past, and it wasn't planned to help us in the future. The construction of this kind of a capital project is something that the town does. Thanks.
Is there further discussion on the matter before us on Article 16? I'll be with you in a second. We'll see if somebody else wants to talk. I will not yet accept the motion for the previous question. Ms. Ryan. Nope. Mr. Frazier.
Clark Frazier, 50 Bonnie Briar Circle.
Say your name again, but sound up.
Clark Frazier, 50 Bonnie Briar Circle. I saw a plan of this a few months ago, and the one thing that struck me was the size of the parking lot. And there's other parking. I think move on from here.
Thank you. Yes. Tom, he's spoken. Can't speak again. You already had twice on this one. Ms. Ryan.
Anita Ryan, 37 Baker Hill Drive. The one thing about this land swap, is there any way you could put that slide up on the screen that's right there, that Ms. Murphy referred to, as I just speak about that slide? Yeah, perfect. I just want to be clear that we're not gaining any conservation land with this swap. That land that is circled there or in the rectangle is owned by the school department. And when you walk in that forest, it's like this lovely little school forest trail. It's not going to be developed. So we're not gaining any conservation land. We're losing with the development in Bear Cove Park, and I just want to be clear in that. We're not gaining, we're swapping around. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Hi, Katie Bundy, 315 Cushing Street. So I have just a question about the process in place to ensure that town projects align with the climate action plan and the net zero goals that were voted in 2021 and 2023. The projects that I've seen recently don't seem to align with those projects in terms of loss of tree canopy, runoff issues, many of the issues that have been discussed. Those are with the recent playground project, with this project under discussion, with the proposed pickleball courts, many projects. So I just wanted to know if there's someone who could speak to the process in place to ensure that town projects align with town goals of the climate action plan and the net zero targets. Thank you.
Thank you. Who from advisory can handle that question? If it can be answered. Going to answer your own question. That's right.
Just wanted to express concern if there is no one that can answer that. Is there a plan in place to ensure that there could be somebody to speak to that?
Sure. It's just a
Thank you.
question of whether there's somebody in the room at the moment who can speak to it. Your moderator cannot. Brad Moyer. You come forward, identify yourself, and endeavor to answer this question from this voter.
Brad Moyer, 36 Wanderers Drive. I'm chair of the Climate Action Commission. So the best way I can answer that is there's a lot going on. We're a commission of 12 individuals.
Speak right into the mic, please.
Sorry. We're all volunteers and we have lots of projects. We have before us tonight the specialized opt-in warrant article, Article 39, that we're putting forward. We review these town projects as much as we can. We are constituted by different committees. So we have representatives on most, I shouldn't say most, but many of the town committees where these projects are reviewed and they report back to the commission. That being said, there's a lot going on and we can only do so much. So we're always looking for volunteers and people to get involved. The senior center, we plan to have a member follow that during the planning stage because we are also would be concerned under the climate action plan as to the impact on Bear Cove. But if that's what the town wants and it moves forward, then we get involved in the planning process to try to ensure that it meets the environmental goals as much as possible, as stated in the climate action plan. So we are watching, we are involved, but we love when other people get involved and voice these concerns, and we encourage you to show up to our meetings. They're all public. We meet at least once a month, oftentimes twice. And so if you have any concerns, please see me after the meeting and love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the matter before the meeting before we come to vote? Hearing none. Allow me to get it before me again. So the recommendation, the recommended motion, which parallels the text of the article, of the article, but I'll read it. To authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court in accordance with Article 97 to allow the change the use of approximately 5.387 acres of land located on a portion of the parcel shown as Assessors Parcel 77-1 off Bear Cove Park Drive, as more particularly shown, from passive and active recreation to use as a center for active living, and further in accordance with applicable law to transfer to the care, custody, management, and control of the Town of Hingham Conservation Commission, subject to the provisions of said Article 97, approximately 7 acres, more or less, of the approximately 49-acre parcel shown as Assessor's Map 124, Lot 32, and known as 200 High Street, which is held by the school committee for school purposes as replacement land. All is shown on a conceptual plan on file with the town clerk, provided that the definitive boundaries of the land shall be determined by a Massachusetts land surveyor. And 3, to authorize the Select Board to obtain all governmental approvals necessary to accomplish the purposes of this article on terms and conditions as approved by the Select Board. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 16, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. Moderators in doubt, we shall proceed to a standing vote. Recall, you must have a seat in order to have a standing vote. So anybody who is standing or hanging out on the bleachers needs to find an official seat and to sit in same. Any voter who wants to participate needs to be seated on the gym floor, actually in a chair that is on the gym floor. Remember that the standing vote is taken from the front of the gym to the back. This requires for adoption a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the recommended motion, please rise and remain standing until your vote has been counted and you are instructed to resume your seat. Excuse me. Yada. Ay, ay, ay. Is there a water fountain or something around here? Is there a water fountain around here or something?
Yeah.
Can't go too far. Fine. Looking for some water without going to Oshkosh. Can you get me a water? Just fill this thing and then bring it to me? Yeah. Thanks. Appreciate it. It's a good thing about having a daughter here. Hello, Jane Carr.
Hello, Michael.
Hey.
Good night.
Good night. Okay. All right, the affirmative votes have been counted. All those who wish to vote negative, please stand. And if you're standing for some other reason, just realize you may be counted as a negative vote. Okay? So if you want to vote against the motion under Article 16, you will remain standing until your vote is counted. Is that the total of the affirmatives? Is that the total of the affirmatives?
Yes.
Moderator, water delivery.
168.
That should be, that's 2/3, but let's just double check. 540 times 0.67.
No, don't do that. You can't do that.
Okay.
You have to say, yeah. But he had So give me the count again. All right, the vote is in. More than 2/3 voted in favor of the recommended motion. I'll read you the count. The vote was 3. Favor of adopting, all those in favor of the motion for reconsideration, please vote. If you want to reconsider it, you'll vote in favor of the recommended, strike that, I'm sorry. If you want to reconsider, you will vote in favor of the motion for reconsideration that Mr. Ross has made. If you wish to leave the vote the way it was just cast, you will vote against it. All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. The noes obviously have it. Let's continue. It's 10:15, but we have a lot more work to do. We obviously not likely to get through the balance of the warrant tonight. I got a little chuckle. And we go to 17. 17, we should make, I hope, quick work of this and move on to some other things. The acceptance of Massachusetts General Law 5, Chapter 59, Section 5. Will the town accept the provisions of that law, which allows certain veterans' real estate exemptions to be increased annually, basically by a COLA adjustment? Hingham currently provides various real estate exemptions for 90 veterans who qualify under various clauses of the law. The law now permits a cost of living increase, which would, as the comment shows, calculated by a 3.4% cost of living increase. The assessor's department estimates the cost of approving this will be about $3,500 for fiscal '26. If the article is not approved, then veterans will continue to receive the current real estate exemptions, but not the COLA adjustment. Is there discussion? Hearing none, we have a vote that the recommended motion is that the town accept the provisions of Chapter 59, Section 5, the HERO Act, which allows for these COLA adjustments. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Unanimous vote. Article 18, South Shore Country Club to borrow for certain equipment and renovations. Article sets forth what these are. $657,887 for purchasing of the items that are set forth there on page 37. This is paid for by the South Shore Country Club Enterprise Fund over 5 years. The debt will have no impact on the property tax. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote. on the recommended motion under Article 18. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes obviously have it. The motion is adopted. Next is the Recreation Department Revolving Fund. Will the town vote to amend the general bylaws of the town of Hingham as heretofore amended by adding a new article as follows? This would establish a revolving fund. We've talked about them already tonight. The comment speaks for itself. The article proposes to amend the town's bylaw, the general bylaw, by adding a new article for purposes of re-establishing a recreation revolving fund, but under a different mechanism. The mechanism is described in the second paragraph, that Mass General Laws 4453E as in Edward half was established via the Massachusetts Municipal Modernization Act. Many towns have done this. Additionally, pair the 53E.5 interest earned on the revolving funds would be paid to the general fund as opposed to remaining in the department revolving fund under 53D. The purpose of a revolving fund on the carryover page on 39 is to separately account for specific revenues and earmark them for expenditure by a board or officer without appropriation for particular purposes to support rather the activity, program, or service that generated the revenue. It continues to recommend adoption by establishing this form of revolving fund to receive and expend funds is appropriate for the rec department because it shares facilities with other town departments, unlike a standalone facility such as the South Shore Country Club, which operates as an enterprise fund. Advisory Committee voted unanimously in recommendation of this article, and the Select Board 2-0 with one abstention because of a conflict. So, is there discussion on the recommended motion under Article 19? Hearing none, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. And let's get through at least a couple more. Article 20, Recreation Commission, new pickleball courts. Will the town raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds an amount of money to be expended for the design, building, demolition, site preparation, construction, and all other related expenses for new pickleball courts to be located at Bear Cove Park Drive, Hingham, Massachusetts, or act on anything related thereto? Comment: this article seats $1,278,10 from the town to partially fund the design through construction phases of 12 pickleball courts. The full project is estimated to cost $2,036,650. The remaining funds, $758,640, would be proposed to be provided by the CPC under Article 21. The project will be located across from the Carson Field complex on Bear Cove Park. There is currently an abandoned building at the site formerly used by the Traces HHS shop program, Hingham High School shop program. The project will include, as it says, 12 post-tension concrete pickleball courts, 2 shaded seating areas, space for spectators, a 39-stall parking lot, and 15-foot sound mitigation screens. Estimated cost includes demo of an existing building, an estimate for any required remediation of environmental conditions. Expected timeline is set forth. Final design in the summer of 25, bid documents in the fall of 25, construction in the summer of 26, project completion expected by the fall of 2026. The recommended motion is set forth at the top of page 41. I'll read it. That the town appropriate and transfer the sum of $1,278,10 from unassigned fund balance to be expended by the Town of Hingham Recreation Commission with approval of the Select Board for the design, permitting, bidding, demolition, site preparation, construction, and all other related expenses for new pickleball courts to be located at Bear Cove Park Drive, Hingham. Is there discussion? Yes. Ms. Sneath.
Judy Sneath, 89 North Street. I refer you back to page 76. $100 million in capital requests for the next fiscal year. I happen to sit on the board of the library. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board at all. But we have deferred a library chiller, meaning the air conditioning, which has cost about $700,000 at the urging of the Capital Outlay Committee. The parking lot exceeds capacity, and we've had $1 million project on hold for a few years now and haven't gotten to that. And to see a $2 million kind of optional project move forward at this pace through town is somewhat surprising and disappointing. I love pickleball. We have tennis courts that have pickleball lines on them. We have private pickleball companies in town. Please, this is something that we can defer till we figure out the Center for Active Living and everything else on page 76. And I urge you to, can you take no action, or do you have to vote yes or no? I'm not sure, but please do not move this forward this year.
Yep. Is there further discussion? Yes, sir. The microphone 2, name, address, and serial number. No.
My name is Eugene Bazinski, and I reside at 5 Ware River Lane in Hingham, and I'm also a school teacher here in town. As a resident, I would like to express my support for the proposed pickleball courts. I firmly believe that these courts will enhance our town and foster a stronger sense of community. The Recreation Commission has diligently met every expectation, presenting an excellent design and selecting the optimal location for the courts. This is a valuable opportunity to further improve our town. While some residents may express some concerns about potential noise from pickleball courts, a sound study has been conducted and the Recreation Department has taken extensive measures to mitigate any noise impact. Another benefit of this plan is the removal of the Traces building that has been neglected to be taken down for years. The removal of this program will make Bear Cove area a safer place for everyone. The sports complex will not increase our taxes $1. $700,000 has been granted by the CPC, the Community Preservation Committee, to create land for recreational use. The remainder of the cost will be covered by the fund balance for a one-time capital project that will benefit thousands of people over a lifetime of the courts. In the coming months, the MIAA will be voting to decide if pickleball will be added as a high school sport. It would be beneficial to the high school to already have regulation courts in town rather than having to mark up the incredible tennis courts that they already built at the high school. In closing, the Recreation Commission has acted with integrity in the best interests of our community, and I strongly believe that the pickleball court should move forward and will be a significant asset to our town. Thank you. And to any senior here, if we're able to get these courts, I will teach a clinic to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, yes.
Christine Smith, 2 Park Circle. As I said before, my taxes went up 11% last year. I talked about wants versus needs. I think this is something that's a want, not a need. And one of my concerns is when I look at this, we've got a nice healthy fund balance, 1.278010 from unassigned fund balance for this project. There's another project that's been lingering that was approved by this town in 2022. It's the town pool project up at the South Shore Country Club. Back then, we had an $8 million town meeting, 2/3 debt vote, as well as a debt exclusion override outside of the levy for $8 million. We have $550,000 of CPC funding. That's $8,550,000 3 years ago to build a pool. Things are going to be more expensive. Whenever that happens, I would like to see this town finish that project before we move on to another project like this. And if it costs more money, instead of looking at, I hear about value engineering. To me, the town meeting and the debt exclusion vote voted a project that looked like this. It contained certain items. They didn't vote for a project that was smaller. And my concern is now we're building all these things and we're not addressing the things that happened 3 years ago, and that was a big deal. And I would just like people to consider that. Let's finish one thing before we move on to the next. Thank you. Vote no.
Yes, so why don't we start over here? We start over here, and then you can begin your move.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Zephyrine Helmreich, 303 Linden Ponds Way. To follow up what Susan Keynes was talking about earlier, no sound study studies what birds hear. And pickleball is noisy, and a 15-foot barrier will not moderate what birds hear, and all the birds in Bear Cove Park will hear the sound from pickleball. Also, I heard somebody mention that the library needs new air conditioning, and I would rather fund that than pickleball. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. I'm going to recognize this voter and then Ms. Donlin. Come forward. Not yet. Yes.
Megan Littman, I live at 22 Chamberlain Run. Forgive me if this has already been
That's all right.
asked and answered, but the tennis courts, I play tennis and pickle avidly. The tennis courts at the rec center need to be resurfaced. They need to be repainted. The tennis courts at the South Shore Country Club are a disaster. Can we use some of this money to take care of what we already have before we build something else?
Thank you. I'll recognize Mr. Pohl from the Advisory Committee and then Ms. Donlin.
Good evening. Stephen Pohl, 41 Mast Hill Road, on behalf of the Advisory Committee, and I rise simply to explain a bit about why AdCom recommended in favor of this motion. Projects like this do not happen in a vacuum. There's some history here, some of which is in the comment. The 2020 athletic fields and court study by Wesson and Sampson identified the need for dedicated pickleball courts. 2 years ago, at annual town meeting, all of you approved the use of $55,000 of CPC funding for, quote, to be used by the Hingham Recreation Commission for a feasibility study and design of pickleball courts. And the AdCom comment was very explicit on what the funds would be used for. And here I quote, to identify the most optimal location and design of dedicated pickleball courts. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America, and converted tennis courts are not optimal for pickleball courts. Not surprisingly, during the hearings, we heard a lot of support from the residents for the project. Also not surprisingly, as we've heard this evening, we heard several concerns. They range from traffic, to noise, to it's premature, to costs. There are other needs and not enough interest in the sport to justify the cost. We took all this into account. If town meeting approves this project tonight, it will have to satisfy all local approvals. Planning Board, Conservation Commission, traffic and parking, let's talk about that. If this is considered an issue, it will be addressed by the Planning Board. If it's not considered an issue by the Planning Board, then no doubt it will be addressed as part of any Center for Active Living building, if that proceeds. Noise, sound. Obviously not an expertise that AdCom has, but the Recreation Commission did a lot of work on this issue. The selected site is well beyond the distance considered to be a satisfactory distance away. It is in what is already a public space with playing fields, sporting events, mature forest that serves as a buffer and sound mitigation to the nearest residential area, and you already heard in the description about the 15-foot screen sound barrier. So sure, there is a difference between, on the one hand, hearing the sound of pickleball, and two, on the other hand, hearing something that you might consider to be a nuisance or otherwise over the line of what's appropriate for recreational daytime activity. AdCom voted in favor because it did not believe it was presented with a project that crossed that line. In addition, AdCom was also pleased when it heard from the Select Board in their favorable vote that the Select Board would retain jurisdiction on all final decisions regarding the management of this project. We also heard that it might be premature, that it should be done in two pieces, two votes, like the Center for Active Living and like you'll hear on the school roof projects. Again, we didn't see this project as the scope of those projects and didn't think it was required to have 2 annual meetings to address this project. And last, cost, and is there enough interest? So consistent with AdCom's charge, we always try to take into account the use of town funds for what you heard tonight, what some would call a need and what others would call a want. So we're sensitive to that concern. There's very broad resident support. The town's fortunate to have some unassigned fund balance available, and the use of those funds is consistent with AdCom's policy for this project. Moreover, the building that is going to be raised likely would at some point be raised by the town anyway. The cost of that raising and dealing with the environmental concerns is in the budget and represents about 20% of the total budget or 40% of what would come from unassigned balance. And in closing on the question of, is there enough interest? None of us knows that answer for sure. You never can be sure. And you all bring your own life experience to bear. So I will offer you one final point. I don't have any kids in the high school, but I do have some friends that do have kids in the high school. So I asked one of them one simple question. Do any of the people you know in your age group play pickleball? The answer I got suggests that the student may someday be a politician, but the answer was, all I'll say is that if there were courts, I know plenty of high school age people that would use them. So for all these reasons, AdCom voted in support of this article. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize Ms. Donlin from the Recreation Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Vicki Donlin, 12 Floret Circle, Chair of the Hingham Recreation Commission, and I've been in this role for the past 13 years. I was personally involved with the 2020 Athletic Courts and Field Study that was conducted by Weston and Sampson, and I can assure Hingham residents that the consultants recommended painting tennis courts with lines so that pickleball could be played until the town was able to build dedicated pickleball courts. It was already obvious in 2020 that pickleball courts were the fastest growing sport in the country and would require the appropriate courts to be played on. Since that time, the study was completed. 6 courts in Hingham have been lost. You just mentioned the 3 courts at the South Shore Country Club, which is where the pool is going to go. Those courts are lost. Foster School also had 3 tennis courts. We lost those tennis courts. You mentioned the courts at Cronin Field. We noticed that they're in tough shape. Once we get dedicated pickleball courts, the Rec Commission has the funds that can prepare those courts and take off the painting for pickleball, because we will tell you that once we followed up with our feasibility study that was mentioned from CPC, we researched 8 locations. Bear Cove, where the Traces building sits, meets every requirement for dedicated courts. The dangerous abandoned building needs to be demolished, and therefore $465,000 of this cost is to take that building down and remediate the area. I have to believe everybody in this room wants that building down. I was personally involved with every step of the feasibility study, and this site is appropriate as it sits more than 800 feet away from any residential property. Over the past few years, pickleball disturbance has been in the news. We are well aware of that fact, but the issue we hear in the news refers to residents who live closer than 300 feet, many only 150 feet. At a recent meeting of the Rec Commission, the most strident opposer of pickleball courts due to noise admitted that this site is well situated as not to disturb residents. Even with all that, the Rec Commission has added a 15-foot screen that will provide even greater protection for sound in the area. Again, the addition is part of the cost of this project. For those who believe that the cost has changed, we have moved with the change as residents have come to us and used reasonable
doubts, so we have made those recommendations. The Rec Commission applied for CP funds in the amount of $758,640, which, knowing that those funds could be approved, the rest of the project would need funding from the town. After 5 months of the CPC project process, the pickleball courts were unanimously approved by CPC for approximately 40% the cost of the project. The Rec Commission prepared the warrant article we are discussing now. The required funds are coming from fund balance, which means approving this project will not raise your taxes. Pickleball is not just a sport for retired people. It is a sport for all ages. Pickleball has gained traction as a club sport in Massachusetts high schools. And as you heard from a teacher in Hingham schools, kids are playing pickleball. The sport is relatively easy to learn. It requires minimal equipment and can be played in a variety of settings. It also has an excellent way for students to stay active and develop hand-eye coordination, agility, and strategic thinking skills. Furthermore, pickleball's social nature fosters teamwork, sportsmanship, and a sense of community. Pickleball is also growing as a family sport. If you have a family, you can't pick up a tennis racket and go out and play with your kids. Your family can pick up a pickleball racket, take a kid out to a court, and the next thing you know, you're playing pickleball. It's because of the ease of play. I want you all to know I don't play pickleball, but my friends and my neighbors do, and that's why I advocate for Hingham residents to be active and engaged with others and to find happiness in the outdoors. Time is now to approve dedicated pickleball courts in Hingham. Surrounding towns in Massachusetts and around the country have already done so, and we have the funds for this project, and no new taxes are needed. I ask that you please vote for pickleball courts, and I thank you very much.
Is there further discussion before we come to vote? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Karen Johnson, 16 Berkeley Circle. Fan of pickleball, big fan of the rec, also a fan of fund balance. Quick question for my colleagues on the advisory committee. I'm just worried about the rate at which we're depleting our unassigned fund balance, especially since I think Ms. Sherwood suggested that part of the reason we have the money to spend was because we had the money from Foster School in investments. So I wonder if somebody could speak to the amount of unassigned fund balance we're spending down in FY26, what that total is. I'm wondering if somebody could talk about the potential impact of that on our credit rating and whether we've specifically asked that question of our rating agencies. And finally, does the town still hold a AAA? Because as I read the book, I was a little confused. Appreciate it.
Who would like to address Ms. Johnson's question? Who feels compelled to answer Ms. Johnson's question? Compelled. Ms. Sherwood.
Tina Sherwood, 16 Partridge Drive, speaking for advisory. I'm trying to do some quick math here. Our fund balance right now is $14.3 million, and we were lucky to receive that additional money during the favorable rate environment and when we borrowed $145 million for those projects. Our target unassigned fund balance amount is 16 to 20%, and we're currently at 31. So we're in a unique position to use some of that money, which is kind of what we hear regularly at town meeting, that we've been holding on to money, we've been hoarding this money, and we need to spend it. We need to put it into our infrastructure and invest in our community. So AdCom was making an effort this year to really do that and look into good investments and making decisions onto how to invest in our community with this additional money. We are, I don't have it with me. We have an additional, we're $14 million over our 20% limit. So that is the extra that we have. We're looking at spending $7.5 million of that on capital investments this year, like the schematic design for the senior center, the new trucks for the DPW, the schematic design for PRS and south roofs. These are articles that you'll be hearing come before you. We also have, because of the MOU, the financial management plan that we signed together with town and school key partners, we are going to be paying, the town is going to pick up the out-of-district tuitions for the schools this year, which we discussed in the budget was $1.2 million. And then we generally keep about $2 million for reserve fund transfers that we budget for from our reserve fund for all of the things that we do. So when I do this math, it takes me down to 7, take out the 3, leaves us still $4 million approximately over the 20% target that we have for our unassigned fund balance. It leaves us in a healthy position to make these investments that we have heard from the town that our community supports.
Thank you, Mr. Sherwood. Yes, sir. Yes, I'm recognizing you.
Michael Reeve, 31 Howland Lane. Sounds like we're in a good position financially to maybe do some heat pumps for the library. I had a simple question for the pickleball courts. Are those going to have floodlights? And is that going to be an issue in the future for participation? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Donlin, you want to come forward to a microphone so the voter can hear your question, hear your answer to his question.
Lights will ever be planned down in the pickleball area, so no lights.
Okay. Any further discussion before we come to vote? Yes, sir. John.
John Borger, 53 Lafayette Avenue. I like to sail. I pay boat excise taxes and I pay my mooring fee. I don't ask the town, my fellow taxpayers, to subsidize my avocations. People who like to play golf join the country club and pay membership fees. If you're not a member, they pay hefty green fees. Nobody asks to be subsidized if you love golf. 70% of Americans think we're going to have a recession in the next year. We're not immune to that. And it seems to me that to build pickleball courts because it's suboptimal to retrofit a few tennis courts to accommodate these players, I'm not sure that we have the luxury of going optimal at this point. And I think Ms. Sneed and others have made the point that, you know, we've got a lot of demands on revenue. We may need this rainy day fund in a year or two. It's not gonna, this is not gonna forfeit forever an option if we defer this decision to make this commitment to spend this money and preserve those funds, because I think, based on what I read, a rainy day is coming. Businesses are saying, business leaders are saying they are holding off on additional investments because of the uncertainty of the coming economic environment that we're moving into. I think we ought to look at that very carefully and maybe be guided by that. These are people who don't want to put money at risk because they don't know what the future is going to bring. And there's a lot of indications that it could bring some pain. So I would urge us to be very cautious, fiscally conservative, responsible. Again, we're not forfeiting anything forever. If, in fact, in a year, the economy is doing great, Massachusetts is doing great, this whole nightmare has kind of subsided, everybody's feeling less anxious, great, let's talk about pickleball courts. I just don't see that tonight's the night to do this. Thank you.
Anything else? Because again, it needs to be something we haven't heard before. Yes. Yes, you. Nope, I'm sorry. I'll make eye contact better. Get you in a minute, Marissa. Yes.
Thank you, moderator. Olivia Lano, 107 Halstead Drive. I want to first thank everyone here for your hard work and address a couple of things. Pickleball is a rapidly growing sport for the reasons that the director of the committee mentioned. It's really easy to learn. Everyone can have fun from the very first day. And some people don't have the money to sail or play golf. It's great that some people do, but there's a lot of people in this community that actually need those things that the town provides, like basketball courts or pickleball courts or tennis courts. Pickleball is very inexpensive for a family of 4 to pick up. You can play it on Amazon for $100. It gets people outside. I'm a physician in the community, and the truth is, motion is medicine. That's where the answer is. Socialization is medicine. You guys are investing in your future. I'm 68 years old, and I can tell you the people I play pickleball with, they wake up my mind. They make my body healthy. And it's so easy. I made so many friends in this community playing pickleball that I never would have met. So I encourage all of you to think about your futures. Loneliness will make you ill. Not moving is going to cost you a lot of money in medication. This is an easy investment that many people will benefit from. And if you don't come out and try it, you're missing something. Thank you.
Yes. Sure. Just.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hillary Tutko, and I live at 22 Hillside Terrace. I, like many of you, moved to Hingham due to its strong school system, boat commute, and Hingham's outstanding reputation as a community at large. I mean, I grew up in the North Shore, and my husband is a New Yorker, desperately trying to make our kids Yankees fans, and Hingham has accepted us. Although, that may change after sharing that. Hingham has a long-standing tradition of valuing strong community, and that has been established well before pickleball was introduced. This is $758,000 of our property taxes and $1.278 million of Hingham's emergency funds to build a $2 million facility for the South Shore region free of charge. Having attended public meetings over the past few months, I have been witness to pickleball players from other South Shore communities attending and speaking at Hingham's meetings, lobbying for the town of Hingham to build 12 courts for $2 million of Hingham's taxpayer dollars. This is not a local community need. This is a regional luxury want. In an AdCom committee, the AdCom joked about residents from Hingham thanking them for building their court. Residents from Weymouth thanking them for building their courts. Pickleball in Hingham has no established youth programs, no high school team, and no current town survey indicating who and what population it is going to serve. Why does pickleball get the green light of our unassigned funds with no supporting programs or statistics? The Recreation Commission has been referring to the 2020 Athletic Fields and Outdoor Court Study. The report does not recommend to build 12 new pickleball courts. The report states Hingham has a robust amount of courts throughout town with 31 tennis courts and has no recommendation to build new courts. The report recommends to refurbish its current recreational facilities. The report clearly states converting 3 tennis courts to pickleball courts for $15,000 because Hingham has a surplus of tennis courts and pickleball is played on the same surface as tennis courts. If you look ahead to page 86 of the town meeting warrant, the PRS tennis courts are slated to be resurfaced for $1.5 million in fiscal year 2029, and the Cronin Field tennis courts are slated to be resurfaced for $1.6 million in fiscal year 2030. If those 12 tennis courts need to be reconstructed and resurfaced, why are we proposing to build 12 new courts beforehand without an updated tennis court analysis? The only current report is the sound study requested by neighbors of Bear Cove Park. It concluded in January of 2025 that anyone within 1,200 feet of the courts is going to hear pickleball 8 to 12 hours a day and to close your windows. That is unacceptable. The site of these courts are 45 feet from an area of critical environmental concern, and the wildlife in the Bear Cove Park Sanctuary is unable to close their windows. This proposal is rushed, costly, and lacks data to justify the need, the scale, and the spending. Let's pause here. Pickleball is not the project to dump $2 million of our rainy day fund into. This town has many big-ticket infrastructure projects on the horizon, as we have discussed this evening. It's okay to vote no to this article. The Hingham pickleball community currently has and will have a place to play. There are 12 lined pickleball courts at Cronin Fields and at PRS courts. 5 years from now, Hingham will still have a strong sense of community without 12 new pickleball courts for $2 million, as it has in the past, and hopefully by that time, my children will be well-established Red Sox fans. Thank you all, and please vote no.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Jude Miller, 479 Main Street. Once again, I ask if the moderator would consider a motion for the previous question.
He will.
Thank you. So moved.
Again, you know, the motion for the previous question, which will end debate if you approve it. Again, on page 3, the purpose of the motion for the previous question is to end discussion and have an immediate vote on the pending question. The motion is not debatable and requires a majority vote for adoption. All those in favor of the motion for the previous question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes obviously have it. The motion for the previous question has passed. Yes?
I'd like to ask for a standing vote.
Excuse me, why don't you let me run the meeting? Okay. That was the motion for the previous question. It's not debatable. We now come to vote on the matter before the meeting, which is, will the town appropriate and transfer the sum of $1,278,010 from unassigned fund balance to be expended by the town of Hingham's Recreation Department with approval of the Select Board for the design, permitting, bidding, demolition, site preparation, construction, and all other related expenses for new pickleball courts to be located at Bear Cove Park Drive, Hingham, Massachusetts. All those in favor of the recommended motion, which requires for adoption a simple majority, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The moderator is in doubt. We'll have a standing vote. You know the drill by now. Please take a seat if you want your vote to be counted. This will be the last article we cover tonight. As we prepare to take the standing vote, just allow me to say that we obviously will need a second night. I do not expect that we will need a third night. So I would like everyone's commitment to arrive here on time tomorrow, so that we can begin the warrant promptly at 7 o'clock. I'd invite you to check in not later than 6:30. There'll be no fife and drum. Perhaps the kazoo band can be mustered from Crow Point. And if we start promptly at 7, I'm confident that we can conclude the balance of the warrant at a reasonable hour. So again, we now are going to have a standing vote. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 20 should rise and have your vote be counted. You can sit, Ramsey. All right, the affirmative vote has been counted. All those who are opposed to the motion, please rise and stay standing until your vote has been counted and you've been instructed to resume your seat.
Double checking.
Mm.
Okay.
So this required a simple majority. And we still have over 400 people here.
So, yeah, so we're at
Yeah. We have 426. So you had 213. So obviously 221 is more than 205. It's a simple majority. We have the count. Recall that this required for adoption a simple majority, and there were 426 votes cast. 221 were yes, 205 were negative. So, please, you know, your fellow citizens were contrary-minded. All right. I would, at this juncture, propose a motion for adjournment. It requires a motion, which I can't make, requires a second, requires for adoption a simple majority vote. Motion for adjournment has been made, has been seconded. All those in favor of adjourning this meeting until tomorrow at 70. Don't leave, you might get outvoted. All those opposed, anybody like a night owl, just want to keep going? Thank you. I call to order the second night of Hingham Town Meeting. I'll spend just a moment reviewing some of the procedures for town meeting. I did go over them last night, but it's pretty important stuff, so we'll go over them again, particularly for anyone who was not here last night. Again, they set forth on pages 3 and 4 of the warrant booklet. If you don't have a booklet, there are ample copies here in the room. An article, of course, is a question. Questions need to be answered. They're answered by motions. The motion needs to be within the scope of the article. If the advisory committee is recommending an affirmative motion under the article, that motion is received as the main motion under the article. A voter may propose to amend the motion, either to change it in part or to substitute a whole new motion, cleverly called a substitute motion. In any such case, the proposed amendment will need to be taken up and voted on first, and then the main motion, as the main motion may have been amended, will be acted upon thereafter. If, as is the case in one matter tonight, if the advisory committee is recommending no action under an article, and a voter wishes to offer an affirmative motion, the voter's motion will be received as the main motion under the article, and that motion is likewise subject to amendment. All motions and proposed amendments to motions that involve the expenditure of money must be in writing, and so too must all other motions or proposed amendments, unless they're so brief and simple as to be understood easily. Voters are welcome to seek the assistance of town council, seated to my right, John Coughlin, to prepare motions or proposed amendments. Limits on speaking. No person may speak on any subject for more than 6 minutes for the first time, or for more than 3 minutes if they are recognized for a second time. In addressing the meeting, a speaker shall confine his or her remarks to the matter before the meeting. People who are not registered voters of the town may be admitted to the meeting as guests by the moderator, which I have done this evening. The guests are seated to my right, to your left. They are welcome here, but of course they cannot vote. If they wish to speak to the meeting, they can only do so with your permission. A couple of motions that are not intuitive. The purpose of the motion for the previous question, bottom of page 3, the purpose of that motion is to end discussion and have an immediate vote on the pending question. The motion for the previous question is not debatable, and it requires a majority for adoption. The moderator will decline to accept the motion for the previous question if other voters are seeking recognition and if both sides have not yet had an opportunity to be heard. The motion the moderator rather will accept the motion for the previous question if it appears that both sides have been heard and the discussion is becoming repetitious. Voting procedures, important. All votes are taken in the first instance by voice vote. If the moderator is in doubt as to the results, or if 7 voters rise and express doubt as to the result declared by the moderator, then a standing vote is taken, except that a ballot vote is taken instead of a standing vote if either the advisory committee or 50 voters promptly call for a ballot vote. As a ballot vote takes considerable time, our practice has been not to request a ballot vote in the absence of compelling reasons. No vote may be reconsidered except after a 2/3 vote on a motion to reconsider the vote. A vote may not be reconsidered a second time or after a motion to reconsider it has failed to pass. There's a more detailed description, which will be relevant tonight, about votes that are adopted at one session and then are to be reconsidered perhaps at a later session. I'll get to that in a bit. A motion to adjourn is a privileged motion. It's decided by majority vote without debate. And when the warrant is completed, which I do hope will occur this evening, a motion to dissolve the meeting is in order. If you wish to speak, you will rise, please, and seek my attention, the attention of the moderator. When recognized by the moderator, then you should come to the microphone. When you do, please state your name and your address, and do so at the outset of each time you speak. As I said, we had action last night on 20 articles, and including number 20. If you refer back to page 4, it says, a vote adopted at one session of town meeting may not be reconsidered at a later adjourned session of the meeting, the same meeting, unless the moving party has given notice of the mover's intention to make such a motion either at the session of the meeting at which the vote was passed or by written notice to the town clerk not less than 12 hours before the hour to which the adjournment had been voted, which happened last night to 7 p.m. this evening. And we did have a voter who gave notice just before midnight last night by writing to the town clerk that the voter wished to make a motion for reconsideration of the action taken under Article 20. Under our local procedure, that motion for reconsideration is the first thing we take up tonight. And I'd invite the voter who made the motion for reconsideration to come forward and identify yourself, please, by name and address. This motion requires a second, and it requires, if it were to be adopted, it requires a 2/3 majority vote.
Okay. Marissa Costello, 9 Partridge Drive. I make a motion to reconsider the action taken under Article 20 at last evening's session.
Is there a second on Ms. Costello's motion? Motion has been duly made and seconded. What is before the meeting now, just to be clear, is not the substance of Article 20, but your motion for reconsideration. Obviously a somewhat nuanced distinction, but what is before the meeting now is not reconsidering 20. That would only happen if the motion for reconsideration were to be adopted by a 2/3 vote. So, Ms. Costello, you have the floor for 6 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Last night,
Want to come a little closer?
sorry. Last night there was a lot of discussion about the pickleball court article, and personally I feel that not enough debate happened in informing the voters of different statistics that were important in making this decision. I'd like to continue that conversation tonight so that we can continue to educate the voters. The very close vote last night spoke volumes to me, and I feel that it would be nice to do that vote again by ballot. We can often be intimidated by our friends standing around us, and a ballot vote may truly reflect what people are feeling on this topic.
Is there further discussion of the motion for reconsideration? Yes, I recognize you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thomas Massimo, 185 Hersey Street. I rise because my question is regarding the original field study, in that I think it's been represented in a way that says to me that it was a recommendation of that study, and I see nothing that says that. It notes that the town has no pickleball court as of 2020. It doesn't say it needs one or should have one, and even the feasibility study in 2023 doesn't go quite as far as, in my opinion, has been represented as the results of the study or the feasibility study. So I would like some clarification if I have that wrong, and I would like all of us as voters to understand that, as it's in the warrant in a couple of places, as it implied support for the article, which I don't feel would be proper under those circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there further discussion, mindful of what we have before us right now is Ms. Costello's motion for reconsideration of the affirmative action taken last evening on Article 20? Yes, sir. Come forward, please, and remember to give your name and your residential address.
My name is Richard Freyer. I live at 256.
Why don't you lift the microphone up closer to your...
I live at 256 North Street. I believe we should support the change here because there were 400 some odd people here last night voting on this. And I think something of spending $2 million deserves to have more people here and let them speak. And if they want to spend money that way, then we should be able to do it. But with 400 people here at 11 o'clock at night, I don't think that's a proper way to spend that kind of money here in Hingham. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Sir.
John Borger, 53 Lafayette Avenue. Hillary Tutko did a rather extraordinary article in the Hingham Anchor and pointed out several critical things that I think bear on this decision, even to whether to reconsider that vote, and certainly on the merits of the question itself about pickleball. So I'm just wondering if Hillary is here tonight, and if she is, I would suggest that perhaps she address us just briefly and recap some of her main concerns that she outlined in the article. I don't know whether she's here or not, so.
Why don't you come forward if you're willing to?
Hate to put you on the spot, Hillary.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hillary Tutko. I live at 22 Hillside Terrace. First off, I want to say thank you. I usually really like to have notes prepared, and speaking off the cuff, I apologize if I ramble. But to your point, I did write a Hingham Anchor opinion piece, and I have been looking into this project deeply beginning in January of this year. And at this point, with the 2020 athletic field and court study, I am begging for the report to say, Hingham, you need to build 12 new pickleball courts for $2 million. I have scoured this 90-page report. It has made me go crazy. And the words aren't there. It's the feasibility study. It points to the 2020 study. And the words aren't there that say, this community has 500 to 1,000 pickleball players. If that survey were there back in 2023 and I could point it to you all, I would, but it's not. And the words that were used in the 2020 study is not to build new courts. And I wish I could tell you guys otherwise. I wish I could have spoken about it otherwise. I want everybody here in Hingham, like I feel, to feel like they have a place. And I do feel that the pickleball community currently has that place with the facilities that we have. And when I speak with people, a lot of you that are in this room, and I've brought up pickleball, no one has known about it until I brought it up to them. And that speaks volumes as to how this project got off the ground. There are no statistics in everything that the town has pointed to that says to build new pickleball courts for $2 million. It does say to dedicate 3 courts to pickleball for $15,000. 3 of those courts are to be dedicated, 3 tennis courts to be dedicated to pickleball, because Hingham has a robust amount of courts. How many courts? 31. Have times changed in 5 years? They most certainly have. How many? There are 6 courts that are no longer there. We should require the town to do another survey to say, we need these pickleball courts, we need to build these tennis courts. And that's not there. I've asked for it. I've asked the Rec Commission for those studies, and I have been told that they don't exist. So I do think that this is up for reconsideration. I do think that we should listen to the remarks again, and I do think that the Rec Commission and the AdCom committee should point to the pages where it says to build 12 new pickleball courts for $2 million. But thank you, and even just so that you all understand, I'm in a butter, and I'm 900 feet away, and I have had pickleballers from other communities tell me that this is not a project for Hingham. This is a project for the South Shore. I have had people in other communities come and hit pickleballs from the site, and I can hear every single pop. The only time I can't hear it is when a car goes by. And I live on a dead end, so that doesn't happen often. So again, I'm sorry for going long, and I'm sorry for being unprepared, but the fact that that sound study said that we're going to hear pickleball at 1,200 feet away, 8 to 12 hours a day, is completely unacceptable, and that is the only study that is recent and relevant. And the only reason why that study came about is because the neighbors of Bear Cove Park spoke up and demanded it. And it should have stopped as soon as it concluded that we had to close our windows to enjoy our lives. So please, I think this is up for reconsideration. I appreciate all of your support, everybody's outreach. And we should absolutely reconsider this. And thank you for all of your time. And I'm sorry that I was jumbled. And thank you again. Thank you all.
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Bryan. I live at 75 Prospect Street. I have heard that opinion many times, and I did see the article. The pickleball community and the rec department is being asked to be fact-checked. The opinion that was just given should also be fact-checked.
Why don't we let the speaker speak? You're eating into her time.
Perhaps the reason that the studies are not saying that we need pickleball courts or more pickleball courts is because we have 0 pickleball courts in town. Vicki Donlin last night explained the entire process and the entire reasoning. Pickleball courts are being played on tennis courts as a makeshift. Once the high school, people make pickleball a high school sports, we are going to build pickleball courts. We may not, at that point, we won't be able to use CPC funds because that's not what they're earmarked for. We won't be able to use fund balance because that's not what it's earmarked for. So when we do have to build them, and we will, it's going to cost us a lot more money. The other thing is, we have spent 5 years. We have spent money on studies for feasibility, where to put the pickleball courts, the best place, if they're needed. It may not say it directly, but it's a no-brainer. We don't have any. We need them. I'm sorry, I'm not prepared either. The other thing to consider is all the money and time that has been spent over the last 5 years, if we do not vote this in now, is wasted. That's not fiscally responsible. That's just not responsible, and it's not right, because we are scared of something that may happen, or because we are listening to people who are not necessarily very well informed, and their opinion is their opinion, but they are not facts. Lastly, we elected the select board. They support this project. We elected AdCom. They support this project. We elected CPC people. They support this project. This project is 5 years in the making. If people were not paying attention and they did not choose to go to meetings, that is not a reason to stop and redo all of this. This has been done very judiciously. The rec department has done it in earnest and made sure they followed every step required by this town. The people have been heard. The pickleball noise that Hillary referred to was done in the middle of the winter with no mitigation. We are putting up 15-foot fences with sound mitigation that's increasing the cost of this project. Don't forget, we're also taking down a building that is decrepit, that's falling down, that could actually cost us more money if someone decided to go in and get hurt in there. It is a building that has been condemned for years. It has been part of this project. It probably shouldn't have been. But that's $500,000 that's going to be taken care of and overseen by the rec department to get this done. It's going to beautify that area. Last thing. We voted in the feasibility or the Center for Wellness last night. Imagine this. You have the Center for Wellness. You have pickleball courts. You have the soccer courts. You have the skate park, all around in the same facility. That's the real beauty of this project. We can have a place in town where for all ages, that we can enjoy. And this has been done very, very thoughtfully and very, very carefully. All we need to do is vote it in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donlin. I recognize Ms. Donlin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As I said last night, my name is Vicki Donlin, 12 Floret Circle. I have been on the Rec Commission for 13 years, and I've been chair of the Rec Commission for 13 years. In 2020, we had an athletic fields and courts study for the purpose of assessing what does this town have, what does this town need. It didn't just assess whether or not we needed pickleball. Pickleball was fairly not well known back in 2020. We assessed, do we have enough tennis courts? Do we have enough softball, football, soccer fields, high school fields, every field in this town, every court in this town, and I was personally involved with every single meeting with Weston and Sampson. Out of that meeting came the fact that pickleball was a sport this town needed to address. The suggestion was to paint 3 pickleball courts on tennis courts. A painted tennis court is not a pickleball court. A court that has a tennis net is not for pickleball. We have spent the last several years having to replace nets because pickleballers want to lower the nets. It is not working. We also, once we finished this study, realized that we needed to take the next step, which was a feasibility study to find out where the right location for pickleball in this town was. We did not go into a feasibility study for pickleball without the knowledge that we were going to need dedicated pickleball courts. We went to 8 locations in this town, studied every location. Everything I am saying to you tonight is on the Rec Commission's website. Everything is there for viewing for everybody. I attended every single meeting. We have had 48 public meetings. I appreciate that Hillary started to get involved in January. I appreciate that other people have been involved since 2020. The Rec Department has been involved every single day during that time to make sure that fields and courts in this town meet the needs of our residents. We are not doing this blindly, trying to talk you into something that is not needed. If you are not aware, pickleball is the fastest growing sport in this country. It is becoming a high school sport. Your children are going to play pickleball if they're not already playing it. The Rec Department teaches pickleball. It teaches to all ages. Our summer camp, the kids play pickleball. If you are not all aware of that, I invite you to come and watch them at camp. This is not something that we dreamt up in a moment. We spent a great deal of time with CHA, the management consultant that helped us with the feasibility study, looking again at 8 locations. We found the perfect location across from Carlson Fields. No residence is closer than 800 feet, many more than 1,200 feet away. We heard concerns, we immediately went for a sound study. That sound study suggested we could remediate the sound in a variety of ways. 2 options were provided to us. We chose the first with the greatest mitigation to the sound. 15 feet of screens all the way around the courts. 15 feet. Anybody in the room, 15 feet, think of where the pickleball goes. If you've played, you understand. The sound is not going to jump over buildings, jump over trees, and affect other people. We have been very careful in this process. We are now at the point of presenting this to CPC, which will be the next article. We brought an application to CPC. That process was 5 to 6 months with, again, public meetings at every stop. Everybody is invited to all of those meetings. We found the cost of what this pickleball court, dedicated courts would be. We had a preliminary design done for 12 courts. 12 courts is the preliminary design. We certainly hope to make at least 10 to 12 courts. Other towns have built 6 to 8 courts, and guess what? A few years later, they find they need to build more. The cost has remained the same throughout this process. The change in cost is due to the demolition of the building. We want to be very careful. $465,000, almost $500,000, to take down a building for your safety and for your children's safety. It is an abandoned building that needs to come down. And finally, the mitigation of sound, $210,000. We ask that you support this article. People are playing pickleball, kids are playing pickleball, and I guarantee you within 5 years it will become an Olympic sport. This town needs pickleball courts, and I ask you to vote yes on this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Come forward, please. I'll get you in a minute. Identify yourself. Identify yourself, please, and give your residential address.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dave May, 158 South Street. Should the motion to reconsider pass, I would like to hear about any traffic studies that have been done as part of this project. I'll save my comments
Thank you.
point if it passes. Thank you.
Very efficient. Yes. I will not accept it at this time. Come forward. Yep. Thank you. You can identify yourself and your address, please.
Good evening, Rebecca Wetzel or Rebecca Sharp, depending on how you know me. 35 High Street in Hingham.
People hear the speaker? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better? Ooh.
Perfect.
I'm going to start with public speaking is very unnerving. I appreciate you all giving me your undivided attention, but it makes me a bit more nervous. I'm not going to yell at you or lecture you, as I feel like possibly other people who have had the floor have this evening, but rather I'm going to get to the heart of it. And another speaker mentioned being fiscally responsible. And at the end of the day, there is nothing fiscally responsible about putting in 12 pickleball courts. It's very simple. It is not fiscally responsible. And to create more debt, especially in the times we're living in, for a pickleball court, I'm not saying Vicki didn't have valid points, but we need to reflect on where we are now and what the big picture is. Getting into more debt, there's a lot of big projects coming down. This is not something that should be a priority, and it breaks my heart to know that all this time and money has been wasted to even get us to this point. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Do you wish to be recognized again? Let's see, is there any voter who wishes to speak who has not yet been recognized, particularly somebody who would like to say something we've not heard? Yes, over there. Our tradition is not to recognize a voter a second time when there are other voters who wish to be recognized.
Hi, I'm Catherine Schroff, 10 Woodbridge Road. My main question is why 12? That seems to be...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but right now we're focused on the motion for reconsideration. So I'd ask you to focus your comments on that.
Okay, so if it goes to reconsideration, I think it should be reconsidered why 12 pickleball courts.
Right.
That seems to be a very excessive amount, an amount that should be more towards a private upscale facility, not a town. Something to consider.
Thank you. There was somebody, what I'll call left field. Yes, come in toward home plate, or at least third base.
Good evening. My name is Bill Fortune. I'm at 12 Newbridge Street. For a lot of you that know me, I coach a lot of youth sports. I coach lacrosse, youth football. My wife coaches basketball and soccer. To talk about adding more pickleball courts, and spending the money on pickleball courts where we need more fields for actually lacrosse and soccer, where we have so many kids that are sharing fields and teams sharing fields that we can't even have full practices. So to be able to go spend money on pickleball courts and not even consider other types of fields of sports that we already have and completely growing is unresponsible. If you can tell me, like third grade lacrosse alone, we have 4 teams to practice, to play on. We have to split our fields between Ward Field and Carlson, and we still don't have enough fields for that. Now, baseball, I'm not familiar with, but all I see is 2 fields over at Carlson, and I'm sure that's a growing sport as well. But to be able to spend the money on pickleballs when we're not even considering the sports that we currently have to help build those programs, I think is unresponsible.
Thank you. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paul Gannon, 7 Central Road, Hingham, Mass. I didn't plan on speaking. I think a lot of the speakers had said it fairly well. Of course, I fully support that the Article 20 vote that was given last night. Everybody seemed fully informed, and Article 20 passed. I just want to make sure everybody understands we're not incurring any debt, additional debt for this. So when someone misspeaks, I'm sure misunderstanding, we're not incurring any debt. CPC funds are there for projects like this. That money is there. We're not raising anybody's taxes. The unassigned fund balance is there. And there's been calls, as I've been hearing over the last several years, that we need to spend money on things in this town. The percentage that we have is so high that there's room to do that. And I think that's what advisory and I think others have done. So I just want to let you know that there is no debt being incurred, additional debt being incurred. That's a big consideration, I'm sure, for everybody in this room. I've had several friends talk to me, and we've had some good discussions about it. The last thing I'll say is that I've met so many wonderful people in this town through sports, and pickleball being one of them. People I never knew, families, my family, my children, my friends, neighbors, everybody seems to be enjoying this game together. It's good for the community, I believe, and that's, I believe, why it passed last night, because people understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Yes, sir.
My name
Yes,
is Robert
sir.
Eaton, 19 Ocean View Drive in Hingham, and I am a pickleball widow. I do not play
Sorry for your loss.
pickleball, okay? And in 2020, I don't know anybody else who even heard of pickleball back then. But it is the fastest growing sport in the country, and it has been led by people of my generation or a little younger, because it's easier on the elbows, the shoulders, and so on. My wife, who resides with me, is a pickleball fanatic. And I am constantly being left alone on my own devices because she's trying to find a place to play pickleball. I don't even know why I'm supporting the idea, but I do know that there are not a lot of places to play pickleball in this community. And the fact that part of the plan, the $2 million plan, is for the demolition of a building that was put up 50 years ago for ammunition storage, which is now crumbling apart and which needs to be torn down, and somehow has gotten in here. That's a big plus. That's a big plus in that it removes a chance for the community to be sued by somebody who gets injured there. The fact that they found a location where these courts can be held that is away from other abutters and can have mitigation of the sound is a wonderful thing. The fact that younger people are going to get involved in this is not really surprising. I won't be, but anyway, I would wish you'd move this along so we could.
Yes. Not yet. You have 3 minutes this time. That's a
Thank you.
maximum, not a required minimum.
Absolutely, I'll be brief. I did want to bring up one point that I don't recall hearing last night, and that is, while this is an issue that a lot of people care about, and I totally get it, we also passed a gigantic senior center, so you can kind of figure where I stand on where we went with that. The point is, the senior center is going to be right next to this if it goes. So I haven't heard anything about that with the noise study. I know there's going to be mitigation, but we know there's going to be noise. And so the idea of having that really quite close to the senior center is something I think is kind of disingenuous between the two proposals.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes, sir.
Jude Miller, 479 Main Street. I wonder if the moderator would give me the unique opportunity to move the question of a reconsideration.
You want to move the reconsideration?
The previous question of reconsideration.
That's what you want to do. Yes. I will accept at this juncture the motion for the previous question. Of course, as you know, bottom of page 3, the purpose of the motion for the previous question is to end discussion and have an immediate vote on the pending question. The motion is not debatable. It requires a majority vote for adoption. So the first thing we're going to do is just vote on the previous question. That is not Ms. Costello's motion. So all those who are in favor of ending debate and proceeding to the question for reconsideration should vote yes on the motion for the previous question. If you do not want to end discussion and want to have more debate and discussion, you will vote no. All those in favor of the motion for the previous question, please say aye. Aye. All those no. The ayes have it, apparently affirmatively or unanimously. So we now come to the matter that is before us, which is the motion for reconsideration of the affirmative vote that was taken last evening on Article 20. That vote requires a 2/3 majority. If it achieves the 2/3 majority, then we will go back to reconsider Article 20 ab initio. If it fails, then the vote will be final and cannot be reconsidered. So all those in favor of the motion for reconsideration, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes appear to have been victorious, and the motion is lost. We now come to Article 21. Article 21. Article 21 is the CPC article. You will recall that some years ago, order please, order. You will recall that I began to follow a procedure for the efficient processing of Article 21, akin to what we do for the budget. So we now come to Article 21. Article 21 begins at page 41 and relates to a number of recommendations of the Community Preservation Committee. Similar to the procedure that we traditionally follow for Article 6, I will read each of the recommended items under Article 21, which are set out at page 44 of your warrant booklet. I will read each amount to be appropriated for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, or set aside for later spending, as recommended in each case by the Community Preservation Committee. If you would like to raise a question or an objection with regard to any specific item after I have read that item and the dollar amount, please say, hold, so that we'll hear you. I will then mark hold next to any item in my book that has been held. We will put the held items aside until we have completed the reading of the list, at which point we will take up the items that have not been held, as to which no question has been raised, and we will vote on those items all together. Then we will go back and take up any item that has been held one by one and allow discussion, questions, debate, and any alternative motions with regard to any of those items. So, we now go to page 44. and I will read each item once I find my glasses. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you, Carol. It's good to have a wing person. I'm just going to go to the motions on 44. It is recommended that the town vote to appropriate, borrow, or set aside for future appropriation a sum of money available from the community preservation funds remaining after payment of debt service for bonds and/or notes issued under Mass General Laws, Chapter 44B, for the following items as recommended by the CPC for fiscal year that begins July 1, 2025. 1. To appropriate a sum of money in the amount of $40,000 from the Community Preservation General Fund to be used by the Community Preservation Committee for its administrative and operating expenses. 2. Appropriate a sum of money in the amount of $209,179 from the Community Preservation General Fund to be available for expenditure by the Select Board for the payment of bonds or notes borrowed for community preservation projects under the provisions of Mass General Laws 44B, Section 11. To appropriate a sum of money in the amount of $700,000 from the Community Preservation General Fund to the Hingham Affordable Housing Trust Opportunity Fund to be used by the Hingham Affordable Housing Trust for community housing purposes, and that these funds, including without limitation any net proceeds received by the Hingham Affordable Housing Trust from the sale of any property acquired in whole or in part with said funds, or any previous funds appropriated to the Opportunity Fund, those funds shall remain in said Opportunity Fund for future use for said purposes. 4. To appropriate a sum of money in the amount of $600,000 from the Community Preservation General Fund for historic resources preservation use purposes to be used by the Hingham Historical Society for the Old Ordinary Campus Improvement Project, and to authorize the Hingham Historical Commission, with the approval of the Select Board, to acquire a preservation restriction for that project under Mass General Laws 48D and Mass General Laws 184, Sections 31 through 33, and all other applicable laws. 5. To appropriate a sum of money in the amount of $758,640 from the Community Preservation General Fund for open space recreational use purposes to be used by the Town of Hingham Recreation Commission with the approval of the Select Board for the Pickleball Courts project. 6. To appropriate from the Community Preservation General Fund the net sale proceeds received by the Hingham Affordable Housing Trust from the sale of 18K Beals Cove Road and 21B Beals Cove Road in Hingham, Massachusetts during fiscal 2025, to the extent that the acquisition of said property was made using community preservation funds, to the Hingham Affordable Housing Trust Opportunity Fund to be used by the Hingham Affordable Housing Trust for community housing purposes, and that these funds, including without limitation any net proceeds received by the Hingham Affordable Housing Trust from the sale of any property acquired in whole or in part with said funds, shall remain in the Opportunity Fund for future use for said purposes. So there are 6 projects that the Community Preservation Committee has put before you, and 5 of them have not been held. So we should first vote on those projects that have not been held, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. All those in favor of approving those projects, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote, and we'll now come back to 5. So someone held 5, and we'll now talk about 5. Ms. Straley, would you like to speak as chair of the Community Preservation Committee? We typically hear from the committee that recommended the project first. Ms. Straley, as I said, is the chair of the Community Preservation Committee, and as she makes her way, I will say that the advisory committee is not elected. The advisory committee is a 15-member, hardworking committee, all of whom are appointed by the moderator. Ms. Straley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Julie Straley, 231 Lovett Street, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. One of the projects recommended by the Community Preservation Committee for your consideration and approval tonight is funding towards the pickleball project, which you're all very familiar with now. The Recreation Commission put forth this project application. It's supposed to represent 40% of the total cost of the project, though throughout the community preservation hearing process, some of the project costs rose, which we heard about tonight. Part of it was increasing the estimate for demolition and of the building that's there on the site, and then also mitigation for noise, so those 15-foot high fences and screens. So the request for the community preservation is $758,640, and the Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously in favor of this project.
Thank you, Ms. Straley. Mr. Pohl from Advisory, do you wish to speak to this issue? Again, as I mentioned last night, different members of the Advisory Committee liaise to the matters that will come before you, so they acquire some special knowledge of the specificity of the project. Mr. Pohl.
Thank you. Good evening. Stephen Pohl, 41 Masthill Road for the Advisory Committee. To be quite frank, the decision that we made with respect to Article 20 applies with equal force for Article 21, so I'm not going to spend any more of your time listening to me. Everything's the same. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Yes, please.
I'm Hillary Hosmer, 204 Linden Ponds Way. You just voted last night for $2 million. Is this 700,000 plus in addition to that $2 million?
It is not.
So this is not counting.
Julie, do you want to address the question just briefly? The question is it the sum of what was voted last night and this 750 some odd thousand?
Julie Straley, 231 Levitt Street for the CPC. This approval that we're asked to do right now is part of the total project cost. So the 758,640 is part of that 2 million of the project cost. So this is not in addition to, it's not 2,700,000. It's part of that.
I'll just clarify, and for the benefit of the meeting, if you look to the comment under Article 20 on page 40, the article seeks $1,278,010 to partially fund the design. So the project cost is the $2,036,650. The remaining funds are the $758,640. Okay? So some is coming from the town, coffers from the unassigned fund balance. If you look at the actual vote that was approved last evening and kind of confirmed tonight, the town appropriated the $1,278,010 from unassigned fund balance, more or less on the expectation that the $758,640 would come from the CPC funds. So it's the sum of those two constituting the $2 million. Anyone else? Ms. Donlin. Ms. Donlin has not spoken already on this matter. So you do get 6 minutes, but feel free to leave some on the table.
It's going to be short, I promise you. Vicki Donlin, 12 Floret Circle. I just wanted to clear up two things. Number one, once this project is done, you won't hear from me again. It'll be done. So that's it.
Please put that in the minutes.
There are no, the maintenance costs for this project, we're talking probably 15, 20 years down the road. Any maintenance, things like painting, which obviously comes up from time to time, any nets, the Rec Commission will handle. So again, this is a project that you're voting on tonight. It is paid for with fund balance and CPC. You will not have any tax implications, and you will not be hearing about maintenance in the next few years. Yes, it is near the seniors. This is a wonderful opportunity for the Center of Active Living to be with pickleball as it is in many other towns. And last, I just want to let someone over here who asked the question, why 12 pickleball courts? I want to stress, this is a preliminary drawing. The next step, if it's approved here tonight, we go to the building department, we go to the conservation department, we go out to bid, most importantly, to take this building down, and then decide exactly what is the best use of this property. It may be 10 courts, it may be 12 courts, but this isn't about doing anything that isn't best for the community and best for the site. If we're lucky enough and we get the building down cheap and we get 10 courts in there, we may have money to send back to fund balance. That would be my goal, or to CPC, whichever it might be. Those are the guys who make that decision, not me. But anyway, we appreciate your vote. I hope you will continue to vote in favor of this project with CPC. Thank you very much.
Yes. Come forward. Ms. Sneath. That's the spirit.
Don't count that in my time, please. Judy Sneath, 89 North Street. I talked to you all last night about page 76, which has to do with the capital needs of the town. I just want to make sure that the people who are here strictly to vote for pickleball also look at page 76, because we have $100 million in capital requests that we're not able to pay for this year, that will be here next year. And so when your taxes do go up, because they will, in order to pay for all of that, we should be very joyful on those pickleball courts. My concern here is about CPC funding. I was on the CPC for a number of years, and every single year, the Rec Commission comes to the CPC and requests money to maintain facilities. We have maintained the hockey rink at the Cronin Fields, the basketball court at Cronin Fields, and various tennis courts in the past. Last night, somebody brought up the condition of our existing tennis courts in need of maintenance, and CPC has been used for this. I heard Vicki Donlin said that we won't see her again at town meeting making requests, so my question is the Rec Commission now not reliant on using CPC funds to maintain its assets? And, or what's the projection? So yes, this is not a new tax. All of us pay 1.5% surcharge every year, and that goes into these funds, which are used for historic preservation, for recreation, and for affordable housing. We are committed to all three of those, and because we take this $700-some thousand and use it for pickleball courts tonight, we won't be able to do something else. Your taxes won't change, but the bank account is not unlimited. So my question really is this a maintenance fund, or are we building new things with CPC for recreation?
Would you like to address that, Ms. Straley, or somebody from not you, Vicki, please. It's a CPC question, really.
Julie Straley, 231 Levitt Street, Chair of CPC. So I just want to, it's all written out in the comments, so I don't want to take too much time, but the Community Preservation Committee does funding for different categories of projects. So it was adopted by Hingham in 2001, and our first grants went out in 2003, and their grants go across 4 categories: open space, affordable housing, historic preservation, and recreation, which is like a subset of open space. And there are minimum distribution requirements of 10% of the annual CPA funding budget across three categories: open space, affordable housing, and historic preservation. So we're not going to be able to do grants just for one category to the detriment of other requests. And the the Recreation Commission has a proven track record with requests towards the Community Preservation Committee for projects, but it's not maintenance projects. These are rebuild projects that they did just this past year last year at Town Meeting 24. One of the projects was to rebuild the community playground behind Town Hall, and that will be completed this summer in about June. The other, before that was the $55,000 pickleball courts feasibility study. They rebuilt the Cronin basketball court, which is very popular with kids and adults alike around town. They rebuilt the Cronin hockey court. The Recreation Athletic Field Study was funded by the Community Preservation Act. They rebuilt the Hull Street Playground, and they rebuilt the Crestfield Playground. So these are rebuilding projects, it's not maintenance projects. And I could rattle off a bunch of other projects that are in different categories if anyone wants to hear about those. But we have done a lot of projects, and the request before you tonight is not at the expense of other projects that have been proposed or accepted in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ridley. Yes, sir. I'll recognize you again.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thomas Massimo, 185 Hersey Street. I just bring up the question of using CPC funds for a project of this size, which I think is going to be pretty clearly used by leagues in the area and tournaments and so forth, which I think legally is a little shaky on the Community Preservation Act acceptable uses. I think by size, I also mean money, and that other towns have built courts for much less than that, like $500,000 in Braintree, and they're having a bunch of lawsuits about the noise. But the concern to me is the size of this means, as we heard last night, there's going to be a magnet because, of course, everyone can use what we have, but I think that that's going to be a driver that makes this something that isn't anticipated under CPA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm going to go over here to a gentleman who has not been recognized yet. You can make your way to the most convenient microphone. Remember to identify yourself and your residential address. You have a maximum of 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll be quick. 2 questions. 1, can the demolition of the building be separated from the building of the pickleball courts?
I have no idea. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you give your name?
Sorry, Mark Bonagorio, 10 Cliff Road.
Yeah. Who would like to address that? Yeah. I'm looking at this as a project, but I'm not on the CPC, nor am I in the AdCom.
That's Article 20. So maybe Steve Cole.
Why don't you come up and, since this is Liz Klein, of course, from the Select Board. I'm going to bring our attention back to Article 20.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Liz Klein, 12 Peter Hobart Drive. So that piece of the project was part of Article 20 with the pickleball courts. I don't know if Steve Pohl wants to add anything, but that is not part of CPC. The CPC funds are not being used to take down that building. And just to clarify, there's been some discussion about what that building was. It's the old Traces building used by high school students. So instead of it coming out of the education budget, it's actually coming out of this fund balance.
Thank you. My second question is regarding the actual funding, to what Ms. Sneath had asked before. If we if we don't approve this, these funds will roll over to be used for future years, such as the anticipated $100 million we have in spending coming up, correct? Also the same with the CPC funding. The money doesn't disappear or go back anywhere. We still have use of it for future years.
Right.
I'll let Julie speak to the CPC, but the funding does not disappear. If the funding from unassigned fund balance is not used, it would be returned to unassigned fund balance, and same with CPC, it would roll over to the next year.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything, Julie?
Yes, why don't we have Ms. Straley come forward and clarify that? Obviously, the funding under Article 20 has already been approved. So we are only focused right now on the one held item under the CPC article, which is number 5.
Julie Straley, 231 Levitt Street. The $758,000, if it's not used, if it's not approved right now, it will be rolled into the Community Preservation Act budget for next year. Community preservation uses are not to pay for the $100 million worth of projects that are on the capital outlay page 76. I've got it committed to memory now. So it can be used for future community preservation grant requests, but not for the capital needs that are discussed on page 76. Thank you.
Is there anybody who wants to make a point that has not yet been made, which would allow us to vote on this? Yes. Come forward, please. Ms. Cruiser.
Lindsay Cruiser, 10 Quail Run. I just had one quick comment to me.
Could you please sit down, sir?
It seems not prudent to spend CPC funds on a project that is very divisive in the community and that barely half of the voters here voted for. This seems like the type of project that could easily lead to more expenditures by the town on legal from lawsuits and other sort of potential drains on our finances. So I think our CPC funds should be used on projects that are more uniting for the community and have greater support.
Thank you, Ms. Cruiser. Yes, sir.
Lawrence Bevins, 8 Plymouth River Road. It's just reflecting on what I've seen in the last couple of days. And
Stay close to the mic, please.
I noticed we've spent, even moments ago, we dropped $600,000 on Old Ordinary. How many people have been to Old Ordinary? Not a lot, not a lot. Without a blink of an eye. I'm not a major pickleball fan, but I am a fan of athletics. And I see people like Gene over here who taught my kids.
And again,
my kids who have all gone to South School, who have benefited, they learned about pickleball. It's not about pickleball, it's about athleticism. It's about being out in the open. It's about being among people in the community. And that's what we need. People are too enclosed and not out and around. We just voted and accepted $30 million, or actually $2.5 million toward developing a plan for dropping a $30 million building into Bear Cove. We're talking about $750,000 of money that's allocated to the community in order to benefit the people who we all believe in are going to be down the road from the courts. It's not about pickleball. It's about community. It's about health. It's about motion. And before you time me out, I read the study. If anyone's heard the Blue Part Project, community and mobility equals longevity. And that's what we need around here. Thank you.
Thanks. I would suggest we have had a full and fair debate and we can come to vote. I'm sorry? Yes, come forward and you can come to that microphone. And
Anita Ryan, 37 Baker Hill Drive. I just wanted to talk about our noise bylaw. So we as a town passed a noise bylaw that talks about people in Hingham have the right and should be ensured of an environment free of excessive noise. And I was just wondering if Town Council had the opportunity to look at the sound study, which does say that the pickleball facility will be audible at all receivers. That includes homes on Conservatory Park, depending on the time and day and whatever court is being used. And that they evaluated, this is the sound study, they evaluated 2 different mitigation options, neither of which provide significant benefits for all receivers, meaning all the receivers, including the homes on Conservatory Park, will have audible sound from the pickleball, whereas today they do not. So when I read our noise bylaw that we passed, that this town passed, and says, refers to such sound shall not be plainly audible beyond 100 feet. I guess I'm finding it hard to reconcile, and I'm concerned that as soon as these pickleballs will be built, they could violate our town's bylaw. And so I wanted to understand that.
Thank you. John, I don't know if you want to speak to that or if you just want to speak to the permitting process that has not yet begun. Inviting John Coughlin to address the meeting, if you permit him to do so. He's counsel to the town, but he is not a resident. All those in favor of hearing Mr. Coughlin, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Go ahead, John.
John Coughlin, Town Council. So we have looked at the noise bylaw, and I think you need to look at Section 8 of that bylaw, which contains exemptions. So this project would be exempt from enforcement under that bylaw because it's an activity that's permitted or allowed by a town board. So you need to read that bylaw, you need to look at the exceptions, and you would need to find another enforcement mechanism because that bylaw wouldn't apply to this project.
Thank you. It's not an applause line, okay? We come to vote. This requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor of the recommended motion of the advisory committee that is set forth as paragraph 5 on page 45, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have carried and the motion is adopted. We come to Article 22. Article 22, school bus leases, and then 23, you might think looks remarkably similar, but it is different. I also remind you that we have many things to do here that go beyond pickleball, including multi-million-dollar expenditures for the schools and issues that remain open. Article 22. Article 22 asks the question, will the town authorize the school department to enter into bus leases through the end of fiscal 26 for the procurement of 4 school buses for regular transportation for a term greater than 3 years but less than 10? The comment explains why we're doing this, and the advisory committee and the select board voted unanimously in favor of it. So the first one on school bus leases recommends that the town authorize the school committee to school bus leases for the procurement's a word of art, for the procurement of 4 school buses for regular transportation for a term of greater than 3 years but fewer than 10 under Mass General Laws 30B, Section 12, including leases for electric school buses and the installation of infrastructure associated therewith. All those in favor of the recommended motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes obviously have carried, and the motion is adopted. The next looks remarkably similar, but it's, yes? A motion for reconsideration has been made on Article 21. You know what the motion for reconsideration requires. If you want to reconsider what we did on Article 21, you will vote in favor of Mr. Gannon's motion that it be reopened and reconsidered. If you do not want to return to the action we just completed under 21, you will vote against Mr. Gannon's motion. All those in favor of reconsidering the action just, excuse me? Okay. No. No. Correct. Yep. No vote may be, okay, yes, that's what we're doing. Mr. Edmondson's question is, yes, we would do the whole thing. We don't pick and choose. So all those in favor of reconsidering the action taken under, excuse me? You have to come forward. We can't hear you. At least I can't.
Sorry, this was a point of order, Mr.
Yeah,
Moderator.
sure.
After our double stampede, I would ask if the moderator is still confident that we have a quorum.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We had 643 people here. We require 200 for the quorum on this continued night of sound meeting. But thank you for the question. If you want to reconsider the action taken under 21, Mr. Gannon has invited you to do so. Please say aye. All those who oppose the motion for reconsideration, please say no. No. Obviously, the noes have it. The motion for reconsideration is lost. It cannot be raised again. So we have approved 22. We now come to 23. 23 asks, will the town authorize the school department to enter into bus leases through, it does not say for this fiscal year, so bus leases for regular transportation for a term of greater than 3 years but less than 10 under 30B12, including leases for electric buses and the installation of infrastructure. So this is a slight change, but a change of substance. The purpose of this article at the top of 46, the purpose of the Article 23 is to shift the authority to approve bus leases for more than 3 years from the annual town meeting to the school committee. Given that the school committee is capable of making lease versus purchase decisions, as well as for how many years, shifting the authority makes sense. That's, of course, is the comment of the advisory committee. They also note that this authority may be revoked by annual town meeting at any time in the future. So you see your recommended motion that the town authorize the school committee to approve school department bus leases for a term greater than 3 years but less than 10 under applicable law, including leases for electric buses and installation of infrastructure associated therewith. Is there a discussion? If not, we come to vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Again, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Next, Article 24, the acceptance of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 71. Will the town accept the provisions of that law for purposes of authorizing, but not requiring, the town of Hingham to enforce and fine an operator or owner of a motor vehicle who fails to stop for a school bus when required to do so by law, as identified through a school bus violation detection monitoring system or act on anything related thereto? This article is before you at the request of the Traffic Committee. The comment, I will abstract, says the article proposes that the town accept the applicable law that became effective January the 10th, 2025, and states a city or town that accepts Section 71 of Chapter 40 may install and operate a school bus violation detection monitoring system on a school bus to enforce violations by an operator of a motor vehicle who overtakes or fails to stop their vehicle for a school bus when required to do so. Which parallels the language of the article. Yes, come forward, please.
Laura Gonsalves, 65 Fort Hill Street. As someone who lives on a very busy road and has a kindergartner, I can attest to the fact that every morning, at least one, if not two cars blow right through the school bus stop sign for my son as he gets on the bus. Luckily, we're on the side where he enters the door. But when seeing this, I was extremely thrilled because, like others, I take the boat, I take the commuter rail, but there's no reason to not stop for a school bus sign. Yeah. So I would say support this.
Right, thank you. Is there further discussion on the recommended motion under Article 24? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Next, Article 25. Article 25 relates to the Municipal Waterways Improvement and Maintenance Fund. Will the town vote to appropriate or transfer from available funds, a sum of money which sum was generated by fees paid to the town of Hingham in 25 for a parking license for the purpose of accessing slips or moorings, and revenues generated by the Harbor Master's Office and/or boat excise taxes for what? For deposit to the town's Municipal Waterways Improvement and Maintenance Fund to be used in accordance with applicable Massachusetts law. The comment walks you through the establishment of this fund, and the advisory committee and strike that, and the select board voted unanimously in favor of this. I'll read the motion. That the town vote to appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money, which sum was generated from fees paid to the town during fiscal 25, including all revenues from any parking license for the purpose of accessing slips or moorings, which is about $40,000, and all revenues generated by the Harbor Master's Office, including mooring, docking permit, late fees, and boating fines, approximately $10,000, and the remaining 50% of boat excise taxes, which is about $35,000, from local receipts to be deposited into the town's Municipal Waterways Improvement and Maintenance Fund to be used in accordance with Mass General Laws 85G. And it tells you up above in the comment what those purposes are. Is there discussion on the recommended motion under Article 25? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That's a unanimous vote under 25. 26. 26 relates to the town pier and other inner harbor structures. I'll read the question first. Will the town vote to amend the appropriation of $5,650,000 previously approved under Article 20 of the Hingham Town Meeting 2021 to expand the purpose for which that appropriation may be expended as follows? That the appropriation may be expended by the Select Board for the repair or reconstruction of the town pier wharf and/or any other inner harbor structures to address safety issues and sea level rise. Now, this was inserted at the request of the Harbor Development Committee, and it speaks to the comment which I will abstract for your, hopefully your assistance. Comment. The original Article 20 appropriated $5,650,000 to expended by the Select Board to specifically reconstruct and raise the height of Town Pier Wharf. The proposed article would broaden the scope of work beyond what was more narrowly worded in Article 20 between what the Article 20 appropriation would otherwise allow. And they speak into the town started with a risk assessment and adaptation study of climate change vulnerability. Over the following 2 years, the town gathered data, including topographical and metric study, visual structure assessment, and geotechnical investigations of the 3 harbor wharves that were in need of repair and repair and reconstruction. Town Pier Wharf, the area that's near the Iron Horse statue, the Whitney Wharf, where the Veterans Park is located, and Barnes Wharf, where the Maritime Center is located. It continues toward the end of the paragraph on 48. Town Pier Wharf was chosen as the original focus, and is the largest and the most heavily used. Further, it is the only publicly available boat pier in Hingham, and no substantial work had been performed on Town Pier Wharf in living memory. Then toward the end of that long paragraph in the center of the page, I'll just read, the cost has obviously risen substantially. It says that inflation since 2021 has resulted in the cost of repairing Town Pier Wharf alone to grow exponentially from the originally estimated $5,650,000 to an amount in excess of $22 million. Therefore, the updated article asks the town to expand the purpose for which the prior appropriation may be expended and use the previously approved funds to focus on related, smaller value projects, which could be implemented sooner, given that most would not require federal permitting. These include improvements at the Bathing Beach parking lot at an estimated cost of $1,001,000, $3,744,000 for the Whitney Wharf area, the Veterans Park seawall project, and $500,000 for the addition of a storm surge gate in the Home Meadow area, generally located off Water Street near the MBTA train tracks. This gate could help prevent storm surge into the Station Street lot and onward into the downtown toward North and South Streets. The last project would require federal permitting, but is a lower cost project. Any surplus funds could be applied to future permitting costs. They then describe the various work, raising the dunes in front of the bathing beach parking lot several feet, adding a modest elevation and expanse of the dunes along the waterfront, replacing the vertical seawall with a revetment or stepped slope at Veterans Park, which could serve as seating in addition to more robust protection from storms and sea level rise, and the addition of the aforementioned storm gate. Approval of this article requires 2/3 vote because it involves borrowing. So the recommended motion, which I will now read at the bottom of 48, carrying over onto 49, says it is recommended that the town amend the appropriation of $5,650,000 previously approved under Article 20 of the Town of Hingham Annual Town Meeting 2021 to expand the purpose for which the appropriation may be expended as follows. That the appropriation may be expended by the Select Board for the repair, reconstruction of the town pier wharf and or any other inner harbor structures to address safety issues and sea level rise. To meet the appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, is authorized to borrow the sum under Chapter 44, Section 7 of the Massachusetts General Laws or any other enabling authority and issue bonds or notes to the town. Is there discussion under the recommended motion under Article 26? If there being none, yes, sir, in the way back. I'll get you in a sec. Come forward, please.
Richard Freyer, 256 North Street. My question is, it appears that there are several potential grants that are available. Have we secured any of this money? Does anyone know?
I think that the comment, if there is somebody from Harbor Development Committee, they can expend it, but it does speak to, in the carryover paragraph at the top of 48, or that town engineer J.R. Fry has diligently pursued grant opportunities, including grants, and then basically says, however, permitting delays ensued, resulting in the town's decision not to change consultants. None of the grants were successful in the end, as I understand it.
Okay, so we're actually, you're asking to approve $5.6 million based on a cost right now of $22 million overall.
No, sir. I think that the motion says that $22 million project cannot be pursued at this time. So the motion before the meeting is to modify the allocation. So if you go back to the very beginning of 26, will the town vote to amend the appropriation of $5,650,000 so as to do other things? And those other things, if you go then to page 48, it talks about how, if you get down to the, a third of the way or so from the bottom of that big paragraph in the center, I'll just read it again. What they would like to do is to have the opportunity to use the money for the improvements at the Bathing Beach parking lot for $1.1 million, 3744 for Whitney Wharf, and $500,000. So it's the sum of those three things.
Okay, so they want to change initially what they were asking for. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Oh, yeah, and our town clerk has also noted right above where it says the quantum of vote, additionally about $500,000 in grant money from the CZM has already been awarded to support the design and permitting of resiliency costs. It's possible that an additional $2 million may be obtained, but they did get $500,000.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Yes.
Hello, Jason Majane, 16 Maryknoll Drive. I have two questions. The first is, could somebody clarify which money amounts align with which of the numbered items here? For example, like is the 1.1 million specific to raising the dunes, like what the money is actually for? And then the other is, in 2021, we voted for the 5.6 million for the main town pier wharf, which was at the time explained as like a very critical infrastructure item which we needed to improve. Now the cost is very, very high. So on the one hand, I can see let's spend the money elsewhere, but can somebody explain why doing these projects is a better choice than perhaps keeping this money and getting additional funding to do the original project as planned? Thank you.
I'm inviting up our town engineer, J.R. Free. He is not a resident of the town, but come on up, and I would invite you to consider allowing him to speak on the project. All those in favor of hearing our town engineer speak on this engineering project? Aye. Opposed? Go ahead. You have 6 minutes, max.
Good evening, and thank you, J.R. Fry, town engineer. To quickly address the point, all of these separate projects need to be accomplished in order to provide a resilient water-facing front against storm surge and sea level rise generally. So by accomplishing those projects that we can take care of sooner now, or not necessarily now, but earlier, it isn't detrimental to the entire project, and it won't be necessarily detrimental to completing Town Wharf in particular. We need the entirety of the project to be completed to get the full resilient impact.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, yes, sir. The dollar amounts that total up to the total.
Yes, so the first dollar amount, 1.1 million, is specific to the dunes in front of the bathing beach. So, and then there is kind of a...
It's on page 48.
Thank you. There was a miscommunication about the, or it wasn't clarified properly by me, about the cost of Town Wharf itself, whereas the 22 million that's referenced there, that includes about 4.5 million for dunes in front of the boat ramp parking lot and raising the boat ramp parking lot, as well as the 17 million, what would now be 17 million for the for Town Wharf itself. And then 3.744 million is to install the revetment, which would replace vertical seawall at Veterans Park.
Does that answer your question, sir? Thank you. Is there? Yes. Ted, you're on this one, right, Ted? Would you like to speak to it, please?
Ted Sailkis, 33 Kimball Beach Road, Advisory Committee. I think J.R. Fry covered most of that. I think the only thing that wasn't really discussed was the delay between the Article 20 from 2021 town meeting being approved for the original 5.65 million and today. And essentially what happened is the first firm that the town hired went forward with the permitting process. It wasn't going to work out. They pulled the permitting process to avoid extra money being spent. They then went back, again had to pull their permitting process, at which point the town moved on from that firm and hired a new firm. And in that time period, obviously the costs increased exponentially, much due to inflation, but the scopes of the project also increased a little bit, which I think JR spoke to. Questions?
Thank you. Yep, I think that suffices. Right. Yes, sir, if you want to come forward, identify yourself.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Thank you.
Marco Bohr, 33 Elm Street, Harbor Development Committee. The town has been working for over 10 years to plan to rebuild the wharfs that are crumbling. It's a safety issue. And it's not a discretionary project. It's something we need to do. And in a highly oversimplified way of sort of creating an anecdote about this, if we have the perfect storm and you get a storm where the water starts hitting onto North Street and the sewer pump station right behind Tosca's, if you live in this part of town, you probably can't flush your toilets. And so these are minor, quote-unquote, things, but they're very important, so we need to fix it. This article that's in front of you right now is asking for us to allow preparing in advance of actually rebuilding these piers to get some of the other work done around it that doesn't need as much permitting. The permitting process to rebuild these wharfs is absolutely amazing. I'm probably not quite right on this, JR, but I think we need almost 27 different agencies' approval to rebuild these wharfs, both at the federal, state, and our own town commissions. And so that's what's really delaying this tremendously, and that's what's raised the cost. So rather than waiting until everything is perfect, we'd like to use the money that's already been allocated and approved by the town in 2021 to start on some of these projects around the wharfs to get a little bit more speed, really, momentum behind that. And so that's the gist behind this article.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, please.
Christine Smith, 2 Park Circle. I spoke last night sort of about the big picture, about taxes and a bunch of other things for the things that we're looking at. And I just have a point of clarification because, and forgive me if it's in the comment, but this vote in 2021, was it excluded debt or non-excluded debt? And is it in the forecast?
Someone answer that. Who is it? Yeah, sure. Assistant Town Administrator Michelle Monsegur, not a resident of the town. If you'd like to hear the answer, you'll allow her to speak. All those in favor of hearing Ms. Monsegur speak, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no? Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Michelle Monsegur, Assistant Town Administrator for Finance. Thank you for the question. The vote in 2021 was non-excluded debt, as is this one, so it's within the tax levy. It is not in the forecast or the debt schedule because we have not yet borrowed any funds.
Okay, do we know what the timing is of when we think it's, so this was appropriated in 2021. I'm just wondering, do we know what the timing is? Because I'm thinking ahead to all the capital projects. We're going to be looking at roofing projects. I see $22 million here, and I'm not saying it's things that we shouldn't do, but as we look ahead as taxpayers, if this isn't included in the forecast, I don't know if the pool project's included in the forecast. I don't think it is. And so I'm just thinking of the things that have taken time that were voted in the past. As we look to the future, I just don't want my taxes to go up more than I sort of was looking at it. When I read through the warrant, it said that $100 million of taxes equates to about $750 per year for the average cost, for the average value of a home. An override, $1 million, I think, was another $100. And so with these things, I'm just wondering, how do you, when does it, right, like when do you see it? So you don't actually see it until you borrow it, or do you put it aside? I just sort of a point of clarification that I should know the answer to and I don't. So I appreciate you.
Sure, no problem. So if an authorization to borrow is approved this evening, the earliest that we would be then able to borrow that money would be February 2026. We're on an annual borrowing schedule every February. If we borrow funds in February 2026, then the first debt payment would be in FY27. So I defer to JR and others in terms of as the project moves along. We typically borrow money as we're spending it, as we're completing the project, because there are rules about how quickly we need to spend that money down. So anything, again, this evening that's authorized to borrow, the earliest it would hit the budget in terms of the tax levy would be FY27. But this is non-excluded debt, so it's not directly raising people's taxes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a further discussion? Yes, John. Go ahead.
John Borger, 53 Lafayette Avenue. This is kind of a nit, but my understanding is that the state, the Commonwealth, partially funds and subsidizes the boat ramp And the reason for that is that the trade-off we make is that we allow people from outside Hingham to come and use the boat ramp. So it says that we're going to lose 30 parking places for trailer spaces. And that will be partially alleviated by providing trailer parking on the bandstand lawn. So a couple of questions. Do we know how many parking places we're going to get back? I believe there's a curb there, so are we going to actually do a curb cut and pave that portion of the bandstand lawn? And also, could this be construed as restricting access to the ramp, thereby incurring complications from whatever Commonwealth of Massachusetts agency has oversight over that process?
Thank you. Again, I'll consider your approval of the continuing resolution. J.R., identify yourself again, please.
Yes, J.R. Fry, town engineer for the town of Hingham. So while we have prepared some conceptual plans, all of this still needs to go in front of the planning board to get approval of any of the changes that we'd like to make. We also have to maintain a specific number of parking spaces consistent with our agreement with the state. So there will be, we already know that we will not hit those minimums, so there will be excess parking beyond that, but we are working to maximize the available parking for all users of that parking lot.
Is there any further discussion before we come to vote? This requires for adoption a 2/3 vote of town meeting. Why? Because it involves borrowing. So all those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 26, which again would amend the appropriation of $5,650,000 that was approved back in 21 for the purposes that we've already discussed. All those in favor of that, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's a unanimous vote. Next, voting hours. I'll just abstract this. Basically, what you're being invited to do is to recognize the effect of the convenience of voting by mail, and this would change the hours of town elections that are held on Saturdays. It only talks to town elections held on a Saturday. Currently, the polls are open from 8 to 8. As you'll see here, the voting tails off significantly after 6 p.m., and consequently, it is suggested in the recommended motion that the town bylaw be modified to read as follows. At any town election held on a Saturday, the polls shall be opened at 8 a.m. and remain open until 6 p.m. And at any town election held on a day other than a Saturday, the polls shall be opened at 8 a.m. and will remain open until 8 p.m. Is there discussion on the recommended motion under Article 27? Yes.
Thank you. Jen Benham, I'm 300 Gardner Street. First off, say that I fully support this article. I know that our dedicated poll workers work a long day, and changing the hours from 6 as opposed to 8 is a great idea. But I do have one question. What type of outreach do you have planned for this, for alerting the public for next year, for the next town election?
Sure.
And is there an amount of money that will be included, that will cost for that, and is that included in the town clerk's budget?
Thank you. Ms. Falvey, do you want to respond to that? Our town clerk? Carol Falvey.
Hello, my name is Carol Falvey. I live at 7 Isaac Sprague Drive, and I am your town clerk, for those of you who don't know me. Jen, thank you for your support. I appreciate that. There will be outreach in terms of a mailing, a postcard mailing that will go out to all the residents as we get closer to the election, most likely about 2 months beforehand. I don't anticipate that that will be a significant cost for us. I'm happy to give my pitch if I have a few minutes. It's the Votes Act that was passed by Massachusetts has really taken off in Hingham. People love the convenience and the ease and the privacy of being able to vote at home. So I was surprised at how successful and popular that it has become over the past 3 years. So we do believe we can close the polls earlier without any detrimental or negative effect on voters. And I did look at other communities, because in Hingham we like to look at what our neighbors are doing. And while I found both Hull and Duxbury still are open for voting from 8 to 8, Cohasset, Hanover, Kingston, Norwell, and Situate have been voting from 8 to 6 for a number of years. So this change will really align us with those communities.
Thank you. Unless there is further discussion, we can come to vote on the recommended motion under, yes, Victor Boltero. Mr. Boltero.
Victor Baltero, 25 Liberty Pole Road. I'd like to offer a dissenting view, just so we get it out there. Unless there are substantial savings, cost savings, I think it's misguided to reduce the voting hours. Hingham should hesitate before reducing any opportunities to vote. The turnout at our local elections is abysmally small. Last year, only about 11% of registered voters participated. We should be taking steps to encourage voting, not to dissuade them. The comment in the warrant states that 110 people voted after 6 p.m. last year. This is not an insignificant number. It's approximately 16% of those voting in person. It would be a shame to lose those voters if that's the best time for them to vote. It's not convenient for everyone to use the early voting by mail option. An extra step is required, for an application has to be submitted. Some people may not focus on the deadline for the application until too late, or simply miss it, or they may prefer voting in person. Early in-person voting is not available for the local elections. For those choosing to vote in person, and last year that was more than 30% of the voters, the town should keep the current schedule. Allowing voting between 6 and 8 o'clock after the dinner hour accommodates people who wish to vote in person but are confronted with a hectic Saturday or work obligations. So the comment in the warrant points to savings from reduced voting hours, but does not quantify them. It would be helpful before voting on this article, I think, for us to have a sense of the estimated size of those savings. And if those savings are not very substantial, I would urge a no vote on this motion.
Thank you. Ms. Falvey, can you address Mr. Baltero's question on savings?
So I'm going to back up a little bit to explain about what and who is involved in a successful election day. Of course, you all see the election workers who check you in on the poll pads and are at the tabulator when you're submitting your ballot. But there are school custodians who are on site all day long from 7 a.m. in the morning until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. There are DPW workers who set up school voting centers and place and remove signage. Hingham police lieutenants, sergeants, and officers staff each voting location for the entire day. Town hall maintenance staff sets up and takes down the election equipment on site at Hingham High School and Hingham Middle School, brings back all the equipment to Town Hall on election night. And finally, the staff in my office work until late in the evening to provide and post preliminary results. Many of these folks are being paid overtime for these additional hours. A reduction of hours would net the town, not a significant savings, but it's about $3,000. And I've been hearing tonight, we're all trying to save money where we can. I feel that with the option to vote early and
Jessica Bonagario, 10 Cliff Road. Really loud. I just want to say that I understand that it is money that we're spending, but I feel like we need to encourage people to vote, and I feel like it's money worth spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, please.
Kathy Mullaney, 301 Linden Ponds Way. I understand your explanation, and it's been very clear, but the goal is to get more people to vote. So there'll be more than 6 or 8 doing it at the end of the day. And I just don't think this is the time to do anything that is going to make it a little harder for somebody to vote, not in this atmosphere.
Thank you. Anything further before we come to vote? All right, this requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 27, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The chair's in doubt. We'll have a standing vote. Again, for the 999th time, in order to do a standing vote, you must have a seat. Because we won't know if you're voting or just stretching your legs or protesting. So please take a seat. Since this is the first counted vote of the night, I'll just remind people, please, that counted votes, strike that, standing votes, which are counted votes, are taken from the front of the room to the back. So when the tellers are ready to fan out, they'll give me the high sign. And every voter who wishes to vote should first take a seat. And are you ready to poll the voters, Michelle? Ready? All right, all those who wish to vote in favor of the recommended motion, please stand. The moderator does not vote. Yeah, thanks.
You deserve it.
I'll pull out a filling. Ready? Now, all those who wish to vote in opposition to the recommended motion, please rise and remain standing until your vote is counted. No más. Hmm. 18 to go. All right, I can announce the vote. There were 441 votes cast. There were 240 votes in favor. There were 201 votes opposed. So more than a majority having voted in favor, the motion is adopted. It's okay. Let's continue, and again, I think we should make our best effort to have a two-night meeting. Alternative methods for publication of legal notices. Basically, this would allow the town to post legal notices other than in the traditional print media, which is, as you can see in the comment, currently there are numerous legal notices. Special laws that require the town to publish legal notices in a local print newspaper of general circulation. In order to comply, Hingham typically publishes legal notices in the print version of the Patriot Ledger, which is currently delivered to approximately 375 residents of the town and businesses, and the print version of the Hingham Journal, which has few subscribers in the town of Hingham. So required notices under this by the permitting boards would continue to be mailed directly to abutters, but there is a movement in the Commonwealth of towns to petition the Great and General Court, the legislature, to use alternative means of publication, and that effectively would be as set forth on page 50, the recommended motion, notwithstanding any other special or laws or town bylaws. Whenever the town of Hingham is required by a general special law or bylaw to publish a legal notice, they may use alternative methods as set forth in paragraph 2, section 2, which reads, the town of Hingham may publish legal notices on a bulletin board or electronic visual display outside the town clerk's office, in a local newspaper, either in electronic or paper format, or on the town's website. For purposes of this section, the term website shall mean the official website of the town of Hingham that is operated and maintained by the town's municipal government. It would take effect upon passage. And is there discussion under the recommended motion under Article 28? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That is a unanimous vote. Next, Article 29, transfer of the municipal light plant parcel to the Weir River water system. Now, they ask the following question. Will the town of Hingham vote to authorize, but not require, pursuant to applicable law, the transfer of the care, custody, and management and control of the property known as Assessor's Map 6402, described in Certificate of Title 22301, registered with the Plymouth County Registry District of the Land Court, from the Municipal Light Board to the Select Board acting as water commissioners upon the vote of said boards approving the transfer for purpose of constructing a pump station as part of the Weir River water system. The Weir River water system, and comment, needs a booster station in order to fill the new water tank on Strawberry Hill in Hull. This will increase fire protection capacity, provide redundancy to the water system, and do all sorts of wonderful things. The booster pump will be housed in a single-story building of approximately 670 square feet, which will also contain an odor control system for the Hingham Sewer Commission. The facility will also include an outdoor emergency generator. This is a transfer of real estate. If you're wondering, perhaps you all know which property is Assessor's Map 6402, described in Certificate of 22301. I did not. It is a property on Kilby Street, and it is adjacent to the Sons of Italy Center. And this requires for approval of 2/3 of the meeting because it involves a transfer of real estate. The recommended motion is entirely parallel to the question. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 29, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no? It's a unanimous vote. Next, will the town vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money to pay for the cost of designing, engineering, constructing, reconstructing, repairing, and improving the Weir River water system, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto? The comment talks about the purchase of the Weir River water system back in 2020. It did the town to an annual program of capital improvements to the system's aging infrastructure. The spending request would enable additional upgrades to the system, including replacement of mains, the addition of new fire hydrants, system repairs and upgrades, and other improvements targeting improved water quality, reductions in lost water, and other operational improvements. Fiscal 26 projects would include main replacements along the Summer Street Route 3A corridor, as well as on Scotland Street. Work will continue. Work will also include maintenance supporting the system's flushing capacities, flushing the mains. As an enterprise fund, the Weir River water system funds these projects and related debt service out of the cash flows, no pun intended, received from water customer usage charges. As such, the project will not affect the town's tax levy. Such expenditures must be approved by the Board of Water Commissioners, the Select Board, and by annual town meeting. Since this requires borrowing, it requires a 2/3 vote. The recommended motion is set forth on page 52, and it reads as follows: that the town appropriate an amount up to $3 million for the cost of designing, engineering, constructing, reconstructing, repairing, and/or improving the Weir River water system, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto. To meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, is authorized to borrow said amount under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town. Is there discussion under the recommended motion under Article 30? Hearing none, we come to vote. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 30, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 31, the Weir River water system. This relates to a cell phone tower lease at the water treatment plant, which is up on Main Street near the Lutheran House of Prayer. Will the town authorize but not require, pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 3, and all other applicable laws, the Select Board, acting as Board of Water Commissioners, to do what? To renew and/or enter into a new lease for a portion of the Weir River water system treatment plant site located at 900 Main Street for the purpose of continuing to locate a cell tower and appurtenances thereto, subject to all applicable zoning and permitting requirements, and on such terms and conditions as the board deems in the best interest of the town. The comment confirms that currently there is an existing lease for a portion of the land that the town owns at the Weir River Water System, 900 Main Street, which is used for cell tower and appurtenances. The current lease will expire on August the 31st, 2025. The comment continues, the cell tower utilizing this land was installed and permitted for use in late 2007. The tower is used by 3 main cell phone carriers, Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. They each rent space, and the town wants to continue this. The advisory committee, probably so do most cell phone users, and the select board voted unanimously in favor of the article. It is recommended that the town authorize but not require, pursuant to applicable law, the select board to renew and enter into a new lease for a portion of the 900 Main Street property for the purpose of continuing to locate a cell tower and appurtenances subject to all applicable zoning and permitting requirements and upon such terms and conditions as the select board deems in the best interest of the town. All those in favor, well, I should say, is there discussion? All right. If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. That's a unanimous vote. We now come to a series of articles that relate to the schools, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, just those. So we're going to begin that. I have been asked to allow the school committee in the person, we're going to speak to, all right, hold for a minute, my mistake. So we'll start with 32 first. 32 is, and I'll just read it first. So Article 32 asks, will the town vote to authorize but not require the Hingham School Committee to replace the turf field at Hingham High School, 17 Union Street? And will the town raise an appropriate borrow or transfer from available funds a sum of money for the replacement of the turf field or act on anything related thereto? This is before you on the request of the school committee. And let me just abstract a little bit of it before we hear from Kate Roberts. The turf field at Hingham High was originally installed in 2013, now requires replacement. The purpose of the article is to authorize the school committee to replace the synthetic turf field at Hingham High. The project will require the town to raise an appropriate borrow transfer to do so. The total cost of the replacement is be $880,000. The school department revolving fund will provide $250,000. The article authorized the town to transfer from unassigned fund balance the difference of $630,000 for the turf field replacement. Then there are a series of bullets there showing you rationale for doing so. And the advisory committee, the select board, have voted unanimously in favor of the motion under this article. The motion, I'll just read it, that the town vote to authorize but not require the school committee to replace the turf field at Hingham High School, 17 Union Street, and for the town to transfer $630,000 from unassigned fund balance to pay for a portion of the cost of said turf field replacement. So, discussion. We have Joe Griffin owns this from the advisory committee, and I know we have the opportunity to hear from Catherine Roberts, the school superintendent, who is a Hingham resident. So who would like to proceed? Mr. Griffin, please come forward with alacrity. That's not a sidekick, that's speed.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Joe Griffin. I live at 26 Chamberlain Run, and I am a member of the Hingham Advisory Committee. And I'd just like to take a few moments and explain why the Advisory Committee voted unanimously in favor for this article. We did so after we considered 3 criteria for replacement of the turf field. The 3 criteria were the current usage of the field, the current condition of the field, and the characteristics of the replacement material. We were fortunate because we had data from an engineering firm that had done test works on the field last fall, and also from an environmental testing laboratory that had analyzed representative samples of the proposed turf field material. In terms of usage, the field is regularly used by 4 athletic teams at the high school: football, soccer, lacrosse, and field hockey. All levels of these programs use the field for games with schools from other districts. The fields must always be ready regardless of weather. This can be a challenge, particularly in the fall with overlapping schedules, but the field needs to be ready at all times. There are over 100 games played per school year, as well as other events such as the high school graduation and an occasional town meeting. In terms of the condition of the field, a visible inspection of the current field condition will immediately raise your concerns for the player safety. However, the third-party engineering company I mentioned a moment ago conducted tests on the field using the protocols of the ASTM standards for turf field playing systems. They measured the turf field's ability to absorb typical athletic impacts, and this is fairly important. The results of these tests provide a hardness score called the Gmax value. A safe field surface generally measures between 100 and 165 on this scale. Our average was 170, with one data point being 242, well above the threshold of 200, where the possibilities for concussions drastically increase. As an aside, or as a fact, the NFL considers a Gmax of 165 as their maximum threshold for safe play. An accompanying analysis to the impact testing was a detailed measurement and comparison to specifications of the dimensions of the field's components that are integral to shock absorption. These are the monofilaments, the little green grass, and the surrounding infield material. The current depth of the infill is substantially under the required specifications of 1 7/8 inches, and the monofilaments, which should be 2.5 inches in length, 5/8 of an inch above the infill, are so deformed from usage they cannot hold the fill in place. Therefore, repair is not an option. This surface must be replaced. The synthetic material was analyzed for emission of residues from the manufacturing process by an internationally recognized environmental testing lab, and the results were provided to us. The representative samples of the manufacturer's finished product was testing using US EPA method 1633, which is intended to identify PFAS compounds leaching from material into the surrounding environment. The test did not detect any of the EPA's targeted analytes leaching from the proposed material. So in summary, the advisory committee supported this article unanimously because, to summarize what we talked about here, the turf field is a highly utilized integral part of the town's athletic programs, as well as a venue for other events. The turf field is well past its safe, useful life. It needs replacement so that we can appropriately host interscholastic competitions. And, you know, just to remind everybody, it's not just our children and athletes that are playing out there. For every one of ours who's playing on that field, there's an equal number of an invited guest from another school district who's here as well. So this field serves an awful lot of people. Suitable, in the final point, suitable synthetic materials are available to provide a durable playing surface to serve the future needs of our student athletes. So I hope you will join us in supporting this article. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Yes, I'll recognize Catherine Roberts. Your name, address.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Catherine Roberts, 13 Longmeadow Road, Superintendent of Schools. I appreciate the opportunity to provide some additional context regarding the usage of the high school field and its importance to our programming. I'd also like to outline some of the safety considerations that will inform school department planning for the proposed turf replacement. Next slide, please. So when speaking of high school athletics, we are very proud of our student participation rates, with greater than 80% of students joining one or more athletic teams. Participation in athletics and other co-curricular activities, such as fine and performing arts, are critical components of our programming, and participation rates are strongly correlated to social emotional wellness and a sense of belonging. Next slide, please. Given this high rate of participation, field use is at a premium, and the synthetic turf field, which can be scheduled with the regularity of a gym, is an essential element of our athletics scheduling toolbox. Unlike natural turf, which requires resting periods, synthetic turf events can be scheduled back-to-back, allowing for broad access by our football, boys and girls soccer, boys and girls field hockey, boys and girls lacrosse, and rugby teams. The space is also used throughout the school day by PE classes, and also is shared by youth sports and for other community events such as graduation. This slide demonstrates just how much of a workhorse this turf field is. In the fall season alone, the field hosts 240 practices and 56 games. This spring, the field will host 193 practices and 45 games. The total usage for this single workhorse of a field exceeds 400 practices and more than 100 games. I will also briefly note that in the spring months, the turf field is of particular importance, as games can proceed on synthetic turf despite wet conditions as we have experienced this spring. Next slide, please. Having outlined the need for the field, I'll now just provide a brief overview of the due diligence that our district will undertake in preparation for the potential turf field replacement, including standard procedures we follow to ensure the safety of our students. To support this effort, we have engaged Vision Sports Design to provide technical expertise in developing bid specifications for the turf carpet, infield, and shock pad. And following are the 5 elements of student safety that will inform our decision-making. We, of course, are very cognizant of head-surface interactions, particularly for some of the helmet-less sports that play on the field. We're cognizant of lower extremity injuries and interactions, as well as abrasiveness of the field. We will be looking at our heat protocols and material safety. Thank you, Kate. The first safety concern, of course, of paramount importance is the head surface interactions that Mr. Griffin alluded to earlier. As stated in the Warren article comments, the current GMAX impact rating of the current field, despite routine maintenance, now exceeds recommended levels on some portions of the field. The head-surface interaction will be of primary importance in field design, including the design of the shock pad and infill. Also of note are lower extremity interactions and injury prevention, as well as the abrasiveness of the field. The current field matting and resulting inability of it to hold infill is of concern with regard to these lower extremity injuries. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. So next, in considering field design, is the material safety of the synthetic turf components. To support us in researching the material safety, we have partnered with a chemist consultant from TRC Incorporated, who has conducted turf field testing for communities in our region. Of particular note is testing for PFAS, a group of materials that were previously used in manufacturing of past iterations of turf fields. Newer turf fields are generally not made with PFAS raw materials, and alternative materials are now used in the extruding agents that are used for generating turf fibers. In order to confirm that PFAS is not utilized in the manufacturing of the turf field that we will implement here at Hingham High, and to demonstrate that the levels of PFAS are well below EPA guidelines, the consultant will conduct 3 different types of tests of the materials. In the recent testing that Mr. Griffin alluded to for peer district, tested products have demonstrated PFAS levels significantly lower than the EPA thresholds. So HBS plans to build in comparable independent testing into the bid specifications for the project at hand. The final comment that I would like to make with regard to heat considerations for our athletes, HHS strictly follows MIAA heat protocols for all of our sports teams on all surfaces and uses the required MIAA wet bulb globe temperature reading protocol in decision making for both the occasion and duration of play during warm stretches. So I thank you for your consideration of this article and for your support of the Hingham Public Schools. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, we come to vote. Mike, oh, way back. Thank you.
Sarah Gordon, 19 Fulling Mill Lane. Before I read my statement, I just want to state for the record that the information just given to you regarding the PFAS testing is inaccurate and wholly incomplete, but I will leave that there. I understand that no matter what I say here tonight, Article 32 will pass. And as disheartening as that is to me, I would like to spend the next few minutes explaining why I feel what is happening here is wrong. This is not an 11th hour pet project of mine. This journey began in March 2020 when the Weston and Sampson field study suggested that we install an additional 8 synthetic turf fields here in Hingham. Since then, I have been learning quite a bit about these fields, networking with some pretty amazing and talented people, and trying to educate many, including the school district and the town, about the dangers of synthetic turf. My hope was that when the field. But clearly, this is what is happening, despite my raising concern to the school committee, the superintendent, AdCom, and the select board. To add insult to injury, not only did the school district refuse to investigate a grass field option, they hired long-established pro-synthetic turf consultants to ensure that no dissenting opinion would be offered. Despite my insistence that the town deserved to have more information to make an educated decision, they would not comply. The truth is that grass fields were a viable option, regardless of what others may tell you about resting and hours of play. The experts disagree with them, and we deserve to hear why. There is absolutely no denying that synthetic turf contains many toxic substances. In the simplest of terms, we know the chemicals are in the field, we know the chemicals leave the field, we know the kids absorb the chemicals, and we know the chemicals contaminate our drinking water and pollute our environment. But I understand that no amount of evidence, no amount of data, no list of doctors, institutions, epidemiologists, scientists, athletes, sports leagues, bills in the State House is going to ever be long enough to convince most of you here tonight what is true. It takes decades to compile enough data to definitively prove that a product is harmful. In the case of cigarettes, it took over 30 years. But long before that, those that were willing to look saw the safety signals that were there, just as they are now for synthetic turf. Ultimately, my concern is for the children and their future, and not just in this instance, but in all instances where we adults don't seem to get or decide to overlook the simple fact that the choices we make about their environment have a direct impact on their health. I don't have to tell you about how rates of disease, infertility, and cancer are multiplying. The WHO estimates that 1 in 6 adults now face infertility. Once thought of as a disease of age, cancer rates are growing faster in young people, and environmental factors rank high among the list of causes. Personally, I know a few of you in the room tonight that have had their own battle with cancer, and collectively, we all know too many people that have lost that battle. It is beyond my comprehension how nearly 4 weeks ago, in this very gym, Hingham schools came together to raise awareness for pediatric brain cancer, and yet tonight, we are going to vote to install a field that, if we are honest, all of us know, at a minimum, is carcinogenic. I guess that's the part that gets me the most. I, like you, am a parent, and as a parent, I feel I have no greater responsibility than to protect my 4 daughters. I would literally move heaven and earth to do so, and couldn't imagine a situation where I would stare all the information in my op-ed article in the face and decide to roll the dice with their health, let alone the health of someone else's children. Maybe that's just me. Much to my husband's chagrin, I often choose the more difficult route. So accepting I can only control what's in my control, I am voting no on Article 32. And as one person's rationale to me this morning was that there's bad stuff in a lot of what we consume, I told them that although this is true, there's one major difference, and that is tonight, you can actually do something to change that. Thank you for your time.
Recognize Mr. Ramsey from the Select Board.
Good evening, Bill Ramsey, 55 North Street, speaking for the Select Board. The last speaker made some excellent points, some very passionate points. It would be great to have grass fields all over this complex, but the reality is it's just not sustainable. Over 100 games a year, over 400 practices a year, graduation, homecoming, youth sports. Even the ski team uses that turf field. I don't know how they do it, but they do. The reality is grass is not sustainable. And if you want evidence of our difficulty with maintaining grass field, I point you back to my high school experience in the 90s when I played football here. My hair was a much different color back then. But those are lessons that have stayed with us our entire life. For high school athletes, those lessons are even more intense and even better. They provide you with discipline, hard work, to learn how to overcome obstacles. I would submit to you that we, as athletes, had those great experiences, and don't deprive the athletes at Hingham High School of those same wonderful experiences. Vote yes on this article.
Mr. Estes.
Good evening, Ray Estes, 92 Fort Hill Street, speaking on behalf of the Hingham Sports Partnership. Before I begin my remarks on the turf specifically, I just wanted to point out there's been a lot of discussion and in fact reverence thrown around this evening about the 2020 outdoor field and court study. I would just like to share that I was on the working group that produced that outdoor court study, 92 pages in all. It's been referred to many times this evening, and I just wanted to mention the folks that participated in that working group, which is a period of months where we worked on what turned out to be a report that's been mentioned many, many times over the last 2 evenings. By the way, if you haven't read it, I direct you to the Recreation Department website, and it's there in its entirety. Mark Thorell, Recreation Director. Michelle Monsegur, Assistant Town Administrator. Kevin Whalen, South Shore Country Club Director. Randy Sylvester, now retired Superintendent of DPW. John Ferris, now retired School Business Manager. Jim Quattromoni, the Athletic Director here at the high school. Katie Hartman, former Facilities Director for the school department, and myself on behalf of HSP. So I just wanted to mention that. And by the way, on page 70, I believe there is a recommendation for additional turf fields in town, perhaps something we can talk about in the future. Many of you may have seen the new structure being built right out in the parking lot. That new facility will be known as the Dock. It's a new health and wellness building that the high school will use to program a variety of health, fitness, athletic, and educational uses. Hingham Sports Partnership is proud to have been able to raise the funds to make the Dock possible and once again improve athletic facilities here at Hingham High School. 12 years ago, HSP was the lead donor and coordinator of $1.2 million in private donations to help renovate and improve the turf field, the outdoor athletic facilities here at the high school. The crown jewel of that project was the artificial turf field. Prior to its installation, Hingham High was one of only 2 Patriot League members lacking turf. Weather often caused postponements, cancellations, and costly rentals of indoor space to conduct tryouts and practices. Wear and lack of rest often made the grass surfaces unplayable and dangerous to student athletes. 12 years ago, that all changed, and our programs have thrived as a result. The improvements made and the new facilities installed were truly a game changer. They also helped to foster a sense of pride and community that is celebrated on a daily basis. You've heard opponents of this article talk about chemicals, safety, but they don't cite specific scientific data that supports their claims. You've heard about PFAS chemicals tonight. Katie Roberts is the scientist. I'm no scientist, but I've read the studies and I understand the science. There are more than 10,000 known PFAS chemicals to exist, but only a few can be reliably tested scientifically. Their existence in turf materials, even if true in some cases, does not mean there is a hazard to those who use the surfaces. Crumb rubber is one available fill material available for turf fields. Yes, it is made from recycled tires, but in the studies that I have read, scientific studies, it has been determined that exposure to crumb rubber infill presents no more of a hazard than walking through a parking lot or down the street or having lunch on a restaurant patio and passively inhaling car exhaust fumes. All of us in this room, I think, have done that at one time or another. In 2011 and 2020, and again in 2013, this meeting and this town made a policy decision to move forward with the installation of artificial turf. That decision came after much study, public meetings, and debate, a comprehensive permitting process, and over $1.2 million of private donations that reduced the ultimate cost to the taxpayers. It was the right decision then and now. There were many reasons why we needed the turf then. Those reasons remain and will not change. The science is the same as it was 12 years ago as well, and simply does not support the generalization made by opponents that artificial turf is unsafe for the reasons they claim. Going back to what we had before is not a viable option. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Yes, sir.
Gregory Partika, 316 Gardner Street. I speak to you tonight as a volunteer game official for the Hingham High School Athletic Department. If you recognize the voice, it's because I'm the public address announcer for most of the athletic events that go on next door at the multipurpose field. When we built this field, it wasn't for Friday Night Lights, it wasn't for football. We made a commitment to our daughters through Title IX and for our disabled people through the Americans with Disabilities Act, because those were the things that were lacking in this town. The best thing to do for Title IX was to provide equal access to our daughters. And the way we did that was through a turf field. Prior to that time, our field hockey team had to play on a grass field that has to be cut to 3/8 of an inch, actually 3/4 of an inch height, because grass has to be cut down to that layer so that field hockey can actually be played at that depth. If you were to go back to grass, which that field has never been grass, two things you need to think about. One, You're not playing on that field anytime soon because the entire base has to be taken out. You have to totally redo what you're thinking about. You have a season of growing. You have to put in irrigation. And oh, by the way, we're worried about carcinogens in the turf. We're putting down fertilizer and insect control on that. Grass field over and over and over again. What is the risk to our kids? And oh, by the way, field hockey will never be able to play on that grass field. Instead, they will be banished from the venue. They'll have to go out by the baseball field where we'll have to cut a special field like we do in the fall every year for the junior varsity and freshman field hockey teams where we get that 3/4 of an inch difference. That's what you're looking at. One of the reasons the field is so well used is because of the success that our teams have had. I do over 200 events a year in 13 sports here. All right, and that doesn't count the number of state tournaments. What you didn't hear tonight was the number of state finals that the MIAA has conducted on that field in soccer, in field hockey. Those don't count in any of those numbers. One thing is it's a tip of the cap to the planners who built that venue because it is so nice. And one of the reasons for it is because the old Mickelson field, we kept the track on the other side of the field. So if you've been in the venue, you're right on top of the action. And that's one of the reasons that it's great. So the field has been used. Think of it as your home carpet. The areas are well worn. It's time for replacement. You can look at all the numbers that you want to, study all the graphs, but from where I sit in the press box, I can see the areas that are dull and shiny. Players slip and fall. It's time that the field needs replacement. So I'll ask you to vote yes. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, in the back. Yes.
Thank you, moderator team. And my name is Olivia Lana. I live at 107 Halstead Drive. I wasn't planning to speak on this topic at all. I want to tell you that I trained in cellular biology and did research at Wesleyan University for 8 years before attending medical school. My very dear friend was talking about her concerns about these toxicities, so I looked it up. All I want to say is I understand it's a complex issue and the solution is not an easy one of what to do, but the toxicities are well defined. I reference all of you, if you'd really like some research, is to Google PubMed. The scientific community has made research articles available to the public. That's where you want to get your data. And it would take me too long to read all of the studies here. But this summation study that you'll pull up right away has 38 references with all sorts of different toxicities and evidence on embryos, mammals, agreeing that more research has to come. But unfortunately, I think the comment about cigarette smoke and how long it took before that was revealed, it probably is an issue. I don't have your solution. I get it. This is a complex issue, and you have to put fertilizer into grass, et cetera. And I don't know how you would remediate the problem, but I do want you to know what the data says and how to access it so you can self-educate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything further? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Bob Heidel, 6-3 Guilford Road, Hingham, just to make sure. The subject here is very complex. I am a scientist, and I have a question to the study team on this. Did anybody study the microplastic particles that are from this field as a player buries their head into the turf. Did anybody in this committee that approved this do that microplastic, nanoplastic study?
Is there someone who can respond to this question?
Katie Roberts, 13 Longmeadow Road, Superintendent of Schools. Thank you for the question. The research that we did was primarily in response to the PFAS concerns that were expressed by community members. So we began this very public process at a school committee meeting in December, at which we took questions. We additionally had an open forum for interested community members to join, where we fielded questions. And so again, our research was in response to the questions that were fielded. As I mentioned earlier, PFAS was of specific concern, and so we did a deep dive into that. I will acknowledge that in past iterations of turf fields, thinking I'm dating myself, but the AstroTurf of old, in those older turf fields, PFAS was used in both in raw materials and also in the extruding agent used to generate the fibers. Modern day turf fields generally do not have PFAS in the raw materials and are not used as extruding agents in producing the turf fields. We have a mechanism in that when we go out to bid for this project, we can write in certain parameters to what is acceptable for the use in our field. And so again, we primarily did the deep dive and the research into the PFAS. I do acknowledge, again, I was an environmental scientist in a past life, and I do appreciate and acknowledge the microplastics piece. This is a complex issue, and anytime we're making a decision about a facility, whether that be a gymnasium, a hockey rink, a turf field, we're always going to do a cost-benefit analysis of our student safety, and I brought in that to all of the safety measures that I mentioned, head injury, extremity injuries, and so on, with the environmental impact. This gymnasium, we're using light, we heat it in the winter, it has an environmental impact. A hockey rink, we use water, we need to cool it. So everything comes with a cost-benefit analysis, and I take every decision that we make as an opportunity for our students to kind of understand the complexity of decisions that we make and the weighing. So again, microplastics was not something we took a deep dive into, certainly something we can take a deep dive into, but PFAS was the primary area of concern expressed by the community. And so the mechanism and the due diligence that we have is that we can, when writing our bid specifications, make sure that PFAS is not used in the raw materials and is not used in that extruding agent used to produce the field.
Thank you. The answer is no, right?
The answer is no. The answer is no.
Thank
We did not consider.
I just wanted to get.
No, thank you. I fully acknowledge that we did not. That was not a concern that was brought up in the open forums, and so again, we did make an attempt to be responsive to the concerns expressed.
All right. I will make only one comment here. PFAS is one thing. Microplastics is another. It's been found lodged in human organs, brains, our body. The studies are ongoing. Europe has advanced its studies to a point where they're saying it must be dealt with. I am saying tonight, just so everybody understands, using artificial turf will compromise the health of someone playing on that field. There will be a percentage of health events over the course of the years that that field is used that will compromise their health. And you're right. There's environmental implications about everything we have around us. But this is potentially measurable, definable health events. And I just want to point that out, that a yes vote has a sacrificial population with it, and it can't be defined at this moment. And I am a scientist, and I work in that field.
I appreciate that comment. If I make one additional comment?
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Yes. Go ahead, Kate.
Kate Bowen, 338.
Want to pull the
Main
mic
Street.
down so you can be heard?
I was attempting, sorry. Kate Bowen, 338 Main Street. I noticed that Wayland has put a moratorium on their turf fields. They have one, but they've continued through 2025 and have extended it out 3 years. Has our town looked at what other towns are doing? Sometimes it's nice to see what they're doing as alternatives, not just grass versus plastic.
Yeah, I'll invite Superintendent back up.
Thank you for your question. Katie Roberts, 13 Longmeadow Road, Superintendent of Schools. So we did, in fact, do a significant amount of research into both our benchmarking communities and also our comparable districts, starting with the teams that we play in our league. As alluded to earlier, all but one of our benchmark districts has at least one field. Most have more than one. So again, at this time, we are only asking to replace the turf field that is in existence, not to expand. But the standard, particularly amongst our Patriot League, all but one district has turf fields, and many have more than one.
You stay there.
What are they using as an alternative? That one that doesn't have it? Like I know the Vineyard is not allowing it.
Yeah, so some of those districts that do not have turf fields are in fact then renting turf facilities. As alluded to earlier, field hockey in particular needs to have a very short fiber to it, so thank you to Mr. Partaika for that point. So in those cases, while the district doesn't actually own a turf field on their properties, they are in those cases often then going to a different facility to rent a turf surface.
Thank you. Anything further? Yes, sir.
Kevin Whalen, 156 Prospect Street. I guess I'm the other Kevin Whalen. I haven't heard anyone talk about the environmental cost of this type of methodology. You know, as a town, we took great pride in building sustainable buildings at Foster and the new public safety building. And I really have to question whether 10 years from now, we're going to be scraping up this one and replacing it with another one, and what the carbon footprint is of producing the one that we're going to put on here next year, and whether that's entered into anybody's decision making. And I do, take issue with the use of the words grass is not sustainable. I have a feeling grass is quite sustainable compared to some of the chemical alternatives. So I just wondered whether anyone looked into the environmental cost of using
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Is there somebody who can address that question?
Thank you for the question. Katie Roberts, 13 Longmeadow Road, Superintendent of Schools. So as I alluded to earlier, again, this is a complex decision, and no facility, including natural turf, comes without any environmental impact. The natural turf is water intensive. When we are in a drought, we have significant challenges trying to hydrate the field, and so it is energetically expensive, and also, again, water is one environmental consideration that we need to take into account. Number two, we need to consider the fertilizer that is needed for the field. That too is environmentally and energetically expensive. And in the same way that microplastics can impact our waterways, fertilizer runoff and eutrophication also has a negative environmental impact. Finally, pesticides is something that as a school district we use very lightly, but in order to maintain a high quality field, that is another environmental consideration. So while natural turf, the term natural would lead one to believe that it has no environmental impact, when you consider the significant water use, the impact of eutrophication and runoff of fertilizer, again, that has an environmental impact. And finally, pesticides is a consideration. And so any decision that we make will have a cost-benefit analysis of environmental impact, of our student safety. And in terms of cost, the statistics that I have seen is that it's roughly a 2-to-1 cost ratio. Because the turf field is very high and intensive in labor, it is actually has a higher per use cost than the synthetic turf does. But again, I appreciate your question.
Is there anything further? Yes.
Hi, Sarah Gordon, 19 Fully May Lane. Just a few closing comments.
You have 3 minutes max.
I know, I understand. I could talk for well more than 3 minutes on some of the things that were said here tonight. I just want to ask Ms. Roberts, you claim that the materials, the raw materials and the extruding agents will not contain PFAS, and I want to know whether the bid specifications will include a guarantee for this.
Katie Roberts, 13 Longmeadow Road. Thank you for the question. So when we write bid specifications, we'll include a variety of parameters related to all of those student safety things that I mentioned. Our intention is to include in that that no PFAS chemicals will be used in the manufacturing or in the raw materials. In order to guarantee that that is followed through, we also plan to do independent testing on the specific turf sample that will be installed on the field here.
Okay, sorry, so just to clarify, there will be a guarantee. That's what you're saying.
There will, in addition to writing the bid specifications and the way that we plan to, we also plan to do our own independent testing of the turf fiber that we will be installing in the field.
Okay. And I hope those results will be released in totality from the laboratory. So I also want to just say, all due respect to Mr. Ramsey and also Ms. Roberts, the parts that you were talking about, grass fields, you are not grass field experts, and you really are not qualified to speak on them. The technology surrounding these grass fields has really, truly advanced in the past 5 years. And I'm really heartened by those that have raised questions that I myself have raised. And I really encourage you to go to the Hingham Anchor and read my op-ed. It is full of citations and references and links and information so you can understand what is truly happening here tonight. I think that's, and also I just want to say that the grass fields that you played on in your childhood are not the grass fields that I'm talking about. It's like Ford and Ferrari, okay? So I just want to also state that for the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion for the previous question. Again, it's to curtail debate. All those in favor of the motion for the previous question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's unanimous. We'll come to the question before us to recommend that the town vote to authorize but not to require the school committee to replace the turf field at the Hingham High School and for the town to transfer $630,000 from unassigned fund balance to pay a portion of the cost for the replacement of the turf field. This requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have. Excuse me. Lot more to do. I really do request that people who have the ability to stay do so. We're about to talk about millions of dollars, not 630,000. Article 33. Excuse me? I can't hear you right. Motion for reconsideration has been made. Purpose of reconsideration, of course, is a do-over. All those who would like to redo what we just did, please say aye to Mr. Estes' question or motion. No one. All those opposed to reconsidering the action just taken under the turf field article, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Yes. So that has been curtailed, it has been reconsidered, and there is no favorable action. Excuse me? Yeah, you can't come just, I can't hear you from your seat.
You asked for 2 yes votes. You didn't ask for the nay vote.
The nay vote, again then? Sorry. The motion for reconsideration is lost. Thank you, Marissa. School Building Committee. Will the town authorize but not require the expansion of the role of the 2017 School Building Committee or such other committee as may be designated by town meeting to pursue, oversee, and execute the replacement of roofs and the updating of the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system with respect to Hingham High School, and the replacement of the roof at Plymouth River Elementary School and South Elementary School, pursuant to and in conjunction with the Hingham's invitation into the Massachusetts School Building Authority's MSBA Accelerated Repair Grant Program or on anything, or act on anything related thereto. The motion says the following, that the town establish the 2025 School Building Committee, which committee shall consist of 7 voting citizens of the town of Hingham appointed as follows: 2 members by the moderator, 2 members by the select board, and 3 members by the school committee, with the chair of the committee to be jointly designated by the appointing authority, and to authorize the committee to do everything necessary and appropriate to study, prepare, monitor, advise, and complete a feasibility study, schematic design, and other related projects for the replacement of the roof and an updated HVAC system at Hingham High School, as well as the replacement of the roofs at Plymouth River Elementary School and South Elementary School, including but not limited to the employment of professionals and the payment of any and all other costs incidental and related thereto as necessary to carry out said projects, subject to approved and available appropriations. So that is the Article 33 question and the proposed answer. And I'm going to recognize Nes Carenti, Chair of the School Committee, to give us a preview of what we're about to do. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nes Carenti, 17 Ward Street, and I am proud to serve as the chair of the Hingham School Committee. I'm here tonight to introduce 5 articles related to our school's capital needs. I appreciate your attention. I'll walk through the purpose behind each article and the funding strategy. I'll be giving a brief overview of all 5 articles to start. After that, a member of the advisory committee will present each article separately, including their recommendation and key points. First, Article 33 asks the town to establish a new 2025 School Building Committee. While the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or MSBA, does not require a building committee for grant eligibility, we believe forming one is critical for a project of this scope. We are proposing major roof replacements at 3 of our schools: Hingham High School, Plymouth River Elementary, and South Elementary. Having a dedicated committee in place ensures that these complex projects are managed with the necessary expertise and oversight, providing accountability and helping the town maximize its investment. Articles 34, 35, and 36 ask for funding to develop schematic designs for each of these projects. Schematic designs are not just conceptual ideas. They include thorough inspections of existing conditions, architectural drawings, engineering evaluations, project timelines, preliminary construction cost, and evaluations for solar readiness. In addition, when working with the MSBA, schematic design is a required step that leads to a project scope and budget agreement, which locks in the state's financial participation. It's a detailed process that moves us from feasibility into formal project planning. Completing schematic designs is the first critical step to qualify for MSBA reimbursement and move toward construction. Let me talk briefly about the needs. At Hingham High School, the roof is approaching 27 years old. It is failing and leaking into the classrooms in critical areas like the server room. The HVAC system is beyond its serviceable life and was installed at the same time as the system at South Elementary, where all rooftop HVAC units have now failed and require replacement. Based on that experience, we know that the high school system will require full replacement in the near future. At Plymouth River and South Elementary, the roofs are similarly aging with expired warranties, numerous repairs, and drainage systems in need of replacement. We are pursuing funding through the MSBA's Accelerated Repair Program, which could reimburse 30 to 40% of eligible costs. If we are not accepted into the program, we would use the information obtained from these schematic designs to determine how to move forward with the major projects as a town. The MSBA's process is competitive and not guaranteed. Even if accepted, it is a multi-year process that involves extensive steps. We have already submitted 3 statements of interest to the MSBA, 1 for each school. If accepted into the MSBA pipeline this year, the MSBA would assign an owner's project manager and designer around the May 2026 timeframe. Detailed schematic designs would then be submitted to the MSBA for approval. This would likely occur in late 2026. Depending on timing, we may require a special town meeting in spring 2027 to move forward with the construction funding. Assuming approval at town meeting, construction would then begin in the summer of 2028. The MSBA is also increasingly focused on sustainability. As part of the Accelerated Repair Program, if a school roof is more than 15 years old, which it is in our case, then a roof replacement must be paired with an HVAC heat pump conversion project. Additionally, while the windows at the high school are currently 26 years old, they are approaching 30. If we do not move forward during this MSBA cycle, by the next Accelerated Repair Program opening, 2 years from now, the windows will be nearing 28 years old, increasing the likelihood of additional replacement requirements. All classrooms must have mechanical heating, cooling, and ventilation through the new systems, helping Massachusetts move toward its goal of net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Because of this extended timeline, we are also proposing Article 37, which would establish a new extraordinary maintenance capital account to cover urgent repairs that might be needed while we work through the MSBA process. We know from experience that it's wise to set up aside funding for emergency needs. To fund this account, we propose transferring the remaining balance from the Foster Extraordinary Maintenance Fund, approximately $190,802, and adding an additional $309,198 from available funds. This would create a $500,000 reserve for critical roof or HVAC repairs at Hingham High School, Plymouth River, and South Elementary as needed. In summary, we are proposing to form the structure, the new building committee, needed to manage the work. We are proposing to fund the first necessary step.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Schematic design. And we are proposing to fund of the extraordinary maintenance reserve account for any immediate needs that arise while these projects advance. On behalf of the school committee, I respectfully ask for your support of Articles 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37. Thank you very much for your time and your continued support of our schools and community.
John, do you wish to speak to the school replacement on behalf of the advisory committee? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Dave. I just turned the page, sorry. Thank you.
Dave Leapart, 19 Middle Street, on behalf of the Advisory Committee. On March 18th, the Select Board identified the need to create a new 2025 School Building Committee. As previously mentioned, although the presence of a building committee is not a prerequisite of the MSBA's Accelerated Repair Grant Program, the Advisory Committee recognized the importance such a committee could bring to the process of material extending the useful life of 3 of Hingham's largest municipal buildings and promoting sustainable technologies, given solar initiatives are a goal of the town under the Climate Action Plan. The Advisory Committee supported this unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Do we have additional debate or questions on the proposed motion under Article 33? If not, we come to vote. The recommended motion under Article 33, in the interest of time, I won't read it again. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 33, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 34. Article 34 relates to the proposed high school roof replacement, and I'll read it. To see if the town will appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds an amount of money to be expended under the direction of the 2017 Hingham School Building Committee or such other committee as may be designated by town meeting for the purpose of paying feasibility study and schematic design costs for a potential roof replacement and heat pump conversion project at Hingham High School, which proposed repair project would materially extend the useful life of the school and preserve an asset that is otherwise capable of supporting the required educational program and for which the town has applied for a school construction grant from the MSBA. The town acknowledges that the MSBA's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need as determined by the MSBA, and if the MSBA's Board of Directors votes to invite the town to collaborate with the agency on this proposed repair project, any project costs the town incurs in excess of any grant that may be approved by and received from the MSBA will be the sole responsibility of the town. The comment speaks to the amount that is being requested. The article requests funding from non-excluded debt of $3,310,000 for the high school roof project, consisting of the items shown as 1 through 5. They note the high school roof area is approximately 169,000 square feet, that the building was constructed in 1955, that there was an addition and extensive renovation in 1998, at which point the current roof was replaced, now making the roof 27 years old. Currently, there are 24 sections of the roof at various elevations, and they are designated as Roof 1 through Roof 24. Of the 24 sections, 22 are flat. I then switch to page 56, and again, a vote on the feasibility, they say, on this third paragraph on 56. A vote for the feasibility study and schematic design is the first step, so it's important to consider the potential costs of the project in its entirety. Possible reimbursement from the MSBA is in the 30 to 40% range, but the MSBA's program, again, is based on need, it's non-entitlement, it's discretionary. They emphasize there's no guarantee that Hingham will receive the funding. In the event of no reimbursement, the school committee would request the full amount of the project to be funded by the town. The current cost estimates are $14 million for the roof, $21,799,400 for HVAC, and $4,500,000 for solar. They continue. The school department, based on consultations with other school superintendents, does not expect that the MSBA process will be completed by annual town meeting ATM 2026. As such, it is anticipated that the school committee will request funding through excluded debt at the 2027 annual town meeting or at a special town meeting if necessary. Approval of this motion under the article would require two-thirds, or does require a two-thirds vote because of the borrowing, and the recommendation parallels the article. Is there further discussion on the recommended motion under Article 34? Somebody's pointing at somebody. Ah, yes.
Brendan Kiernan, 21 Forest Lane. I have a question on the solar aspect of the roofing project. I think we're voting here to move forward with $270,000 of schematic spend, which then would inform the $4.5 million of total construction costs. If I look at the bottom of page 55 here, it says the estimated savings by the school department is 30 to 50% of their electricity costs, which were $228,000 in 2024. By my math, that's $70,000 to $110,000 in electrical savings per year for a $4.8 million project. So I'm just curious if there's anything beyond the electrical savings that would come from that construction.
Thank you. Who would like to address that? Is that Mr. Meehan from the School Facilities? I'm inviting forward Matthew Meehan. Matthew Meehan is not a resident of the town, but he is the School Facilities Director, and it seems appropriate to respond to Mr. Kiernan's question. Mr. Meehan needs the approval of the meeting to speak to the meeting. All those in favor of hearing Mr. Meehan, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. You may proceed for 6 minutes to answer Mr. Kiernan's question or otherwise elucidate the question before the meeting.
Thank you. Very good question. So,
just tell people again your name and where you live.
Matthew Meehan. I live in Kingston, Massachusetts. I am the Director of Facilities and Planning for Hingham Public Schools. Sorry about that. So we are asking for schematic design for a solar array on top of the roof of the high school. The goal of that array is to cut back on the electrical costs for the school's electrical burden, which will increase with a heat pump conversion. Heat pump conversion will have this entire school go to electricity, part of the goals of Massachusetts. So the solar array will help bring down the total cost of electrical use by 30 to 50%. Of course, that depends on the type of year you have and the solar array itself. Not sure if that answers all of your question.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Kiernan? If you just... We can't hear you unless you go to a mic.
Without understanding what the expected increase in electrical spend is going to be, it seems like a very limited payback for a pretty significant capital expense.
You're absolutely right. The payback, even if we go out 20 years, we wouldn't make back the cost of implementing the solar array. It's really mitigating the increased cost, I should say the increased use of electricity, especially during peak hours. In a school facility, peak hours are different from a home or even commercial businesses. In a high school like this, peak use is typically when school starts and can extend way into the evening. So depending on that peak use, our solar input would offset and have a substantial savings in reducing the electrical use of the building.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you, Matt.
John Barry, 109.
Let me stand down, Matt. Yeah.
He's probably going to want to answer.
Okay, don't go far. Okay.
John Barry, 109 North Street. To that gentleman's question, you're looking at about a 40 to 50 year payback if you keep it static in terms of inflation and cost of money. It doesn't seem like a good investment financially. So I know the other motivation is to be consistent with being green energy. What I would suggest is, I own a couple of buildings in town. I've talked to Hingham Municipal Light about putting solar arrays on my building. Hingham doesn't have any real strong incentives for installing PVs. I would encourage the town to try to set up a fund for low percentage lending to private owners that can utilize PVs and offset the additional, and add that kilowatt hour to the town grid without it going through the schools. If you add a solar array to this building and it's in the narrative, there's 24 different elevations, it's a very complicated project. You're then adding all that infrastructure, so when you eventually, say it's 20, 25 years down the road, you go to replace this rubber roof again, you're going to have to deal with all that infrastructure. I don't think it's a prudent thing to put it on this building, but there are other places in town where you can incentivize, and you can do it through the private sector, which doesn't deal with prevailing wages, it doesn't deal with OPMs, it doesn't deal with those type of inflation factors in construction. So I would encourage the town meeting to look at holding this off of the budget at this point and reinvestigating, incentivizing private building owners in the community to increase the PVs. The other thing I wanted to comment on is I think it was 21 million in HVAC. And I understand that in order to underwrite it through MSBA, you have to have some component of green energy or helpful to have that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have further discussion on this? Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that question. Katie Roberts, 13 Long Meadow Road, Superintendent of Schools. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context for the MSBA process. So again, through MSBA, we have the potential of receiving 30 to 40% of the total cost of the project. However, that comes with some stipulations. In order to apply for MSBA funding, as part of our schematic design, we need to go through the due diligence of seeing if the roof can be solar ready. That does not require the district to install the solar, but we do, in order to be considered for that very significant 30 to 40% reimbursement. In order to receive that, we must prove that the roof is solar ready. Similarly, in order to accept that MSBA funding, we similarly need to commit to heat pumps. By going through the schematic design process, it will ultimately come to the vote of town meeting whether to then fund the balance of the project. So going through that MSBA process gives us that option of that very significant reimbursement. One other point I would just like to make is that there are two different types of MSBA programs. There's the core program that we used for building Foster School, and again, we'll be receiving that very significant reimbursement. The program that we're in is called the Accelerated Repair Program for more urgent repairs, and particularly for this high school roof. You can see some of the visible leaks even in this gym here. That Accelerated Repair Program, last year there were 71 projects submitted for consideration for MSBA. 70 of them were funded at between 30 and 40%. And so again, it comes with the stipulations of the process that we need to go through for the schematic designs, including both the heat pumps and the solar ready, but it will ultimately come to the vote of town meeting when we are voting on the full balance of the project. Thank you.
Yeah. Additional questions? Yes. Diane. Yep.
Hello, good evening. Diane Zanapoli, 16 Gardner Street. I have a two-part question, but I will be quick. If we do not get approved for MSBA, will the schematic we pass tonight, presumably, be able to be scaled down should we want to in the future take off the heat pumps and the solar? Because I am a little concerned. My son is in this building. It is very hot sometimes, as we can feel tonight. It is very cold sometimes. And no child should go with buckets. It's just not who we are. We're bucket town, but let's not make it into schools, okay? But can that schematic be used? I fear that if we vote on it tonight, it's locked. Can it be reduced in the future should financial times get harder and people don't want to vote on a $55 million roof? And then the second question is more for the engineer. How do you mothball? There's a term in here that you are mothballing the existing boilers. How does that work? And if these heat pumps are so reliable, why aren't we just removing the boilers? Why do we need to keep boilers? So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Who is capable briefly to respond to that, or just directly?
I'm happy to respond to the first part. I'm not a mechanical engineer, environmental scientist. Yes, mechanical engineer, no. So in terms of the MSBA process, the schematic designs that we will be using if this passes at town meeting can be used if the town needs to go it alone on the project. But it can be broken out into the roof, the heat pumps, and the solar. And again, the solar in particular being a value judgment for the town. But the roof, again, you can see the visible leaks. And to Mrs. DiNapoli's excellent point, the heat control in this building, we have some rooms that are exceedingly cold, others that are exceedingly warm, and also the air circulation is another consideration. So the heat pumps are a solution that is very much needed. I would say the solar is a value judgment and should be a conversation of the town. Thank you. If Matt Meehan would like to speak to the mothballing of the boiler.
Matthew Meehan, Director of Facilities and Planning. Mothballing is a term, it's a non-technical term for abandoning. There's two options. One of them is leave them in place, have them as backup. Extreme cold with heat pumps can sometimes cause problems. So you would always have one that would be backup. This is coming from the engineers that did an evaluation as we were moving through this process. Mothballing is just abandon them. Do you want to keep them in the basement? Probably. Same thing we do with oil tanks. You just leave them there until you have to take them out because the expense to remove them is extraordinary. So mothballing is a term to simply leave in place or, as the engineers are suggesting, have one as a backup.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Yes, sir.
John Barry, 109 North Street.
So I'm recognizing you for a second time for 3 minutes max.
It's going to be less than that. I just was going to ask, not that I want to change the warrant article and go through that process because we all want to go home, but item 2, which is the 1.896548 for HVAC heat pump schematic design, could I ask an acknowledgement from those that are going to be involved that there be an opportunity for an alternative design just to replace the rooftop units so that we have that already studied if in fact we don't get the SBA funding and what I've heard is that they're at the end of their life, we want to be able to implement it quickly. Can we get an acknowledgement that that study will be done? I mean, to put heat pumps in this building is not just putting heat pumps on the roof. You got to bring all the electric infrastructure. A lot of that $20 million has got to be substantially upgrading your major fuses in the building and bringing all the new power to the building to accommodate that massive demand. So it would be really helpful to have that option next year to just do replacement of roof. The roof has to be replaced to get that, but why wouldn't we at least look at as an option just replacing the rooftop units without...
I also encourage us to thank you, and maybe we can get a current answer, but to look at how this is structured and recall that under 33, we are creating a 2025 school building committee. And that committee is going to consist of 7 members. That membership will be 2 members appointed by the moderator, 2 members appointed by the select board, and 3 from the school committee. And it's going to be that group that is charged with this responsibility. So if you haven't filled out your talent bank form, to channel Lin-Manuel Miranda, you can be in the room where it happens, okay? Because there's going to be a committee that decides these things. And so in any event, what else can we hear about this before we come to vote? Which, yes, sir. This is your first time on this article, so go ahead.
Jason Majane, 16 Maryknoll Drive. 2 questions on the $1.9 million for the HVAC schematic. First, is there already a vendor selected to do that work? Second, what exactly does that entail? If someone could elaborate on it, because it's a lot of money. It's almost $2 million. The entire design of the senior center 2.5 million, so it's like same order of magnitude for
Yep,
just...
we get the question, so let's get it answered.
Katie Roberts, 13 Longmeadow Road, Superintendent of Schools. Thank you for the question. So when we enter the MSBA process, MSBA actually does provide the designer for us. And so we do not have a choice of a designer who will conduct the schematic design. Is there a second part to the question?
Well, I mean, the question effectively was, has somebody already been selected? And that seems like a lot of money. I mean, that was your two. Yeah. Yes, we understand the question. So $1 million, there's a specific, quite a specific number in this litany of $1,896,548. So I don't know if that's a question for Matthew.
Yes, Matthew, do you want to?
Yeah. So Matthew, why don't you step up to the mic? You don't have to identify yourself. I think we recognize you now.
Great. It's a good question. It is a complete inspection of the building. So you're looking at all the existing RTUs, HVUs, ACUs, everything will be converted over to heat pumps. So, and there will also be surveying the building to see if the existing distribution system can actually be used as well. And then there's electrical that you have to consider. So, and MSBA does partner with that, and fire protection. So all of that is incorporated into that schematic design. So the range that you're looking at right now is a design for schematic cost around $100 per square foot, 217,000 square feet for the building. That's conservative. But the range typically is between $85 and $100 per square foot for HVAC overhaul design. So it's comparable almost to a brand new building, because we're designing a whole new HVAC system for this building. Not just the rooftop units, everything needs to be converted to heat pumps. That's one of the stipulations that the MSBA is telling us. You can't just replace one RTU or two. If you do it, it's heat pumps, and if you do it, it's for every single learning environment in the building, not just a couple. It's for the entire building.
Thank you.
So they're really pushing for that zero carbon.
Any other questions before we come to vote? Yes? Sure.
Jane McGrath, 28 Towerbrook Road. This is maybe a little bit far in the future, but with this extensive renovation, would the school still be operating or operable during the time that this is contemplated, or would classes have to move to another location?
Just a one-word answer would be great.
Yes.
All right. There you go. You have 5 minutes and 58 seconds left. Right. Anything else before we come to vote? Mindful that this requires a 2/3, let me just make sure I'm right. Yeah, this requires for adoption a 2/3 majority because it involves borrowing. Anybody else want to be heard before we come to vote? All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 34, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Appears to be a unanimous vote. Obviously, far more than 2/3. Let's go to 35. $370,000 for a schematic. Plymouth River built in '68. The total estimated cost and eventual construction, including soft costs, would approximately be $6.1 million. It's a similar kind of vote to what we just saw with the caveat that the MSBA is a non-entitlement, discretionary, et cetera. So the request here is for a transfer from unassigned fund balance. This is not via borrowing, so this one is majority. Is there discussion on the motion under Article 35 that would appropriate up to $370,000 to do basically a feasibility and schematic design costs for a potential roof replacement at PRS? Yes, please.
Article 34 included solar and heat pumps. I don't see any mention of solar or heat pumps in Article 35.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you didn't identify yourself, your name and address.
Hillary Hosmer, 204 Linden Ponds Way.
Yes. Anybody want to speak to that? The voter is asking about solar, heat pumps, et cetera.
Matthew Meehan, Director of Facilities and Planning at the Plymouth River School. There will be feasibility done on that school while they're conducting the schematic design for the roofing project. That is part of a roofing project. However, there's already indications that structurally a solar project isn't feasible at that school. So they will confirm that while they're designing the roof project. As for rooftop units at the Plymouth River School, there are only 2, and I have already fixed them using maintenance operational budgets that happened this past summer. And all of the unit ventilators in that school are electric already. And we are correcting those systems this year. And they were replaced about 12 years ago, so we still have quite a long life in that ventilation for that building, thank God.
Okay, thank you. Is there discussion, additional discussion on the recommended motion? Yes, Christine. Under Article 35.
Christine Smith, 2 Park Circle. Not looking to beat a dead horse. I just have a couple of questions. Because I was actually on the school committee in 2008, 2009, and we were really good at master planning. I think this town has always been good at master planning. But back then, what we did was we had an enrollment issue because enrollment was increasing. And what we did is we built a new Foster. We built a new East. And then we put $2.5 million into Foster and Plymouth River and said in the next 10 years, we'll decide what we're going to do with Foster and Plymouth River. And then we built a new Foster. I haven't heard anything about what's being done with Plymouth River, and I raised it last night with decreasing enrollments. This, to me, seems, it seems quick. I also didn't hear anything about this when we did the debt exclusion override for Foster. Maybe I haven't been paying attention, but it just feels a little surprising to me, particularly the amount. I know roofs are expensive. We just had to do it at the country club, and I understand, but what does the next master plan say? What is the plan to deal with the enrollment issue? Are we considering taking Plymouth River, out of the rotation due to the enrollment? And a lot of this also seems to be this is a lot of non-excluded debt, and I think we're coming up against that debt capacity. We've got a lot at play that I don't see in the forecast. We talked about the harbor, we talked about the pool, and so I just feel like we're bumping up against things. So I would really like to know what is the plan for Plymouth River, and is it worth doing it at this time, or maybe
Okay, we'll
does it make
get
sense to do
the
it
superintendent
for a
up to
year?
try to answer your question.
Thank you for the question, Christine. And anticipating this question, I did have a few brief slides to share. So the district last commissioned a 10-year enrollment study through an organization called NESDEC back in 2018, prior to being invited by the MSBA into the core building program for the new Foster School. Since that time, a little thing called a pandemic happened that caused some understandable enrollment shifts. Therefore, in late 2024 of this year, we commissioned a new study, and this is an enrollment study, in order to provide more accurate near-term projections for immediate planning and provide longer-term enrollment projections for longer-term planning. These are for the years 2025 through 2035. Some of the factors considered include our current enrollment, private school, homeschool, vote check, and out-of-district enrollment, birth rates, in and out migration, opening and closing of the new foster school, new development, building permits, et cetera. A couple of interesting points to note is that the average number of births actually has increased in Hingham by 13 from a 10-year average in 2018 of 216 to 229, which is actually, we're seeing an uptick in our elementary enrollment for that reason. We also see a trend of families migrating into Hingham prior to their children enrolling in kindergarten, and that too is factored into the NASDAQ projections. The next slide, I am going to focus just on the elementary enrollment trend because that relates specifically to this article. So this shows the decline in enrollment at the elementary level due to the pandemic, and we have seen a modest increase, and we are anticipating, based on the NASDAQ enrollment, for elementary enrollment specifically to increase by 92 students over the next 10 years. Therefore, if we go to the next slide, if we take this enrollment study and consider our pre-K to 5 building use, we currently are noticing already an uptick due to what I'll call the foster effect. We anticipated an uptick in kindergarten enrollment, which we have seen. Interestingly, we have also seen an uptick in our grade 1 enrollment at foster as families are returning. Numbers only reflect K to 12. And so the new Foster Elementary School is designed to accommodate 6 integrated preschool classes for next year, and they are fully enrolled. We also, this opens up some space for our Kids in Action preschool classrooms that are east, and so again, important to include our preschool population when looking at elementary enrollment. The design of the new Foster building was also intended to allow us to expand our special education specialized programming to potentially support in-district placement of some of our students who are currently requiring out-of-district placement. That won't be all students, but there are students that we will be able to serve in-district that are currently, we are paying out-of-district tuition for with this new space and new programming that will be a cost savings and also a benefit to our students. I'll also just make a note that given that we have accepted
You have 1 minute.
MSBA reimbursement for the Plymouth River Windows and Columns project, that has a 20-year look back. So again, the enrollment currently is not indicating that we need any fewer than 4 schools. But in the event, in the future, that we did need to close that school, there is a 20-year look back on that, and we would need to reimburse the MSBA for the money for that. I'd also just like to note, interesting, Christine was on the school committee, I believe, in 2008 when we had our last major recession. And to your point, we saw a flood back from private schools.
Your time has expired.
And so we do fear that if the economy turns, we may see a similar uptick. Thank you.
Is there additional debate, discussion on the matter before the meeting, which is the PRS Article 35? If not, we come to vote on it. It requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes obviously have it. The motion is adopted. 36, South School. $320,000 for the same kind of schematic design, et cetera, relative to roof. South built in 48. Toasted, that's a Freudian slip, huh? The estimated total cost of eventual construction, including soft costs, $5.4 million. same kind of arrangement. Is there discussion under the recommended motion under Article 36 relative to the spending for, again, the purpose being the schematics, the feasibility study for a potential roof replacement at South? This would come from unassigned fund balance, not from borrowing, hence the simple majority vote. Is there discussion on this one? If not, we come to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Article 37. Will the town vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money, including the transfer of any remaining funds in the account established under Article 24 of the 2019 annual town meeting, to be expended under the direction of the school committee for the purpose of funding roof, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning rooftop units, extraordinary maintenance capital needs for Hingham High School, PRS, and South. The article asks if the town will transfer $309,198 from available funds and transfer $190,802 from the Foster Elementary School Extraordinary Maintenance Capital Needs account, which is the remaining balance in that fund, established in Article 24 at the 2019 meeting to fund an extraordinary maintenance capital account to cover costs of repairs that may be needed to the roofs and HVAC systems. As noted above, the town has funded extraordinary maintenance capital accounts before. It references the actions in 2019 and 2025. It continues the purpose of the proposed account is to have funds available in the event of emergency repairs to the roofs and HVAC systems as are necessary to maintain them as safe and appropriate learning spaces for the town students. The school committee, so this is temporary stuff, the school committee is submitting applications under the program we've been hearing about. The school committee expects to know by December of 2025 whether these projects have been accepted, and therefore will have a better understanding of the timeline. Based on the urgent repairs that were needed to or required for the roofs and the HVAC systems in these 3 schools during the past 2 years, the school committee anticipates that urgent repairs may be required to keep these schools functioning safely and at the temperatures required by the state before the replacement repair projects are completed. The extraordinary capital repairs account being created is being funded with $500,000. which basically is your 309 plus your 190. The advisory committee voted 12-1, and the select board voted unanimously in favor of the article below, recommended that the town appropriate and transfer the 309-198 from unassigned fund balance and transfer the remaining 190-802 that is still in the Foster account to fund the so-called extraordinary maintenance capital account to help out with things that might rear their ugly heads during this process. So is there discussion under the recommended motion under Article 37? If not, we come to vote. Requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. All right, so let's have a little conversation here. It's 11:15. So obviously, 11:15. My goal is to finish up with your indulgence so we don't have to try to reconvene on Monday. So Article 38 relates to the digitization of the town's government records, getting with the digital age, recommends under Article 38 that the town appropriate and transfer from unassigned fund balance an amount not to exceed $40,000 to basically digitize the public records of the town to begin a process. Is there discussion? If not, we come to vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Specialized Energy Code. Will the town vote to amend the general bylaws of the town of Hingham, 1939, as heretofore amended by adding a new article at the end of the general bylaws to adopt the Specialty Energy Code for the purpose of regulating the design and construction of buildings for the effective use of energy and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions pursuant to CMR 225, CMR 22 and 23, including the delineated appendices. Basically, this asks that the town will amend the general bylaws to continue the move toward better energy use and the specialization code. The code on page 61 provides 2 paths to compliance for new commercial and residential buildings. An all-electric path with electric heating, cooling, and appliances has no additional requirements above the current stretch code. The mixed fuel path allows for initial fossil fuel use, but requires pre-wiring for eventual conversion to electric technologies, increased efficiency of energy where feasible for the site, installation of renewable energy generation, typically solar panels, all aimed at offsetting the carbon emissions from fossil fuel use. Just jumping over to page 62. To date, 48 Massachusetts cities and towns have adopted the code, including 7 of our 19 benchmark communities. All electric buildings are now cost effective because of heat pump technology. Air source or ground source heat pumps provide both heating and cooling in one system, but do not require the cost of natural gas hookup and therefore highly efficient to operate. The building committee for both the new municipal buildings, Foster and PRS, opted for electric heating and cooling through heat pump technology because they were the most economical option in considering initial capital expense. The advisory committee voted 12-1 in favor, and the selected board voted unanimously in favor of this article. The energy code is set forth at pages 62 and 63, and I'd invite any questions or debate on that matter. Yes, Joshua.
Joshua Ross, 125 Wampatuck Road. Just a couple of questions. Does this code apply to additions of current existing dwellings? And 2, there's no cost estimate on what this would cost someone to meet these requirements. I'm just curious if there's any numbers associated with that.
Okay, who can address this question, including the comment that speaks to? Oh, yeah, I couldn't see you, Brad. Go ahead. It specifies new buildings.
Brad Moyer, 36 Wanderers Drive, Chair of the Hingham Climate Action Commission, and I speak this evening on behalf of the Climate Action Commission. I'm going to keep it to your questions. I'll answer any other questions, but we don't need to get into it if we're ready to move along. Only applies to new construction, not additions, not renovations, a complete tear down, rebuild, or rebuild from scratch. So that's point 1. Cost estimates can vary. So nothing really is being built right now in Hingham that's under 4,000 square feet. So whether that's better or worse, I'm going to give you the estimates for that. So Massachusetts DOER put together estimates for the 2 requirements. One is pre-wiring. Now this is only if you're going on the mixed fuel path. If you're building an all-electric building, there's no increase in cost. It's just how you're going to do it today. If you want to keep a fossil fuel-based system, such as natural gas or oil, then you pre-wire to assume at some point in the future you might need that electricity capacity. For a 4,000 square foot home or greater, the DOER estimates that could be up to $9,000. 9,000, you know. And then there is a solar requirement as well, so you must put solar on the roof to offset that. There are some caveats to that. If the pitch of the roof is not conducive to solar, or if the shading is not conducive to solar, that solar requirement could be reduced or eliminated. But if in both cases the pitch and the siding is appropriate for solar, you put on a solar array. And that has to be of a specified amount, 4 kilowatt system for the size we're talking about. And the DOER estimates those costs at about $22,000, with rebates up to about $8,000, and then they assume about a $2,700 cost savings on the use of the solar over time. So eventually it'll pay for itself. But those are estimates from the DOER. It's going to vary based on the particular house and the location.
Thank you.
That's what I've got for you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Yes, please.
Laura Gonsalves, 65 Fort Hill Street. Just to that point about the solar panels, and we recently installed some at our house. The gentleman who asked the question about the solar panels at the high school, how in good conscience are we asking people to then take the burden of that cost when we're not even willing to incorporate it into the design of the high school and having the efficiencies of energy produced here, given the cost that we all looked at. It just seems, I don't know, as a requirement for a new building to then say you have to have solar panels. I'm all about it. We have them. It's a huge cost.
So I can't address what the schools are doing. The only thing I'll note for the schools is that the schools...
Is your mic live, or are you just not using it?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. So while I can't address exactly what the schools are doing, that's not in my purview at the moment, I'll just note that in the comment that the estimate for the solar in the schools was before rebates were available. There are other incentives for solar use in addition to the MSBA program, so we'd have to look at that. And the quotes that I'm giving you here are not necessarily taking into account the rebates that Hingham offers and other incentives that are out there. But those are in flux. We know the current political environment. Things will change. Things might change. But again, you already have a solution. You can go to an all-electric model from the outset. For those of you who are wondering, what do we do? Would we go all electric? Is that really better for us? Well, the town faced this question twice already, and you heard it mentioned tonight. The public safety facility building and both Foster School, independently when they were evaluating building for those components, chose to go with the all-electric route because it was the most economical. For the public safety facility building, it was the most economical at upfront costs, meaning it was cheaper than getting a fossil fuel system, and the life cycle costs were greater savings than if you went with a fossil fuel system. And then for Foster School, the life cycle costs overall were better going for an all-electric system. As we all know, the purchase of a building is the entry fee. There are maintenance costs. You live in it. You have to do things over time to support it. And so when you look at the life cycle cost of a home going on an all-electric model or with the solar array on a mixed-use facility, over time you're going to save money. But if you go mixed, you're going to have that initial upfront cost that's slightly higher.
Thank you. Additionally, yes, John? I'll get you next, okay?
Just want to supplement what Brad said and try to address your concerns about cost. Sorry, what? I'm sorry, who am I? John Borgia?
Who am I? John Valjean, right.
I blanked there for a minute, but it came back to me. As Brad pointed out, this solar requirement only relates to if you choose to do a mixed fuel house, okay? And then the solar requirement for what is really the average house in Hingham, the average house in Hingham, I think, is around 3,100 square feet. What you're required to do is have a solar array of about 4 kilowatts. And just to give you some sense of scale, I don't know what how big your solar array is. I have a 1,800 square foot house. I have a 7.4 kilowatt solar array. Cost me about $30,000. I actually paid about half of that out of pocket because of all the incentives, the rebates, tax credits, et cetera. It's the best investment that I've ever made. It's already paid off 7 years later. Now for the next X number of years, the solar panels are guaranteed for 25 years. I'm sure yours are. But they typically last for much, much longer than that. So you're going to get a return on that up to 40 years or even more. So the requirement for solar under the specialized code, as it relates to the most relevant kind of house in Hingham, is really modest. It's 4 kilowatts. It's fair. I calculated, and I've got an article in the Hingham Anchor on this if you want to look at it. But I calculated that it's going to entail probably less than $6,000 net cost out of pocket. I looked at the average cost of solar for a 4 kilowatt system, did the math. That gets paid back within 3 to 7 years typically. And then, as I said, you've got free electricity. So it's freedom of choice, though. You know, you don't have to, if you don't want to bother with solar and pre-wiring is cheap, okay? You got the electrician on site. you can get a reel of the appropriate wire, 250 feet, for about $325 at Home Depot. It's pretty short money. But if you don't want to get into that, you can look at heating and cooling your house. One device will do that, heat pumps. It's very effective. Several of us here have heat pumps. I've had heat pumps in my house for the last 7 years, and they've worked great. And it was the cheapest solution that I could find to replace an old steam system. So, thank you.
Thank you, John. Yes, Aileen.
Aileen Calnan, 9 Long Meadow Road. 2 points. One, as to solar panels. We have solar panels on our house, and we bought them outright when we did them many years ago. We did not lease them, which is another option. And while I feel like I've probably made my initial investment back, there are a lot of hidden costs no one tells you about. We wanted to put a new roof on our house. I was quoted $6,000 to take the solar panels off and put back on. So I didn't re-roof the back of my house, I only did the front. I needed to take the siding off my house and replace that. It took me 2 years to find an electrician who would even come and do the work for me. If you're not buying solar panels from a solar company, they don't want to talk to you. They won't help you with anything. I called Hingham Municipal Light twice. They couldn't help me. So there are a lot of hidden things with solar panels people should know before they go that route. My bigger and more important question, though, is it says in the commentary that this only applies to new construction. Where does it say that in the bylaw, in the energy code we're enacting? Where does it say it only applies to new construction? Because if you look at Section 2 purpose, it says it's applicable to the relevant sections of the building code for both new construction and existing buildings. So that doesn't say it only applies to new buildings. That says it applies to existing buildings. So that would imply that if you're doing an addition or a renovation, you now are dealing with this specialized code. So I'm just asking,
Sure.
where is it in there? I don't see it.
Thank you, Aileen. Mr. Moyer.
Brad Moyer, I'll go over here.
Yeah.
Brad Moyer, 36 Wanderers Drive. So the building code is prescribed by Massachusetts law. So we cannot modify the format of what the code actually says. So this is the recommended Commonwealth's way of implementing the specialized code. So that's kind of boilerplate language. The specialized code that actually sits behind all of that and is incorporated by statute, that only applies to new construction. So we're not trying to pull a fast one. It's just this is the way that the Massachusetts law prescribes that go in. So the specialized code will only apply to new construction.
Still not sure I understand how that happens. Somewhere in the Massachusetts law, it says it only applies to new construction?
Yes.
And where is that in the Massachusetts law?
So I can point to the DOER website. They have the full code language on there. This is just their statutory construction. Hingham has already adopted the stretch code. The stretch code underlies this. If the building codes in Massachusetts form a pyramid, there's the base code at the bottom, the stretch code is the multi-level, the specialized code sits on top. We are a stretch code town. We adopted that in 2018. The specialized code sits on top of that. So this incorporates the specialized code on top of that stretch code, and the stretch code applies to both new construction and existing structures. So this statutory construction is pulling in the existing stretch code that we've adopted with the specialized code on top. The only addition is this new construction requirement under the specialized code, which gives you the pathway of all electric or mixed fossil fuel use.
Okay, and then last question. Under Section 4, it says that it includes any future additions, amendments, or modifications. So is that implying that if the state makes a change and does make it apply to every one of our houses, not just new construction, then there doesn't need to be a new vote? That just automatically goes into play because we've added language, that we've accepted language that says that it includes any future additions, amendments, or modifications?
Yes, that's the way the building codes work in Massachusetts. So they update all of their codes on a periodic cycle. So even if we never adopted any code and we lived at the base code, the state is continually updating that. And we automatically must live under the new updates. So and that's the case when we adopted the stretch code. Now if we adopt the specialized code, any future updates that the Commonwealth will make, we automatically adopt. There are 2 release valves for that. If you don't like what they're doing, you can opt out of it. It takes a town meeting vote. The other is you can scream and advocate and ask for a change, and while that sounds like it may not work, it actually did. The stretch code had a requirement that if you had an addition or renovation that was over 1,000 square feet, you had to bring your entire structure up to code. That's expensive. That was burdensome. The Massachusetts legislature heard the screaming of the various towns and rescinded that this past year, so actually last year in 2024. So there are 2 avenues if you don't like it, but this is the way all the building codes work. It's an automatic update schedule.
Okay, so if we vote this in and they change it to say every house needs to have heat pumps, so if your heating system needs to be replaced, you have no choice whether to do gas, oil, or heat pumps, we'd all have to do heat pumps if we accepted this.
You'd have grandfathered in. They always grandfather in existing, but then it's any further updates after that. And that wouldn't come from the specialized code. That would actually come from the stretch code that we're already under, because that's how the state bifurcated the regime. Specialized code, new construction only. Stretch code, existing structures and new construction if you haven't adopted specialized.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Aileen. Yes. Remember to identify yourself by name and LP address.
Hillary Hosmer, 204 Linden Ponds Way. I just have a small comment. I think there was a little bit of confusion. The word addition in section 4 refers to additions of the specialized energy additions, whereas I think she was talking about additions to the houses. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Yes, Mary Powero.
Hi, Mary Power, 1 King Philip Path. Just a quick question. One of the priorities in the town over the last several years has been new growth and new commercial development. There's been a lot of discussion on this article this evening on the residential impact. I just wondered, given all of the ambitious capital projects that this meeting has authorized, how we envision this potentially impacting new commercial development in the town. If somebody could briefly speak to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. Brad, Mr. Moyer, yet again.
Brad Moyer, 36 Wanders Drive. So always difficult to project what is something new. The specialized code has been in effect for a little over a year now. So I can't tell you exactly how that'll influence development. We have investigated this as best we can in the 40 other 9 communities that have adopted it. And so far, the feedback has been no complaints, no impact. But I acknowledge that the code is relatively new. So we went out and we did some investigating. So we met with the building department to ask them whether they anticipated any negative impacts from the specialized code, and their feedback was we don't see any problem with development and that we will have no issues with helping to oversee the code. We also talked to local architects to understand on the commercial front whether or not they saw potential negative impacts for inhibiting commercial development, and they said a regulatory code of this nature is one of the last things they're going to look at. It's always about location and opportunity and cost, and that is a more onerous code. This is kind of like the cherry on top for new construction. So we don't anticipate impacts. And there's actually a potential for savings and even, I won't get into it unless you want me to, even some grant opportunities down the line if we go this route. We've gotten over $350,000 in grants from the state because of our adoption of the stretch code. We currently have a $225,000 grant pending before them. So there's a lot of opportunity here and not any appreciable inhibition that we're seeing on new development.
Further discussion? If not, we come to vote. This requires a simple majority. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 39, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no? No. The ayes obviously have it, and the motion is adopted. Next, we have a citizen petition. This asks, will the town vote to authorize the Select Board to file a petition with the General Court, which is the legislature, in accordance with a referenced section of the Massachusetts Constitution as follows. Basically, to give a all alcoholic beverage license not to be drunk on the premises to Mirhej and Son, doing business as Hingham Gas, located at 19 Whiting Street in the town of Hingham. The recommended motion from Advisory and the Select Board is that no action be taken. So you see that on page 64, a recommendation of no action. Is there any affirmative vote? As you know, when I do my shtick there at the beginning and say if the Advisory Committee is recommending no action, a voter may make an affirmative motion, which if it's adopted will be the main motion before the meeting. So I understand that there is to be a motion made.
Good evening. Hello. Good evening, Eva Noskovic, 481 Cushing Street. I am here representing Mirhej and Sons, and I don't know if you want me to read the entire motion. I've overheard you reading it, so I'm kind of like, it says that I should be reading this, but it's pretty long. Let me know.
Read away.
Okay. Motion that the town authorizes the Select Board to file a petition with the General Court in accordance with the Article 89, Article 2, Section 8, MGLA Constitution Amendment, Article 2, Section 8 of the Article of Amendment to the Constitution of the Commonwealth as follows. Section 1. Notwithstanding Section 17 of Chapter 138 of the General Laws, the licensing authority of the town of Hingham, Massachusetts may grant additional licenses for sale of all alcoholic beverages not to be drunk on the premises under the Section 15 of said Chapter 138 to Mirhej and Sons, Incorporating, doing business as Hingham Gas, located at 19 Whiting Street in the town of Hingham. The license shall be subject to all of the said Chapter 138 except said Section 17. B, the licensing authority shall not approve the transfer of license granted pursuant to this Act to any other location, but it may grant the license to a new applicant at the same location if the applicant files with the licensing authority of the letter from the Department of Revenue and letter from the Department of Unemployment Assistance indicating that the license is in good standing with those departments and that all applicable taxes, fees, and contributions have been paid. C, if a license terminates or fails to renew a license granted under the section of any such a license is canceled, revoked, or no longer in use, it shall be returned physically with all of the legal rights, privileges, and restrictions pertaining thereto to the licensing authority, which may, within 3 weeks of such a return, then grant the license to a new applicant at the same location under the same conditions as specified in this section. Otherwise, such a license shall dissolve. D, the license granted under this act shall be issued within 1 year after the effective date of this act, provided, however, that if the license is originally granted within the time period, it may be granted to a new applicant under the subsection B and C thereafter. And section 2, this act shall take effect upon its passage.
Thank you. Is there a second on the speaker's motion? All right, the motion has been duly made and seconded. It is therefore before the meeting. It is now the main motion before the meeting. Is there discussion? All right, come forward. The person from the guest section who would like to speak is Jenny Merhej. She is not a resident of the town of Hingham, but she is effectively the moving party. And would you give her permission to address the meeting? If so, please say aye. Aye. If negative, please say no. Do you not, obviously the majority was affirmative. You may address the meeting.
Hello, my name is Jenny Merhej. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to make it short and sweet. I know it's after 11. We all want to leave. My intention tonight is to get your vote for the town to file special legislation on our behalf to get a package store license to sell beer and wine at my new store. We are located at 19 Whiting Street in front of the Scarlet Oak. We're a big store that is newly constructed, and we put in coolers with the special lock and key, anticipating that we're going to get a beer and wine license. So I want to thank you a second time for allowing me this opportunity, and I ask that I get your vote to get Hingham to file special legislation on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the main motion under Article 40? Again, the Advisory Committee and Select Board had voted no action. You now have a positive motion. Yes. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly, 19 Harvest Lane, 40-year resident of South Hingham. To my knowledge, there are no other convenience stores in Hingham that have a liquor license. Am I correct? I may be. That most of the convenience store across the street. Is that correct? And the convenience store, which has been there for years across the street, I want to call it Tedeschi's, but I know it's changed its name, has been there for years, and there's no liquor license. And we don't have liquor licenses in any of the gas stations in Hingham. So I encourage people to vote no on this article. I think it just encourages young people to come on a Saturday night and to get there. There's plenty of alcohol places in the Big Y. There's a liquor store across the street, and Cappy's down there. I don't think we need another liquor store in South Hingham. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Yes.
Eva Noskovic again. We are originally from Europe. We live in Hingham for close to 30 years. So we are very happy to reside in Hingham. Just to let you know, in Europe, everywhere you pull in the gas station, it's everybody is selling wine and beers over there. So just to go by a fact that, oh, nobody else sells wine and beer, it cannot be like behind. It doesn't mean that people are going to be drinking more because it's at the gas station. It's more convenient. So just look at it that way. The same way as you are putting up the solar panel in the roof just to live more effectively, it's the same thing having the beer and wine at the gas station. So everybody should be open to a new way of living. I think so. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there further discussion before we come to vote? Yes, Mr. McDonald from the Advisory Committee.
So just real quick, in terms of, again, the Hingham, the Massachusetts Puritan process, jurisdiction for granting liquor licenses, package store licenses, why you have the term run to the packy, is a dual governed process, state and local. The Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission at the state level wrote all those criteria and grants each local community a certain number of package store licenses, principally based on census. That authority is then given to, in each municipality, a local licensing authority. In Hingham, that's the Board of Selectmen, or the Select Board. We have 13 of those. All of them are taken right now. The way to get a package store license, if you don't have one and want one, is either a business goes out of business, and that license becomes available for application to the local licensing authority. You can, what's the next one? I totally blanked on what the second one is.
It's okay.
Yeah, second one. And the third one is this special is actually making a state law, making an exception for this process. The process we went through in the advisory committee, we have 13 here. We've done this special process twice. They were both for very special circumstances, Derby Street Shops and the Shipyard. We felt that while no real objection, Hingham Gas has done a great job, great investment in the town, but no real special driving, compelling circumstance that changes the dynamics of the demographics of that area in a way that the Shipyard or Derby Street did. And that is the process we have, and there wasn't, again, a reason to change it. And if we did, there'd sort of be no more background guidance as to how to give licenses out, and it just seemed like finding a place to buy a beer in Hingham wasn't a problem we needed to solve right now. Thanks.
Okay, anything further before we come to vote on the motion before, which obviously seeks the approval to pursue this special legislation that would be part of the process of getting a license? All those in favor of the motion that is before us, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Obviously, the noes have it, and the motion is lost. Next, we go, as we come down the home stretch, to Article 41. Article 41 would amend the zoning bylaw with an update after the state's latest action on accessory dwelling unit regulations to basically allow the planning board to regulate ADUs to the extent that they are still allowed as a town to regulate ADUs. Would like any discussion on that? If so, Mr. Carr, on behalf of the planning board, and again, in terms of the time of night, if you have things that you think would help the meeting focus not only on 41, but on the additional planning board matters, feel free to speak to more than 41 if you choose.
That's fine, yeah. I'll be extremely brief. This is another example. As we've seen last year, we were talking about the MBTA Communities Act. The state legislature has taken a more active role in intervening in local zoning and local land use management. In 2023, we passed changes to the zoning bylaw to allow detached accessory dwelling units by special permit and with a few other restrictions. The Affordable Homes Act last year was passed, which requires communities to provide, to allow for ADUs by right, and included a few other elements that make portions of our bylaw at the time unenforceable. This change removes those things and allows us to maintain a couple of the more flexible limitations that we did have before. So it is simply bringing us into compliance with the state law as we were doing last year. If there are any other questions specifically about it, let me know, but that's basically all it is.
Does anybody have questions for Mr. Carr on the matter? So, just give me a sec. This requires a simple majority. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 41, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Go to 42. 42 would amend the zoning bylaw for lots or structures affected by a taking. And as you can see under the comment, from time to time, private properties are affected by public takings, such as when the town or the state widens a road right-of-way. So you might suddenly be out of compliance with a side setback or a setback from a street. The intent of this article is to minimize the regulatory impact of these takings and approval because it is zoning and not community, MBTA stuff just requires the old 2/3, not a simple majority. Is there discussion on this proposed motion under Article 42? If not, we come to vote. Requires for adoption a 2/3 majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. 43 is just a scrivener's error being corrected. It's just a typo and references. But because it changes the zoning bylaw, it requires 2/3 majority. I'd invite a vote. All those in favor of the fixing the clerical error, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. So that's Article 43. Article 44 would amend the zoning bylaw with respect to extension or alteration of non-conforming uses or structures. Let me just paraphrase a bit. This comes to you from the Zoning Board of Appeals, and it would modify, say, just in terms of the comment, the proposed amendment would expressly require a special permit A1 for this relief, allowing the ZBA to utilize the special permit criteria and add conditions to the permit if it deems that they are needed. Based on a review of Hingham's benchmark communities, the majority of these communities require a special permit for this type of application. And that, of course, is for the pre-existing non-conforming structures or uses to be extended or altered. The proposed amendment would not apply to single-family or two-family dwellings that are governed by Section Roman 3, 1.2, the so-called Hatfield Amendment. The Planning Board and the Advisory Committee voted unanimously in favor of the motion under this article, having revised it through the permitting of the public hearing process. Allow me to read the recommended motion. That the town amend the zoning bylaw of the town of Hingham adopted March the 10th, 1941 as heretofore amended by replacing in its entirety Section Roman 3, 1, point C with the following. As set forth in Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 6, except as allowed under 3.1.2, which is Hatfield, pre-existing non-conforming structures or uses may not be extended, altered, or changed except upon the issuance of a special permit A1 by the ZBA, which shall include a finding that such change, extension, or alteration will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing non-conforming structure or use. Is there discussion on this matter? Yes, sir.
Joshua Ross, 125 Wampatuck Road. Can you explain to me why it doesn't include the residents in the Hatfield Amendment, which is basically all of Crow Point?
Okay. Mr. Shriver, do you have this one for Planning Board, or Mr. Healy for ZBA? Can you respond to Mr. Ross? This comes from ZBA, so why don't we let Mr. Healy take a shot?
Paul Healy, 209 Main Street, Town of Hingham. This came up on the Broad Cove Ballroom project, and the ZBA was required to make a special finding that the non-conforming use that existed there and the proposed use was consistent. And what we found is that it made more sense to tweak the bylaw, which a lot of this basically is just that, and to incorporate the criteria of the special permit process, which there are 7. This is unrelated to the Hatfield Amendment, which is applied towards the houses in Crow Point. This is for a prior non-conforming use. So I'm sorry if that's not as clear as it could be, but it's 11:25.
So the Planning Board Advisory voted unanimously in favor of the motion as revised through the public hearing process. Unless there is further discussion, we would come to vote. It requires for adoption a 2/3 majority of the meeting. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. 45 would amend the bylaw again, that the town amend the zoning bylaw of the town of Hingham as heretofore amended by deleting a section. The section in the comment restricted the length of special permits issued for cell towers and monopoles under this section to 5 years, with the right of the applicant to reapply for successive 5-year-long renewals. Elimination of this section will relieve the applicants of the need to return to the ZBA and repeat the special permit process every 5 years. Everybody voted in favor of this, and now it's your turn. The approval of this article requires 2/3 vote affirmative from town meeting. All those in favor of the recommended motion under Article 45, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. It's a unanimous vote. Now, Article 46. We're going to devote about an hour to Article 46. Will the town authorize but not require the select board to grant and to accept grants of easements for streets, water, drainage, sewer, and utility purposes for any public purpose on terms and conditions the board deems in the best interest of the town, or act on anything related to thereto? The recommended motion parrots the article. Is there discussion on the authorization to have the select board both accept grants of easements and grant easements for these limited purposes? This requires for adoption a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Next, in his final act as chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Fisher to make a motion that the 2025 Hingham Town meeting be dissolved. This is not debatable.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your leadership, and I make a motion to dissolve the 2025 annual town meeting.
Is there a second on Mr. Fisher's motion? I think we're up to about 19th. All those in favor of dissolving the 2025 Hingham Town meeting, please say aye. Aye. All those masochists, please say no.